Once upon a time, a demonic tower burst out of the ground, marking the end of the human race, and people awakened supernatural abilities to fight the demons coming out of the tower. Generations passed, some heroes died, and the newcomers who took their place were able to reveal themselves. And so, a new hero was finally born. Possessing incomparable talent, intelligence, and incredible luck, he still managed to reach the very last floor of the tower. The strongest of men, the hope that can end all evil. People called him the light of humanity, and his name is Ling Xiao. This was Ling Xiao's third regression, and this time he had pumped his attributes and skills to the max. In addition, he had managed to get the best weapons and equipment in the world. The system prompts told Ling Xiao that clearing the last floor of the demonic tower would put an end to everything, and he could only get to this point thanks to the system prompts he had received over the years. However, this time he was unable to find any information about the creatures on the top floor, and even the system was unable to give him a clear answer to that. The hunter noticed that their head was staring into the air again, which made the priest laugh and assume that he was thinking about some girl again. Hearing what those were talking about, Ling Xiao explained that he was actually thinking about what would happen after they defeated the Demon King. The priest wondered why this sounded like an excuse, while the hunter said that it was exactly what was expected from their great and wise head. This was exactly what happened every time Ling Xiao looked at the interface. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was the only one who could see it, hence he could only concoct a silly excuse. The enchantress was encouraged to see what the top floor of the demonic tower looked like. Looking around, the priest wondered if this was really the last floor of the tower. The knight then remarked that it was a bit empty and asked if this place was supposed to be guarded by the Demon King. The hunter admitted that it was hard for him to even imagine what he would look like. The enchantress said that this place was strikingly different from the dark and creepy atmosphere of the lower floors because it was bright, clean, and luxurious. To which Ling Xiao replied that it was logical, because angels were scary because they wanted to scare away demons, while demons were very beautiful because they wanted to let their enemies' guard down. But no matter how beautiful the place was, they still shouldn't let their guard down. The hero squad members agreed with the commander and promised to be more careful. This was the first time Ling Xiao had managed to get this far in his 3 regressions, and therefore he himself doesn't know anything about this floor. The priest said that they were able to climb so high only thanks to the efforts of the commander. The knight immediately agreed, because their leader was confronting the demons of the lower levels as if he had fought with them many times, and knew all their weaknesses and strengths as if he knew his own 5 fingers. The hunter said that only one chance separates them from triumph, and that the fate of all mankind will depend on them. The enchantress ran up to Commander Ling Xiao and addressed him. Afterward, she said with a smile that they would definitely be able to win with him. Ling Xiao smiled back at her and motioned for her to start, as blood suddenly splashed in front of Ling Xiao. All of his comrades who had reached the last floor of the demonic tower with him were killed in an instant. After leaving the hero alone, the enemy said hello to him. Only at this moment did Ling Xiao feel an ominous presence behind him, which gave him goosebumps. Preparing his sword, Ling Xiao asked the enemy who the enemy was. He wanted to know if it was a demon. After all, she hadn't even managed to sense its presence. With all his might, Ling Xiao slashed at the enemy, but he blocked the attack using his arm. The enemy gasped because it was such a good sword, but unfortunately it was too fragile. Ling Xiao wondered if it was an attempt to play a joke on him. After all, the enemy had broken his sword. The best weapon in this world had been destroyed with a single finger. Ling Xiao asked his enemy who, as he suddenly said in his ear that he was looking at the wrong place. Immediately after which, with a single sweep of his hand, the enemy sealed Ling Xiao into the wall. The injured man fell to the floor and began to cough painfully. Ling Xiao had already guessed that his current enemy was none other than the Demon King. But that's just impossible, because how could a demon be in human form? The Demon King answered that he was the embodiment of all human fears. He was born from the dark aspect of humanity and by nature received the body of a human being. Ling Xiao activated the maximum level Eye of Truth ability to see the status of the enemy. But what he saw amazed him, because the enemy's health had not changed at all. He had hit him as hard as he could, but he hadn't done any damage to him, which was unthinkable. Suddenly, he noticed that the Demon King had a passive skill, unlimited survivability that gave him constant and unconditional infinite health, and his mana. What could this symbol mean? Does the Demon King really have an infinite supply of mana? Because if so, he is simply invincible. The system sounded the alarm and started shouting that the disparity between them was too great and that there was only a 0.0000001% chance of victory, and so the system started calculating the best escape plan. In all the time, this was the first time the system had warned Ling Xiao of danger so vehemently. This meant that he had absolutely no chance of winning. Realizing this, Ling Xiao tried to calm himself down to think of what he should do now. But to his misfortune, the Demon King started to act. He raised his hand and reached towards Ling Xiao. Suddenly, halfway to Ling Xiao, the Demon King grabbed the system interface. Immediately afterward, the system was smashed to splinters by him. The Demon King assumed that he had seen some garbage that only a hero could see, and asked if this was what had been guiding him all this time, and was it really the thing that was showing him where these unique items were? The Demon King admitted that he did not know what it was, however, it would not happen again. Ling Xiao asked the Demon King with a shout, what had he just done? After all, his system. But the man noticed that even though his eyes were unable to see the thing, it didn't stop him from crushing it. After all, he's invincible. Ling Xiao realized that this was where he was going to die, and that he no longer had the strength to resist. Although this was not the first time he had died, but this time he was much more scared than any other time. Besides, he can't even imagine the situation in which he could defeat the Demon King. But Ling Xiao refused to give up. After all, he can't just do it like that. Even if he died and came back, he would still have to give his best. After all, one could get out of any situation. After all, there was still hope for mankind. There must always be a way, and next time they will definitely succeed. Just as suddenly, Ling Xiao noticed that he had been healed using a great maximum level healing. Except, why would a Demon King do this? Ling Xiao could feel the warmth emanating from the healing energy, causing him to even assume that it was the best healing ability. An incredible amount of healing energy poured into his body as if there was no end to it. The Demon King suddenly lifted Ling Xiao up, and the latter asked, why did the Demon King heal him? Suddenly, the Demon King asked Ling Xiao if he was a regressor. Considering how Ling Xiao fought the demons on the lower floors, as well as his skills and flaws, all of this shows as if Ling Xiao has the skills of a seer. But if that was really the case, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been so surprised when he met him. In the end, the only thing that comes to mind is regression. With more than one regression, in that case, what life is it? The second, or is it the third? If he killed Ling Xiao right now, he would go back in time and come up with some new plan. Again and again, he will repeat the endless cycle, but sooner or later, he will still discover a way to defeat the Demon King. Looking at Ling Xiao's face, the Demon King assumed that all of this was indeed true, after which he laughed as the hero had gotten too excited after hearing this. The Demon King snapped his fingers, and Ling Xiao immediately began to be enveloped in darkness. He agreed that Ling Xiao really did have the best equipment he could get in this world, and that no one could break it except him. As expected from a person that had been reborn in this world 3 times already, the hero managed to obtain some really good items. All this time, Ling Xiao was trying to understand why. Why did things turn out this way? The Demon King told Ling Xiao that he would never be able to die because his ability would heal him all the time, while the armor would become a prison for Ling Xiao that would bind him and prevent him from escaping. Ling Xiao would live forever with no way to live or die. At its core, the protagonist is the one protected by the story armor. The Demon King turned Ling Xiao into a throne, then placed him in the proper place. The Demon King then sat on his new throne, his hindrance in the form of the hero, and his companions removed. Lastly, the Demon King directed his mana towards the corpses in the middle of his throne room. At least once in his life, everyone feels like a protagonist. So how do you determine who the real protagonist is? Prophets will not be able to answer this question, and only historians are capable of doing so. After all, the one who wins the ultimate victory is the protagonist. Why is it like this? It's because he's the strongest boss. A short while later, the news was already saying that Ling Xiao and his team members were dead. They died on the top floor of the Demon Tower, just one step away from a grand victory. After so many victories and accomplishments, the people firmly believed in victory. Now, the Awakened Association expresses their deepest condolences while urging the people not to lose hope. They ask those who can still fight to continue to challenge the Demon Tower and prevent the invasion of demonic beings. And this is despite the fact that people don't even know how long this will last and how long it will take to end it all. Looking at the anomaly nearby, Tianqian asked Qing Feng if it wasn't a secret S-rank dungeon. Dungeons are places where the demon tower connects to some human settlements. Dungeons can appear anywhere in the city, and it is through them that demonic creatures enter the human world, after which they begin wreaking havoc throughout the neighborhood. The job of the Awakened Association is to explore these dungeons. That's why most of the time, the members of the association are busy cleaning up the dungeons, searching for rare goods, and ensuring safety inside and outside. After passing through the gate, Tiantian and Bai Qingfeng found themselves in a completely different place from the city, which was an S-rank dungeon. Tiantian asked Qingfeng if he was sure that the blood spike was right here and that it was the item they would be able to defeat the Demon King with. Blood spike is a law-based artifact, and the law of this artifact allows you to deal at least 1 unit of damage with each attack. Bai Qingfeng reminded Tiantian that justice will always triumph over evil, and that Tiantian herself should realize this. Tiantian apologized for her foolishness and said that she believed in him. Although Qingfeng is a genius, but he's still too young. It's worth it for him to train for a few more years, and he'll be able to far surpass Ling Xiao. But still, Qingfeng is her idol, and therefore she will always try to support him. Suddenly, Tiantian and Qingfeng noticed that there was someone else here who had already dealt with the monster. Tiantian wondered if this person had already obtained the blood spike. The Demon King said that just as he had anticipated, there would always be clever people among the humans who would try to defeat the Demon King using weapons based on laws. And that's why he came here beforehand, to force these lowlifes to give him the bloody thorn. Bai Qingfeng praised the stranger for killing the monster and obtaining the blood spike, after which he asked if he could give him the spike. The Demon King remarked that Bai Qingfeng didn't even know who he was, but he decided to rob him anyway, to which Qingfeng replied that it was for the sake of humanity, so could it be called robbery in that case. He then introduced himself as Bai Qingfeng and assumed that the stranger must have already heard of it. Bai Qingfeng explained that this item would be much more useful in his hands than in anyone else's, and it was all to defeat the Demon King, all in the name of justice. Suddenly the stranger's eyes sparkled and he began to gather magic. For a moment, Bai Qingfeng was still surprised, but he quickly realized what was going on and used absolute protection at the last moment, managing to defend himself from the enemy's attack. Absolute protection is also a law-based artifact, and its rule is as follows. Within a radius of 2 meters, an indestructible shield is created that can protect a single person regardless of the level of attack. While covering himself with his shield, Qingfeng wondered how a magic attack could be so strong. Could it mean that the person in front of him wasn't human, and that it was actually... Looking at the enemy, Qingfeng noticed that he had missed something during the enemy's attack. After all, the Demon King had already captured Tiantian. Hearing that the one named Bai Qingfeng, the Demon King asked if he was Ling Xiao's successor. After that, he decided to propose a deal. He would let his fan go, but only if Bai Qingfeng dispelled his cube. The Demon King assured Qingfeng that he would always keep his word, but if he didn't believe him, he could. Without letting the Demon King speak, Bai Qingfeng asked Tiantian not to be afraid, for she would die for the glory of mankind, and preparing his attack, he promised to build a memorial in her honor. Immediately after, Bai Qingfeng fiercely attacked the Demon King, but the latter managed to dodge. The Demon King was surprised that Bai Qingfeng didn't even hesitate for a moment, leaving his assistant to her fate. It also confirmed that his understanding of human nature was still far from perfect. But Bai Qingfeng explained to him that the strongest heroes were always loners, because sacrifices alongside heroes were inevitable, while the Demon King is the source of all human troubles. To which the Demon King replied that some people think otherwise. With tears in her eyes, because of Qingfeng's betrayal, Tiantian asked why he had suddenly become so cold-blooded. After all, she had been following him for so many years. But even if he had always been like this, Tiantian shouted to Bai Qingfeng to not think about her anymore. She asked him to just run, using the magic cube to do so. But Bai Qingfeng was clearly not going to back down. After all, he was blessed by the heavens themselves and the new hope of mankind. Bai Qingfeng asked, how could he escape so easily? Justice would always prevail only because people like him always had the determination and will to win no matter what. And it's all for the sake of humanity, for the future, and for the world. After listening to this nonsense, the Demon King suddenly started laughing with Bai Qingfeng. Afterwards, he laughed and asked if he was really not going to run away, for in that case, he was responsible for his own death. Immediately after his words, Bai Qingfeng was surrounded by the Demon King's energy. Before he could react, the ground beneath Qingfeng suddenly collapsed. Bai Qingfeng wondered how he had lost, and how was such a thing even possible? Was this really the end of him? Looking at Bai Qingfeng falling into the abyss, the Demon King offered him a drink of water from the river of the lower world, since he was so impatient. Besides, such a knight of justice should have been willing to sacrifice himself long ago. The Demon King admitted that he hoped that Bai Qingfeng would consider his death heroic enough. Except Bai Qingfeng didn't wish for that. He shouted that he couldn't die here. He didn't wish to be a victim, and he didn't want to end up like this. Falling through the boundless abyss, Qingfeng begged the Demon King to spare him, but it was all in vain. After dealing with Bai Qingfeng, the Demon King turned around and walked away. Since Bai Qingfeng was dead, Tiantian already realized that she would be the Demon King's next victim. But to her surprise, the man was in no hurry to kill her. On the contrary, the Demon King was just about to leave this place. Not understanding what was happening, Tiantian asked if he was really letting her leave. The Demon King recalled that he had promised to let her go on the condition that Bai Qingfeng dispelled his cube. Besides, he always keeps his word. Of course, he was sorry that Qingfeng wouldn't be able to leave this place anymore. The Demon King said goodbye to the little girl and said that the next time he saw her, he would definitely kill her. Even though the Demon King had left, but Tiantian still found it hard to believe that the Demon King had let her go. Meanwhile, in the human world, a black-haired youth emerged from the dungeon, whereupon he was almost instantly lost among the passers-by, the headquarters of the Awakened Association. A while later, the secretary asked the gentleman if he was sure he wanted to join their association. Suddenly, another guild secretary jumped out in front of her and said with a twinkle in her eyes that it was very cool. Recently, the monsters have been getting bigger and bigger, and they even managed to penetrate from the dungeons into the city. That's why they warmly welcome all the awakened to join them, especially handsome men like him. She asked his name, level, and abilities so she could help him register. The young man replied that he was that genius Bai Qingfeng and suggested that they must have heard of him. Bai Qingfeng then said that he was very happy to join the Association of Awakened People. Headquarters of the Awakened Association, Hall of the Seven Elders. One of the elders said that only 6 of the 7 elders were left, after which he admitted that he would never have thought that Ling Xiao, who possessed the regression ability, would also be defeated in the fight against the demonic tower. The president of the Awakened Association asked the elders to listen to him. He then explained that while the Demon King was in the tower, he was blessed with infinite life and infinite mana. Therefore, they could no longer let the heroes sacrifice themselves in the tower. Instead, they should come up with a new plan. He had already warned people not to go into the tower without thinking. Instead, everyone must search for an object that can seal the tower. They must make it so that dungeons can no longer appear in their cities. By doing so, they will finally be able to keep the population safe. One of the elders interrupted the president, saying that she had already summoned the chosen one from the parallel world. From now on, they would address him as Traveler from Earth. And of course, they should keep it a secret, because even he doesn't know that he was called to save this world. Besides, travelers have always done nothing but save other worlds. At the moment, the soul of the traveler is in the body of Ling Xiao's younger brother, Lin Feng. Rumor has it that after entering this world, he began to behave with restraint and even has thoughts about everything that is going on. Right now, he is leading an albeit small but strong squad and advancing through the dungeons in search of artifacts that can seal the demonic tower. An old seer intervened in the discussion, taking a break from his flask to tell him that on the night of last month's full moon, he had made a prediction for Lin Feng. And his prediction said that Lin Feng would be able to find an artifact capable of sealing the demon tower. With a smile to his ears, the old seer advised not to worry about it, as it would all be over soon. Right after the elders' meeting, a girl from the staff asked if what the old prophet said was true, and did it mean that the demon tower would be sealed soon? After all, this is just fine, as people will finally be saved. The old seer approached the young lady sharply, which startled her, and asked her if she had thought about it well. After all, what would happen if the Demon King was not in the tower during the sealing, but instead wandered among them? In that case, would sealing the tower be of any use at all? The girl could not help but agree that such an outcome was indeed possible, and asked what would they do. Suddenly the old prophet took the opportunity to slap the young lady on the ass while saying that he would take care of everything. The old seer recognized that he was just joking and laughed loudly. He then asked a rhetorical question: can a demon king just leave his tower? Besides, if he left the tower, he would immediately lose his blessing. In that case, he would be on par with their best awakened ones, and if the people knew about it, they would do everything they could to finally kill the demon king in no time. Thus, the demon king has only two choices. Either he stays in the tower and is sealed with his servants, or he leaves the tower and is immediately surrounded by countless humans. The humans have already defeated the demon king. All that remained was to wait for Lin Feng to find the artifact, which was what his vision showed. As expected of Lin Feng, who was chosen from a parallel world, the old seer laughed loudly as he talked about how Lin Feng would find this item by the evening. Wanting to get away from this old man as soon as possible, the girl quietly left, saying that she still had some duties to attend to. The old seer complained about what the current girls were like, after which he remembered the time, for Lin Feng should be coming soon. But opening the door to his room, the old prophet was confused. The old prophet asked the guy who the guy was, and what was he forgetting in his room. The black-haired youth glanced at the old prophet, finally waiting for him to arrive. He then greeted the prophet and introduced himself as Bai Qingfen and said that he had recently joined their organization. The old prophet admitted that the man scared the hell out of him, whereupon he admitted that he had heard about Bai Qingfeng, their new hidden genius. Bai Qingfeng said that the prophet flattered him and that he would help him until they got rid of the demon king. Walking to the chair, the old seer complained about how prim young people were nowadays. After which, he suggested that Qingfeng take a seat and not be so polite to him. Bai Qingfeng told the prophet that he had heard that of the seven elders, he was the only one who could predict the future. The old prophet confirmed this and added that he was now too tired to do so. Bai Qingfeng admitted that he joined the organization just for that. He wants to know the future of the demon king. The old prophet replied to the boy that he was too light-hearted about it all, because if he could predict the future of the demon king, he would be the light of humanity, not Ling Xiao. The problem is that his predictions only work during the full moon, as well as in direct contact with the person to whom he will make predictions. Bai Qingfeng asked Mr. Prophet, "Isn't today the full moon?" Not feeling the hand at his neck, the seer asked if the man was completely stupid or just pretending. After all, he had already said that the problem wasn't the moon, but the fact that he needed to touch the Demon King. He doesn't have combat abilities, which is the reason why he can't enter the Demon Tower. Also, he can't just ask the Demon King to come down to him for a prophecy. Unexpectedly for the prophet, but Bai Qingfeng grabbed him by the neck, immediately after which the prophet ordered the man to let him go and said that the man was clearly not Bai Qingfeng. In fact, in front of him is none other than the Demon King. Since he was captured by the Demon King himself, the old seer used his ability, the great art of prediction, to learn that humans would defeat the Demon King next winter. Meanwhile, the Demon King used mind reading to learn the prophecy about himself. Squeezing the old prophet's neck tighter, the Demon King asked if his predictions were accurate. He replied that they were, but a second later, he changed his answer to not accurate. He told the Demon King that he could make him say anything his soul desired, then tried to win the chance by telling the Demon King how useful he would be to him. The Demon King asked an old man to predict his own future. He must find out whether he will die today or not. It's a rather banal story about the transmigration of a guy's soul from one world into the body of the dregs of society from another world, where he in his newfound body becomes a hero, acting cool and making fun of arrogant characters. It's a story where the scum defeats the Demon King. That's exactly the kind of character he is, being at rock bottom. And one day, when he was reading this novel, on his way to work, he was hit by a car and died. It was the typical prologue of every such story. This is a soul transmigration story, where he is the transmigrant. He is relocated in the novel and becomes one of the characters, the second son of the Lin family, the hope of all mankind, Ling Xiao. But it wasn't him, for he had shifted into the normally useless younger brother, Ling Feng. Lin Feng is a hedonist and one of the villains who always lived in the shadow of his older brother. And since he's here now, Lin Feng told his father that he knew the location of the map, indicating the location of the sealing artifact. He then asked his father to provide him with a strong squad so that he could find the artifact. Since he was already familiar with the storyline of the novel and had an omniscient point of view, he knew the location of the map that showed the item that could seal the Demon Tower. That's how he managed to get the card in his hands. the main hall of the Awakened Association's headquarters. Lin Feng knew that although his older brother had died, the real protagonist of the story had still yet to appear. And now is the hour when he will be the savior of this world. He will be a true hero. Lin Feng turned to Xiaoya and said that with his help, they would definitely be able to obtain the sealing artifact. Li Ya is a cold beauty. In his past life, he couldn't even dream of being intimate with such a beauty. Thinking about it, Lin Feng mentally laughed, because in this life, Li Ya was his fiancée. Along comes a girl he recently ran into. She looks like a rabbit, just as scared. She was looking for him to protect her from danger. Lin Feng petted Tian Tian and said that it was okay because they were now at the headquarters where there were no dangers. Not understanding what was going on, Tian Tian thanked Brother Lin Feng for his concern. Immediately after which, this weirdo walked forward with a satisfied face. Lin Feng felt very comfortable with this frivolous beauty, and he also realized that this kind of person had nothing but butterflies in her head. Lin Feng clenched his fist contentedly because soul transmigration could really be called cheating. Leaving ahead of the group, Lin Feng said that he would go as he still had things to do, and he asked his companions to handle the remaining things here. Tian Tian asked her brother where he was going. He replied that he was going to the Great Prophet to talk to him about something. Since he would be the hero who sealed the demonic tower, could he do whatever his soul desired? And does he have time for girls? Xiaoya greeted the secretary and said that there was something they wanted to discuss. Specifically, she wants to recommend someone to join the association. The secretary asked who she wanted to recommend, after which Xiaoya pulled Tian Tian up by her arm and introduced Tian Tian, who they had rescued together with Lin Feng during the dungeon sweep, after which she revealed that she was the only person who was able to survive the encounter with the Demon King, which stunned the secretary. Tian Tian assumed that the secretary had already heard of Bai Qingfeng, who everyone thought was a hidden genius, and said that she was his follower. She then revealed that they had encountered the Demon King when they were passing through a dungeon, but the Lord had been killed and she had somehow managed to escape. Later, she met Mr. Lin Feng and Lady Li Ya and then joined their team. The secretary was surprised by Tian Tian's story and revealed that Bai Qingfeng had recently joined them and that he was quite alive and well. Tian Tian asked what did the secretary mean, and the one told that Mr. Bai had been here recently and that he had gone to the great prophet's chambers. Tian Tian and Leah were surprised together that Bai Qingfeng was alive, but only Tian Tian understood what it meant. Meanwhile, the Demon King was dealing with the old prophet. The old prophet begged the Demon King to spare him. The Demon King asked him if he had learned his future, but he only pleaded to the great Demon King and promised that he would do anything for him. Whatever orders he gave him, he would fulfill them. The Demon King tisked unhappily and asked the prophet if that was really all he had to say. He then complained about how boring the prophet was. The Demon King said that he used to think that all humans were just like Ling Xiao, full of courage, justice, and strength. But apparently, he still hadn't fully recognized humanity, so he should learn even more about his enemies. But at the thought that he could find people like the prophet amongst the humans, the uneasiness in his heart is greatly reduced. In gratitude for this, he agrees to finish off the prophet as soon as possible. Hearing this, the prophet asks for the last time not to kill him, after which he finally subsides. After dealing with one of the elders, the Demon King quietly left the great prophet's room. Once he returns to the Demon Tower, Lin Feng will get hold of the sealing artifact and he will be trapped. On the other hand, if he dares to thwart Lin Feng, he might not just fail, but even be killed by the hero, just as the prediction said. The Demon King wondered what he should do now. Leaving the Demon Tower is even more risky, since he knows the contents of the prophecy. So the Demon King decided that it would be better to return to the tower with the thought that perhaps he will someday have the opportunity to change the prophecy. Bai Qingfeng recalled that there must be an emergency exit somewhere around here. Suddenly, a stranger grabbed him by the shoulder and asked him who he was. After all, he had never seen him here before. The Demon King panicked, for he had been discovered so soon. Bai Qingfeng replied that he was just one of the awakened ones that had recently joined the association, and asked what the one needed. Lin Feng was surprised at what he heard and was about to reply to Bai Qingfeng, but the man interrupted him, saying that only those who had reached S rank could have a badge like the one on his chest. Bai Qingfeng asked the stranger if he was really that strong. Lin Feng asked the S ranker if he would like to join his team. After all, They were just looking for an item that could seal the demon tower. After which, he introduced himself as Lin Feng. Lin Feng assumed that he had never heard of him, but promised that he would soon become world famous. Hearing that this guy's name was Lin Feng, Bai Qingfeng suddenly smiled and agreed to Lin Feng's proposal. The Demon King wanted to know if the great prophet's prophecy would really come true. Next, Lin Feng and Bai Qingfeng headed towards the great prophet. Lin Feng explained to the newcomer that he was very lucky to have met a leader like him. If he waited a little longer, the whole world would only talk about him. Lin Feng said that if Bai Qingfeng would obediently follow him and be attentive. But at the same time, he asked Qingfeng not to be afraid, as he wasn't going to mistreat his companions. Suddenly, Lin Feng remembered that during his last mission he had managed to rescue a beautiful girl who had previously been Bai Qingfeng's partner. She had also told him that she was the only survivor of the encounter with the Demon King. Bai Qingfeng decided to ask about that girl who managed to survive after meeting the Demon King. And Lin Feng told him that her name was Tian Tian and that she was currently a member of his team. Lin Feng promised that he would introduce them soon. Upon hearing this name, the Demon King tried to quietly run away. But Lin Feng noticed this and asked the newcomer where was he going to run off to. Bai Qingfeng justified himself by saying that he had just remembered that a pig from his village was about to give birth and that he needed to return to help with the postpartum care. Lin Feng was surprised to hear this and wondered what kind of pig was it and what kind of care did it need. Just as suddenly, Lin Feng was called out by his team members. Tian Tian, along with Liya, walked towards Captain Lin Feng while trying to attract his attention. Lin Feng told the girls to come to him, right after which he whispered to Bai Qingfeng that being surrounded by beauties all the time actually tiring. However, he had no choice as they really liked being around him. As she came closer, Tian Tian realized what kind of person was communicating with their captain Lin Feng and was about to call him by name. The Demon King was very displeased because this was literally one of the worst possible scenarios. Only the Demon King, represented by Bai Qingfeng, was about to say hello to Tian Tian as she suddenly hugged him and told him how overjoyed she was when she heard that he had survived and even managed to escape from the Demon King. Only now did Lin Feng realize that this was the same Bai Qingfeng, except that according to the plot of the novel, he should have already died. Embarrassed to meet him, Tian Tian told Bai Qingfeng that he couldn't even imagine how much she was worried about him. She revealed that all she kept thinking about was how much she wanted to meet him again. The Demon King could hardly understand what was happening. After all, Tian Tian should have already realized that he was the Demon King and not her Bai Qingfeng. Tian Tian said that she was very grateful to him for protecting her from the Demon King back then, so she asked him to make sure that she would definitely repay him for his kindness and care. That's why she promised that from this day on, she would follow him again, because she has always admired strong people, and besides, she always repays her debts. Upon hearing that she admires the Demon King and even wishes to repay him for his kindness, the Demon King roughly realized what the matter was. This was the first time he was seeing someone who willingly wished to follow him, which intrigued him greatly. Bai Qingfeng praised Tian Tian's wisdom and asked her not to be afraid, as he wasn't going to mistreat her. Realizing where this was going, Lin Feng asked, who else would be following who here, and hadn't they forgotten that he was the leader of the group? Upon hearing that it was the same Bai Qingfeng, Liya said with a smile that she had heard of him and that she was pleased to meet him. Lin Feng turned to Xiaolia and reminded her that she was his fiancée. But Liya didn't let him finish, recalling that he had already met the Demon King and asked, what was he like? Bai Qingfeng replied that the Demon King looked like an ordinary villain, and Tian Tian said at the same time as him that the Demon King was ferocious and terrible. Afterward, the three of them laughed off it. A vein swelled on Lin Feng's cheek, for this brat was annoying him more and more. According to the plot of the novel, Bai Qingfeng was supposed to die at the hands of the Demon King, and only Tian Tian was supposed to stay alive. Therefore, Lin Feng wondered if his intervention could have caused the butterfly effect. It was unlikely, but it would be better to ask the Great Seer about it. Suddenly, a woman's cry was heard from outside the Great Prophet's room. When he saw the secretary running towards them, he asked her what had happened, to which she replied in horror that the Great Prophet had been killed. Only an hour ago, the prophet was alive, so they must lock up all the entrances and exits of the association and find out with whom he had met. Tian Tian, Liya, and Lin Feng were stunned to hear of the great prophet's death and wondered who he was meeting with this evening. Immediately afterward, Bai Qingfeng said that he and Lin Feng had met with the great prophet. Lin Feng shouted out that this was nonsense. After all, he had yet to meet the prophet, and the very moment he was walking towards him, he saw Bai Qingfeng standing at the door looking rather suspicious. Just as suddenly, a realization came to Lin Feng about what had happened here. Lin Feng accused Bai Qingfeng of killing the great prophet and said that he realized it as soon as he saw Bai Qingfeng. Liya grabbed Lin Feng's hand and asked him not to make any hasty. Just as suddenly Lin Feng threw Li Yu aside and ordered her to shut up, for this person has deceived all of them, and he is not even Bai Qingfeng. Lin Feng shouted to Bai Qingfeng that the latter might have managed to fool the others, but it was pointless against him, and rushed towards Bai Qingfeng. Only Lin Feng felt as if he had gotten Bai Qingfeng as he dodged his fist. Immediately after, Bai Qingfeng was at Lin Feng's back and said that the latter was just trash that he had never been able to compare to Ling Xiao. He asked, so did a person like that have the right to talk to him like that? Immediately afterward, he hit Lin Feng on the head. Lin Feng asked, how could something like this happen? But a second later, his head was crushed to the floor by a foot. Liya ordered both of them to stop. Meanwhile, Tian Tian smirked, for the Demon King had done exactly what befitted the strong persona she had chosen to follow. Bai Qingfeng suggested that this should be enough to appease such a person. But there's something strange about it. Why is this brat so sure he's not Bai Qingfeng? Bai Qingfeng said that he had heard of Lin Feng before. After all, the latter is the younger brother of Ling Xiao, nicknamed the Light of Humanity. Lin Feng is rumored to be worthless and talentless trash, and as he sees it, that's just how it is. Besides, Lin Feng is even worse than he had imagined. Bai Qingfeng admitted that he liked Ling Xiao much better. Lin Feng asked, how dare he call him trash? He had transferred into this body and even gained incredible strength, becoming an outstanding person, standing above the rest. So how come? Liya asked Bai Qingfeng to go easy on Lin Feng since he wasn't going to hurt him. She said that Lin Feng was actually a good person and that he had just become a bit impulsive lately. Listening to Liya trying to defend him, Lin Feng told himself that he wasn't trash, after which he asked to be allowed to ask a question. Lin Feng asked, who was it that Qingfeng was calling trash? Immediately, he broke free from Bai Qingfeng's leg using his S-class omni-destroying claw weapon. Bai Qingfeng was surprised that such a bastard had his own S-ranked weapon. Although ordinary S-ranked awakened ones were not his opponents, but the Demon King didn't see Lin Feng's name on the Genius of Humanity list. Just as suddenly, an outsider intervened and shouted orders to the two to stop fighting. Lin Feng wondered why the hell did his magic suddenly disappear, while the Demon King assumed that it was a rule-based ability. The person who stopped the fight was the president of the Awakened Association, whose ability is to nullify all superhuman abilities within a certain area. The president explained that every member of their association was a real treasure in the fight against the demons, so how did they manage to set up an internal showdown here? This was the first time the Demon King had seen the president of the Awakened Association, and he was actually doing badly. After all, right now, he was not in the Demon Tower, because of which he did not possess infinite health, infinite mana, and ignoring all the rules. Bai Qingfeng said that he was very sorry for the trouble he had caused, and even admitted that what had happened was his fault. He also promised that this would not happen again. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was not so reserved with the president. Calling him an old man, Lin Feng asked why he didn't stop Qingfeng when he punched him in the face, but only decided to intervene the moment he dared to punch him back. Does this mean that the president has taken Bai Qingfeng's side, or does he look down on him because he also considers him trash? Listening to Lin Feng's embarrassment, the Demon King wondered if he was definitely the genius who had managed to get hold of an S-class weapon and a divine artifact map. After all, from the looks of it, this person has absolutely no brains or resilient character at all. The president asked Lin Feng to stop talking nonsense. After all, he didn't take sides, and everything he does is only for the good of humanity. Lin Feng interrupted the president, asking if he really thought he would believe that. As he left, Lin Feng complained about how they all looked down on him. He asked them to wait, because they had no idea how valuable he was yet. After all, the sealing artifact would soon fall into his hands, and then they would know who the savior of the world really was. The president sighed after talking to Lin Feng. After which, he put his hand on Bai Qingfeng's shoulder and admitted that he admired him a lot, for he was not only strong, but also polite and calm. Feeling relieved, Bai Qingfeng replied with a simple, yes. But was he only thinking that this was really some kind of damn thing because people admired him too much for some reason? The president said that he had already conducted a preliminary investigation into the death of the prophet, and in the process, he had found traces of demonic power at the scene of the crime. This means that there is no human involvement and that it was probably the work of a demon who has already escaped. As for the final verdict, it will require more in-depth investigation. But what is heartening is that they will soon have a divine object in their hands, and so the president advised Bai Ching-feng to go along with Lin Feng. After all, Bai Ching-feng also carries the cross for the future of humanity. Bai Ching-feng could only squeeze out an awkward, yes, of course. The Demon King was indeed carrying the cross for the future of mankind, except he was carrying the cross on the other side. Leaving, the president advised them to continue their hard work because one day the future of mankind will be in the hands of such young people. After resolving the conflict, Li Ya said that she would go look for Lin Feng, explaining that he had become irritable lately. Just as suddenly, Bai Qingfeng grabbed her hand and asked her to wait for a while. Bai Qingfeng apologized for grabbing her and explained that he had one question. How much had Lin Feng changed relative to his past self, and what was it that could have happened? The Demon King hoped that Li Ya would not become suspicious of him because of such questioning. Seeing Li Ya embarrassed, Bai Qingfeng remembered that he hadn't let go of her hand and apologized again. After which, he explained that he was worried about Lin Feng. Besides, he himself had acted impulsively and therefore wanted to apologize. Realizing what the latter meant, Li Ya mentally recognized Bai Qingfeng as not a bad person who even cared about Lin Feng. In reality, Lin Feng was an honest but cowardly brat, until one day he woke up and became a completely different person. That day, he started saying strange things about books, soul transmigration, cheat codes, and parallel worlds that made her think he was still dreaming. But after that, he became a completely different person. Not only did he become bright and bold, but he also unknowingly learned the location of some first-class items and weapons. He even found a map of divine artifacts, as if he possessed a gift and could obtain anything. This was the reason why, even being weak, relying on S-ranked weapons and items and weapons, he barely managed to reach the S-rank threshold. Leah also revealed that the elders from both of their families said that Lin Feng had obtained enlightenment. Perhaps he had awakened an incredible skill, however, he didn't answer them. Enlightenment? Awakening skill? The Demon King was certain that something didn't add up here. After all, Lin Feng was certain that he wasn't the real Bai Qingfeng, but he never dared to tell the reason why he accused him. And considering his temper, what possible reason could there be for him not to tell it? It was something he couldn't even tell his family or fiancé. Unless it's because he's not the real Lin Feng. After all, he can't die telling them the truth. Parallel world, changes in personality, knowledge of everything. Lin Feng's body is definitely possessed by someone. Suddenly there was a rumbling sound, and the ground beneath my feet began to shake. Shouts immediately went up around the neighborhood. The A-rank demon had gotten out of the dungeon and went to circle the city. Some people began to doubt that anyone would be able to defeat this demon, but immediately, word came out that Mr. Lin Feng had gone to fight it. The rampaging enemy was an A-ranked demon, a dog corpse, and to fight him, Lin Feng used an S-class weapon, a flying sword of raging flame and ice. Lin Feng asked the pitiful demon, how could he only dare to rage in his presence? Immediately after, he swung his flying sword, attacking the canine corpse with a hail of ice spikes. Lin Feng immediately pulled out his second S-class weapon, the Star Sword Meteor. He shouted that he was a hero who would protect everyone, and that all eyes would be on him. Immediately afterward, he chopped up the dog's corpse with his swords landing on the ground. The people in the surroundings were delighted, for not even an A-rank demon was capable of their Mr. Lin Feng, the new genius who was now on everyone's lips. The Demon King smirked, for Lin Feng's opponent was a dog corpse. While alive, this demon was a stray dog that was killed by humans. After its death, its grudge got caught up in the tower's demonic energy, which turned the dog into an A-rank demon. Most importantly, it is a rather rare type of demon, and thus most people are not familiar with it. Moreover, it has one distinguishing feature. Lin Feng ordered the dog corpse to die and continued to chop the demon over and over again. Unable to withstand all these attacks, the demon was eventually piled on the ground. The peculiarity of the dog's corpse was that after receiving a certain number of attacks, it would pretend to be dead. While those around you rejoice at the death of the A-ranked demon, the dog's corpse regenerates, becoming even stronger and turning into an S-ranked monster. Without making much effort, Lin Feng was content with everyone discussing him. People were screaming that they loved him and that this fight was incredible. This was only after Lin Feng had killed some A-ranked dog. However, he knew that once he sealed the demon tower, his name would be all over the world. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a growl behind him, and an eerie aura began to emanate from the demon he had recently killed. Upon recovering, the corpse of the dog mutated into a SS-ranked demonic hellhound. And before Lin Feng could react, the demonic hellhound exhaled a pillar of flame straight at Lin Feng. Seeing what happened to their hero Lin Feng, the people around the area fell silent. But after a few seconds, panic broke out and people began to save themselves while they could, because the fact that the demon is not dead can only mean one thing. Meanwhile, Lin Feng wondered how such a thing could happen. This beast had managed to fell him using only one attack, which meant that the corpse dog he had recently defeated had become a legendary SS rank demon. The demonic hell dog raised its paw and was about to crush Lin Feng. Suddenly, Li Ya jumped out to them and asked the gentleman to lean on her to help him escape. After picking up the master, Li Ya tried to run away, but it was already too late. Li Ya was already despairing when suddenly one of the awakened jumped out to help them. The Demon King was unwilling to kill Lin Feng right now. After all, he needed him to find the divine artifact to destroy it. That was why he couldn't allow Lin Feng to die and would have to endure it. Gathering his energy into a fist, Bai Qingfeng attacked the demonic dog. At the same time, he asked the dog if he didn't recognize his master. Suddenly, the demonic dog lay on the ground and began to shiver right in front of Bai Qingfeng. After which, the Demon King ordered the dog to get the hell out of here. And to the surprise of those around him, the demon dog that had just defeated Lin Feng, cowardly, ran away from Bai Qingfeng. Did people try to understand what had just happened? After all, the demon had only fled once after looking into Bai Qingfeng's eyes. So could a demon be so cowardly? And that wasn't the only oddity, because the A-rank demon had suddenly become so strong, or it wasn't that the demon had become stronger, but rather Lin Feng had become weaker. In any case, Bai Qingfeng is very cool, because even that demon ran away after being scared of his power. Leah thanked Bai Qingfeng for saving her and asked, how did he manage to scare away that demon so easily? Bai Qingfeng replied that perhaps it was because, although this demon looked strong, he was still a weakling on the inside. In any case, it didn't matter to him because the most important thing was that Lin Feng was fine, and it was possible that he would become like Li Tiantian in the future. Suddenly, Lin Feng jumped up and grabbed Bai Qingfeng by his clothes, asking if he had done it on purpose. After all, this A-rank demon probably had some secret, and Bai Qingfeng had decided to use that knowledge to equal him. Bai Qingfeng must have known that the demon would become stronger, but he purposely chose to keep silent about it. Instead of helping him, he chose to just watch his face get dipped in the mud. Lin Feng asked, was he satisfied after taking all the glory for himself? Did he enjoy being under the rays of fame? After all, it was all because of Bai Qingfeng. Lin Feng started blaming Bai Qingfeng for all the trouble in front of everyone. Lin Feng asked this scumbag, how could he only dare to put his own life before that of his comrade in front of everyone? After all, it was because of his viciousness that he chose to watch him get beaten up. The Demon King finally realized that he was wrong to decide that Lin Feng would become like Li Tiantian and that not everyone deserved to be saved. Lin Feng kept blaming Bai Qingfeng for everything, until the latter grabbed his hand and forcibly unhooked Lin Feng, taking his hand away. Bai Qingfeng asked, what secret could the latter still be talking about? After which he said that Lin Feng was really an idiot, because not only did he fail at portraying a hero, he was also trying to take out his anger and resentment on him. Bai Qingfeng apologized to Lin Feng because he has no desire to play along with Lin Feng. Lin Feng growled and was about to reply to Bai Qingfeng, but he heard what the people around him were saying. Tian Tian admitted that she didn't expect such a thing from Lin Feng, because what kind of person would you have to be to throw accusations at the person who had saved his life not too long ago? The fat man agreed with Tian Tian and added that Lin Feng had accused others before without showing evidence. Tian Tian speculated that Lin Feng had simply not thought through his actions and therefore decided to return favor in such a horrible way. The secretary recalled that only the two of them had been found near the prophet's room and wondered again which one of them could be the killer. Tian Tian noticed that among other things, Lin Feng had suddenly become much stronger. Therefore, she asked if it was possible that he had used some forbidden art to achieve power. Listening to all of this, Lin Feng mentally cursed at these idiots and fools. After all, they couldn't even see Bai Qingfeng's true identity, and now the rest of the society had begun to side with the enemy. Suddenly, Bai Qingfeng let go of Lin Feng's hand, which surprised him. Then he held out his hand and said that he hoped it was only a slight misunderstanding, so he suggested that they calm down and make peace. Lin Feng was furious at Bai Qingfeng's action because after everything, he suddenly decided to pretend to be an innocent sheep when he realized that he had gotten an advantage out of this situation. Lin Feng still shook Bai Qingfeng's hand. After all, it was obviously all an act, and since that was the case, he wouldn't mind seeing who was better. Lin Feng admitted that he had lost his temper when he missed the bloody dog's punch, and so he apologized for his rudeness. Lin Feng promised that it wouldn't happen again from now on, and he also thanked Bai Qingfeng for saving him. Lin Feng smiled and asked for Bai Qingfeng to take care of him from now on. Bai Qingfeng said that the man shouldn't have thanked him. After all, he should have been the one to do it. Bai Qingfeng moved closer to Lin Feng and whispered that he was grateful that he was not the only suspect in the murder of the great prophet. After all, it was he who killed the prophet. Hearing this, Lin Feng instantly became furious. After all, it was precisely because of Bai Qingfeng that he had to endure all of this. Lin Feng pulled his hand out of Bai Qingfeng's grip and shouted that it was just as he thought. And no sooner had Lin Feng hit him than his hand was grabbed by Li Ya, whereupon she asked, "What is he doing, and why is he suddenly acting like he's off the chain?" There were people crowded around them who had seen all of this, and thus Lin Feng was forced to swallow his resentment. Once again, wrenching out his hand, Lin Feng said that he knew it. After which, he looked at Bai Qingfeng and wondered, who was he, and what was his purpose? Also, the novel didn't say that Bai Qingfeng is that powerful. He just can't let the story take a completely different path. In Lin Feng's gaze, the Demon King saw nothing but anger. After all, he only wanted to take the sealing artifact away from him. However, if it suddenly became a hindrance, he would shamelessly take Lin Feng's life. After all, after destroying this artifact, he would be able to destroy the rest of humanity sooner or later. And annoying people would be better off. A while later at Café Sempre. As soon as the waitress left, Leah thanked Bai Qingfeng for saving her yesterday. To which the man replied that there was nothing special about it. The Demon King wondered if he had saved her yesterday. If so, he had already forgotten about it. Leah revealed that their team was about to embark on a mission to find the sealing item. After which, she said that actually Lin Feng didn't even let them look at the map and only said that the artifact was in the south. Leah said that the journey promised to be a long one, and that she hoped Bai Qingfeng could get along with Lin Feng. A little embarrassed, Leah asked Bai Qingfeng to try to ignore his current behavior. After all, she has known since childhood that Lin Feng is not a bad person at all. Except that the Demon King already knew that the man was gone. A pathetic human from a parallel world took possession of the body of an innocent child, and now he enjoys the love and care of his beloved, who does not even belong to him. So also, this person calls himself a future hero who will save the world. Thinking about how ironic it was, the Demon King tasted the coffee. Suddenly, he spat out the drink because it was too bitter. It was just disgusting. After tasting the coffee, the Demon King realized that he was still far from the concept of human tastes, and this was despite the fact that in the past, he didn't have much to choose from. Bai Qingfeng asked Li Ya if it had ever occurred to her that her fiancé was sick. After all, it was possible that he had changed so drastically because of his illness. After which, he asked if she wanted Lin Feng to go back to his old self. After all, there was just one item in the south that they could pick up along the way, and maybe it would help Lin Feng get back to normal. Leah suddenly jumped up and asked, was it true that he would be able to make Lin Feng the same? To which Bai Qingfeng replied that of course it was true. Meanwhile, on the streets of the city, a disgruntled Lin Feng pondered that the current story was just a prequel to the main story that hadn't even started yet. However, the narrative is no longer going as he remembers it, for Bai Qingfeng was not supposed to return alive after meeting the Demon King, so even the great prophet was killed before the main narrative began. Suddenly, Lin Feng remembered that yesterday when he had met Bai Qingfeng, he had seemed very suspicious. It even felt like he was trying to escape from the association building, but once Bai Qingfeng heard about the artifact, he immediately agreed to join their team. Was it really because of him that the story started to unfold differently? And Bai Qingfeng was actually supposed to leave that day, and that's why there was no mention of the man who impersonated Bai Qingfeng for a day or two in the novel. In addition, the culprit who had killed the great prophet in the original story had never been found precisely because he was supposed to have disappeared silently yesterday. No one was able to find him because he was no longer pretending to be Bai Qingfeng. But it was because of his interference that the person who was supposed to disappear suddenly joined his mission to find the sealing artifact. Reflecting on all of this, Lin Feng wondered, would this affect the ultimate story? Lin Feng clutched his head due to the headache that had come over him. In his previous life, he was just ordinary trash, and he ended up being a protagonist in another world. And he couldn't even imagine that things would be this problematic, because now the storyline was starting to spiral out of control. Suddenly, Lin Feng caught a glimpse of Xiao Ya in the window of a cafe nearby. Lin Feng wondered what Xiao Ya and Bai Xingfeng were doing there. Lin Feng has made up his mind. He will no longer let the plot change its course, for he is the only one in this world who knows everything, and he is the one who will get everything he wants. After all, he was chosen to do just that. The next day, the president of the association told Lin Feng that it was extremely important for humanity to obtain this item, and therefore, the leader in this journey will be Lin Feng. To the applause of the secretaries, Lin Feng and his team set off together. But before leaving, Lin Feng cast a glance at Bai Qingfeng and mentally asked him to wait for a while. Sometime later, in the scorched lands, the scorched dead walked towards their new victims, and they were Lin Feng's group. Bai Qingfeng sometimes destroyed dead people with his magic, while Lin Feng fought them off with his blade. After a short battle, Lin Feng said that these dead people themselves weren't that strong, but the problem was that there was no end to them. At this moment, the Demon King was thinking about the fact that he was killing demons along with humans, as if the world had gone mad, but it didn't matter to him because he was only acting now. Just as suddenly, the body of one of Lin Feng's companions poured poison, after which he raised his blade. And sticking his sword into the ground, he unleashed a powerful, poisonous wave. Once they came into contact with it, the demons immediately began to turn to dust. After dealing with the uncleanness, Liu Shaoqi took a deep breath and returned his sword to its scabbard, and the poison element markings on his body began to dissipate little by little. Seeing this strike, even the Demon King had to admit that this awakened one was pretty good. Unable to hold back her emotions, Tian Tian told Liu Shaoqi that it was simply amazing. To which he replied, as if in denial, that he wasn't very good at one-on-one battles, but he wasn't bad at fighting against hordes of opponents. After all, people like him could only help in moments like this. After following Liu Shaoqi, Lin Feng realized that he was right about him. Lin Feng told the companions that he had something to tell them about. The artifact they're looking for is up ahead, but the terrain here is too unpredictable, and they don't know anything about the monsters up ahead. This means that their trek may be much riskier than originally thought. Besides, they've been going non-stop for 5 days straight, so he thinks they should go back to town and rest while he goes exploring alone. Gao Hu and Liu Shaoqi immediately told the leader that this was not the way to go, and that it was a very bad idea. Leah asked, how is he going to go there alone, and what would happen if he encountered a deadly opponent? Lin Feng explained that such was his role as a leader, he had to find the safest way for his people. In any case, he had already made up his mind, so there was no point in them even trying to dissuade him, but none of the subordinates wanted their master to go there alone. Unable to hold back his emotions, Liu Shaoqi sobbed, talking about what a good person their master was. Lin Feng smirked, for everything had gone as he had planned, and it was all thanks to Chouki, a rising star, born in a demon's lair and hardened in the depths of poisonous caves, a future SS rank whose name will shake the world, though their relationship now is only a short-term collaboration. In the original, Liu Shaoqi was the protagonist's most trusted sidekick, and it was his loyalty that played a big role in the protagonist's journey to success. And he became one only because the protagonist used a few high-quality ingredients while preparing an S-class purifying potion, which allowed him to cleanse his body of toxins accumulated since childhood. Already since then, he was willing to sacrifice even his own life for the hero. But since the story hasn't even started yet, he will be able to subdue Liu Shaoqi before the protagonist appears. He will not only have the artifact at his disposal, but also the protagonist's fate. He will replace the protagonist and become the new hero of this world. Lin Feng ordered his companions to wait for him in the city, and afterward they would continue on their way. Only a few people in the whole world know where to find those high-quality ingredients. And fortunately, he is just among them, as the book mentioned their location. Lin Feng was already convinced that Liu Shaoqi would soon become his pawn. Although the Demon King doesn't know much about human nature, but he is certainly certain that Lin Feng is not the kind of person who is capable of self-sacrifice. Since they were free, Li Ya said that she had heard rumors that an underground auction was to be held somewhere nearby. Therefore, she suggested that they meet in a few days. After hearing about the auction, Tian Tian asked to go with Li Ya. With the corner of her eye, Li Ya looked at Bai Qingfeng and thought about his words again. After all, if it's really like he said, and it's all about Lin Feng's soul being devoured by a demon, causing him to start changing his personality, then she should buy the item at the auction. An object capable of cleansing the soul and bringing back the him of the present. Li Ya and Tian Tian walked off together towards the underground auction. Gao Hu noticed that the three of them had gone their own way, and so he suggested that they return to the city and rest properly, as the young master had previously ordered them to do. But before he could turn around, Bai Qingfeng asked Gao Hu to stop. Gao Hu asked if the man had any problems, or did he just decide to challenge the young master's order? Gao Hu noticed that the young master didn't like this person, and thus he assumed that it was a rather murky type. Bei Qingfeng admitted that he was deeply moved by Lin Feng's decision not to put them in danger, but even that didn't mean that he wouldn't worry about him, after which Bei Qingfeng asked, why don't they discreetly follow him? After all, that way, they would be able to help Lin Feng in a difficult situation. Upon hearing of such a proposal, Gao Hu immediately agreed, for he is also very worried about their lord, and Liu Xiaoqi praised Bai Qingfeng for wanting to protect the lord so much. Hearing what the remaining three were talking about, Leah realized that Bai Qingfeng was really worried about Lin Feng. A person like Bai Qingfeng is very kind-hearted at heart. Bai Qingfeng said that they flatter him because everything he does for the sake of humanity. Now he wants to finally see what Lin Feng is really like. The first dungeon Lin Feng headed to was the S-rank dungeon, a malicious chessboard. As described in the book, the cleansing crystal is on this chessboard, but the exact location is unknown. All of a sudden, Lin Feng felt as if his heart had fallen to its very heels. Wondering where this feeling of fear suddenly came from, Lin Feng looked around, and behind him he saw a red king who was also very fast. And the worst thing here was that this king is coming right at him. Suddenly, the red king stopped and a chess spirit began to emerge from it. Lin Feng immediately reached for his sword to defend himself. And as soon as the spirit of the red king reached out his hand towards him, Lin Feng struck him with his sword. But that one was much stronger than Lin Feng had expected, causing Lin Feng to be thrown straight back to the figure behind him. Before Lin Feng could gather himself after the last attack, a spirit began to manifest from the white figure. Without wasting any time, the pawn spirit immediately thrust his spear into his enemy, but at the last moment, Lin Feng managed to dodge. Immediately afterward, the spirit of the horse appeared in front of him. Lin Feng took out his S-class weapon, the horse cutter, and shouted to the spirit horse that he was about to chop it up. But as soon as he tried to give the horse a single blow, it bit off the blade of his horse cutter. All those countless souls who had fallen here had been absorbed by the chess pieces and would remain here as long as the battles continued. During their existence, these pieces have absorbed so many vengeful hunter souls that they have long surpassed the S rank. Realizing how much he had rushed coming here, Lin Feng decided to escape as soon as possible, and for that, he just had one suitable artifact. As soon as Lin Feng used this artifact, wings grew from his back. Immediately afterward, he flew upward and immediately drew his sword, preparing to fend off more attacks. But something happened that he never expected. The enormous Soul Queen swung her hand and was already ready to flatten little Lin Feng with a single blow. Before the frightened Lin Feng could wonder what the hell had happened, how the spirit of the queen brought him back to Earth so quickly he couldn't even notice it. Only after a single strike from the White Queen, Lin Feng was defeated. And what was worse for Lin Feng was that he landed right between the two figures. Looking at the ghosts of the Red King and White Queen, Lin Feng realized that he had come to an end and that he could not escape from here. The king slowly pulled his huge hand towards Lin Feng, and Lin Feng covered himself with his hands after screaming. He was unwilling to die in this dungeon after all. He had been moved here to become a hero. Just as suddenly, a huge clawed hand came down on the Red King's head. And a moment later, the figure of the Red King was destroyed. Taking cover from the wreckage of the red figure, Lin Feng wondered who it was. In fact, it was so fast that he didn't even have time to notice the movement. Meanwhile, the savior destroyed the figure of the White Queen. In fact, in the blink of an eye, he destroyed not even two, but all the chess pieces. So who the hell could have done this? Suddenly, Lin Feng heard Liu Xiaoke and Gao Hu calling out to him worriedly. Running up to him, Gao Hu asked Lin Feng if he was all right, to which Lin Feng replied that he was fine and asked why they followed him. Gao Hu said that Bai Qingfeng was very worried about him, and although he wasn't very helpful, he was also worried about the Lord, so he decided to follow him together with Bai Qingfeng. They waited nearby in case he needed their help. After which, Liu Xiaoqi confirmed Gao Hu's words and asked Lin Feng, didn't he say that he was just going to go for reconnaissance? So in that case, why was he going to the S-class dungeon alone? This was utter madness, but fortunately, Bai Qingfeng asked them to join him. Lin Feng was dumbfounded when he heard about Bai Qingfeng. After all, this meant that it was him. Not far from them, Bai Qingfeng stood amidst the debris of chess. Suddenly, a multitude of souls began to fly out of the destroyed chess pieces, and one of the souls held out a crystal-shaped object to Bai Qingfeng. The Demon King assumed that these were the souls of all those hunters who had died in the battle against the chessmen. And now they thank him for freeing them, even though they know his true identity. The ghosts gave him a rare material, a purifying crystal. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was mentally cursing over what had happened, for this was literally the worst possible outcome of events, for Bai Qingfeng had now taken possession of one of the materials for the elixir. The Demon King noticed the look Lin Feng was looking at him with. And with a little tinkle of his crystal, Bai Qingfeng asked Lin Feng, was this what he so desired? After which he said that it was no good, for it now belongs to him. Although the Demon King doesn't know the true value of this item, but since Lin Feng wanted it, it must be very useful. Gao Hu said that they were very lucky to have Bai Qingfeng in the same group with them and offered to continue working with him. The veins on Bai Qingfeng's face swelled with anger. He was unwilling to stoop to fighting for this item in public after all. Everyone now believed that Bai Qingfeng had gotten it deservedly. This was despite the fact that he didn't even need any help, for if he had a little more time, he would surely be able to defeat the king. Lin Feng loudly told the guys that they shouldn't have worried about him. Immediately after that, he ran away shouting that they had better go back while he would handle everything himself. Even though he hadn't managed to get the crystal, he would still be able to prepare a half-purification potion. Its effect wouldn't be as good, of course, but even that should be enough. But the longer Lin Feng tried to hide it, the more suspicious he became. Therefore, the Demon King was already eager to find out what he was up to. From now on, he would do what Lin Feng was doing. The S-class dungeon is a lake of dried bones. Before Lin Feng could reach the dungeon boss, Bai Qingfeng was already sitting on his skull. Bai Qingfeng said that he was happy to see him here, and even asked how Lin Feng was doing. While doing so, he tossed a rare material, the Three Fires pill. Out of anger, Lin Feng growled through clenched teeth at Bai Qingfeng for once again meddling in his affairs, whereupon he cursed and walked away, disgruntled, to his next destination. The A-class dungeon was the Bone Cliff. Once again, Lin Feng was late. Bai Qingfeng pretended to be surprised by Lin Feng's appearance and said that he hoped he hadn't injured himself. Looking at the bone dragon scales in Bai Qingfeng's hands, Lin Feng asked why he had followed him. S-class dungeon. The breath of the abyss. Bai Qingfeng said hello again to Lin Feng, who had come up to him, but the latter screamed his head off as Bai Qingfeng overtook him again, thus obtaining the fourth rare material, peerless water. Night had fallen. Lin Feng and his group took a break. Lin Feng was shouting at the top of his voice in anger, and Gao Hu tried to calm him down by saying that Bai Qingfeng was just worried about him. Lin Feng was angry because he couldn't even get one material, while Bai Qingfeng had taken them all, and what was worse was that he couldn't even say anything to him. Bai Qingfeng, who had just gotten his hands on all those rare materials, was watching all of this. After examining the materials, the Demon King still couldn't understand what Lin Feng was trying to collect them for. Although they are rare and expensive, but Lin Feng clearly doesn't need the extra money. While the Demon King was trying to figure out what Lin Feng wanted to do, Liu Xiaoqi approached him and asked him to convince Lin Feng assured. But noticing Liu Xiaoqai's materials, he suddenly cried out. It was because it might be the materials he had been looking for all these years. Liu Xiaoqi approached Mr. Bai Qingfeng and asked to let him look at these materials, which surprised him. The Demon King used refinement and combination on the materials he received, thanks to which he obtained an S-class refining potion. As soon as Bai Qingfeng created a cleansing potion, Liu Xiaoqi cried out once again. With tears in his eyes, he said that it was the same S-class cleansing potion that he had asked many alchemists about, but none of them could make it. Bai Qingfeng asked if he needed the potion. After dropping the potion, he offered to take it away because he didn't need it. Strongly nervous about the value that was given to him for nothing, Liu Xiaoqi asked if he was really sure about it. Liu Xiaoqi cried out in shock and asked, did Bai Qingfeng just give him the potion without asking for anything in return? Thanks to this potion, he will finally be able to cleanse his body of the toxins that have accumulated over the years. Unable to hold back his emotions, Liu Xiaoqi hugged Bai Qingfeng's leg and shouted that he was a very good person. Liu Xiaoqi vowed that from now and forever, he would be his most loyal follower. Bai Qingfeng asked this fool to get off his back, after which he asked, where did this much passion come from? After all, this was just an ordinary S-class potion. But Liu Xiaoqi squeezed Bai Qingfeng's leg even harder and added that he was very selfless since he didn't even ask for anything in return. Therefore, he promised that he wouldn't let go of him again. Bai Qingfeng said that this was just disgusting and tried to unhook Liu Xiaoqi. He is none other than the Demon King, so why then did he have another human follower? He was really annoyed by this. Meanwhile, Lin Feng watched from the sidelines as Bai Qingfeng tried to shake off Liu Xiaoqi, who was grateful to him. And looking at this, Lin Feng could barely contain his anger. After all, Bai Qingfeng had helped Liu Xiaoqi after all. The Demon King sensed how angry Lin Feng was and wondered, what was it with him all of a sudden? More importantly, why did the materials that Lin Feng was collecting turn out to be needed for the potion that Liu Xiaoqi had been searching for all this time? Only now did the Demon King realize that this was Lin Feng's way of trying to get Liu Xiaoqi comfortable with him, but in the end, it was him who did it. That sounds pretty plausible, except how could Lin Feng know where to look for these ingredients? Also, he still can't understand why Lin Feng is so sure that Bai Qingfeng is already dead. The Demon King assumed that he would have to wait until Li Ya returned with the soul-restoring artifact anyway. Realizing that there was nothing he could do about it, Lin Feng took a deep breath. After that, he suggested that they go back and rest. At the same time, they would wait for Li Ya and Tian Tian to return, after which they could go together to search for the divine artifact. And biting his lip, Lin Feng told himself that he could no longer let Bai Qingfeng ruin his plans. A while later at the hotel, arriving at the second young master, Gao Hu bowed to him. Immediately after, Lin Feng ordered him to kill Bai Qingfeng in an emotionless voice. Gao Hu was amazed at what he heard and reminded the Lord of how Mr. Bai Qingfeng had saved him many times and even called him a good guy. But Lin Feng, without changing his face, ordered him to do as he said and not to talk too much. He reminded Gao Hu that he had been with him since he was a child, then asked if he was his strongest servant. Gao Hu reminded the Lord that Bai Qingfeng had a strength that was unfathomable to them, which meant he was no match for him. Lin Feng asked Gao Hu with a smile, couldn't he use a forbidden technique that would elevate him to a legendary SS rank for a short time? With a tremor in his voice, Gao Hu said that this technique would cost him his life, after which he recalled that his family had been serving the Lin family for generations, and that Lin Feng had told him even as a child that he would treat him as one of the family. Lin Feng asked, so what of it? And had Gao Hu already managed to forget about his loyalty oath? Lin Feng assumed that Gao Hu shouldn't have forgotten that he was about to become the hero who had obtained the sealing item, which meant that he carried the burden of responsibility for all of humanity. So why wouldn't Gao Hu sacrifice himself for the future of mankind? Gao Hu was about to answer the young master, but in the end, he humbly said he understood. Gao Hu said that he was willing to make this sacrifice, but he was not doing it for the sake of humanity, but to fulfill the vow he had made to his master. Lin Feng mentally chuckled. After all, this loyalty was utter nonsense. A short while later, Bai Qingfeng was strolling through the city park. As he got closer to the fountain, Bai Qingfeng noticed that there was something wrong with the water in it. As suddenly, the water from the fountain rushed towards him, turning into a huge block of ice, but Bai Qingfeng managed to dodge. The Demon King realized that someone was clearly trying to kill him. But leaving him no time to ponder, the invisible enemy attacked Bai Qingfeng again, this time raising the water from the fountain into the air. After that, all that water in the air instantly turned into ice blocks. The Demon King wondered why the hell the pond had frozen over in an instant. He assumed it was SS rank, except when did he have time to insult someone of that caliber? Without giving Bai Qingfeng any extra time, the enemy attacked him, bringing down all the ice. After which Bai Qingfeng was completely buried under the ice. Guohu was able to obtain this kind of power thanks to the forbidden SS rank technique, giving the user immense strength in exchange for an exorbitant amount of life energy. Unexpectedly, Bai Qingfeng was alive and even managed to get out from under the ice. And what amused him was that Gao Hu's attack managed to do him any harm at all. Bai Qingfeng told Guohu that the latter was the first person who had managed to injure him. However, that's all he'll be able to accomplish. Gao Hu turned to Mr. Bai and explained that out of respect for him, he wished to end everything in one blow so as not to cause unnecessary suffering, after which he used the endlessly exuding life force. Bai Qingfeng couldn't agree with Gao Hu's words, but he was still curious to see what the SS rank could do. Suddenly, the blood that dripped from Bai Qingfeng's face turned into bloody ice, immediately after which it attacked him, but Bai Qingfeng managed to dodge such a sudden attack. The Demon King was surprised that Gao Hu was even able to freeze his blood, because it meant, before he could think about it, he was bent over from the cold inside. He felt as if he were slowly turning to ice from the inside out. Gao Hu told Bai Qingfeng that he had gotten it right. He was able to control any liquid, including the blood inside the human body. Looking a little closer, Gao Hu was surprised as Bai Qingfeng's blood was somehow different from the rest of the people. More importantly, it's blood that's not even under his full control. Since that was the case, Gao Hu decided to use another, more brutal method. Gao Hu released his aura. The sky was covered in clouds, and an icy flame ignited in Gao Hu's hands. Seeing such a concentrated black-colored substance, the Demon King realized that it was mana. Bai Qingfeng asked Gao Hu how a person like him only dared to use mana like demons, and wasn't he afraid of going crazy because of it? To which Gao Hu replied that it was for the young master's sake and for the glory of the Lin family. The weather kept getting worse and lightning began to strike in the sky. After which, all of the water rushed towards Bai Qingfeng while turning into ice blades. Unable to dodge so many attacks, Bai Qingfeng only had to block them with his body while taking damage little by little, until Gao Hu roared loudly and attacked Bai Qingfeng with everything he had, creating a huge ice blast. After that, the attack stopped and the entire park was strewn with blocks of ice. Having expended too much life force, Gao Hu fell to his knees and tremblingly tried to hold on. After overcoming his trembling, Gao Hu exhaled and said that it was finally over, which means his life is also over. But Gao Hu suddenly heard footsteps approaching, which clearly surprised him. Looking at the living Bai Qingfeng, Gao Hu asked, how was such a thing even possible? Shaking off the icy dust, Bai Qingfeng said that it was over, after which he replied that he hesitated. Bai Qingfeng even praised Gao Hu since he was able to reduce his health to such an extent, although if you thought about it, he didn't take down that much. In any case, since Gao Hu was done, it was his turn to attack. Still unable to believe what was happening, Gao Hu said that it couldn't be. But Bai Qingfeng reached out his hand to the face of the panicking Gao Hu, whereupon he said that in that case, realizing his fate, Gao Hu bowed down and asked Bai Qingfeng to just kill him, because he wouldn't be able to live much longer anyway. Everything was no longer important to him, and all he wanted to do now was to sacrifice himself for the Lin family. Gao Hu asked Bai Qingfeng to do it faster. Bai Qingfeng explained that even if he didn't kill him, Gao Hu would still die soon because of what he had done. He had overestimated himself too much since he had even sacrificed his own life to activate a forbidden technique. While saying this, Bai Qingfeng used healing magic. Gao Hu asked what was going on and why was Bai Qingfeng healing him. Bai Qingfeng asked, did he tell him to die? In fact, the Demon King did not wish to get into trouble, and besides, his target had never been a minor character like Gao Hu. Gao Hu asked, how could one be so disinterested? Besides, he was the one who had just tried to kill him. Bai Qingfeng replied that he was simply touched by Gao Hu's loyalty, and he respected people like that. The Demon King just made up a random excuse. After all, his goal is not to simply kill powerful people. His goal is to destroy the sealing item, and afterward, to destroy mankind. He knew that he couldn't risk more for less. Besides, they've been under surveillance for some time now. Liao was pleasantly surprised at how kind and gentle Bai Qingfeng was. It was also the first time she had seen a guy like him, so strong and so straightforward. Finished with the treatment, Bai Qingfeng told Gao Hu to go back as he should still rest. And if he's afraid he can't explain it to his master, he can play along, pretend to be wounded or something. Gao Hu was amazed at what Bai Qingfeng was willing to do for him. And so he grabbed Bai Qingfeng's hand and asked him how he could repay him for this kindness. Having failed in the assassination, Bai Qingfeng, Gao Hu was eventually forced to return with nothing. Meanwhile, the Demon King rejoiced that he had one less problem. Now he only had one problem left, and so the Demon King wondered if he had been too harsh in his actions and had not caused unnecessary suspicion. Just as suddenly, Bai Qingfeng fell to his knee and grabbed his chest. Realizing that Mr. Bai Qingfeng was indeed injured in the fight with Gao Hu, Leah ran out of hiding and rushed to help. Trying to help him, Leah asked if he was okay and what was wrong with him. But in response, Bai Qingfeng only gave a pained mumble. The Demon King mentally chuckled, for she had bought into his game. Leah said that she was right in thinking that few people could remain unharmed after SS-rank attacks. Bai Qingfeng had indeed acted, fighting decisively against Gao Hu. Bai Qingfeng was surprised to see Li Yu and asked, how did she end up here? And did she get that soul restoration potion? Li Ya replied that there was no one at the auction who had more money than her, so she bought everything at a very high price. Except she admitted that she had a feeling that, because of this, Lin Feng might think that she didn't believe in him if she offered to drink the potion like this head-on. Moreover, she keeps thinking, what if his soul wasn't replaced? After all, this kind of potion might actually harm him. Just as suddenly, Bai Qingfeng lifted her face and said that he was thinking that the whole reason was because of her. She's beautiful, so he's sure that just by that alone, many guys will already like her. That means that she might just be the target of the new soul in Lin Feng's body. Meanwhile, he's just worried about her safety. Slightly embarrassed, Leah asked, did she really think she was beautiful? Countless men had complimented her beauty, but it was only when Bai Qingfeng said it that she felt joy instead of rejection. Bai Qingfeng admitted that although he knows that she and Lin Feng are engaged, but he is still worried about her and doesn't want her to get hurt. Leah took out a vial and looked at it and said she understands everything. Immediately afterward, she thanked Bai Qingfeng and immediately pushed him away, promising that she would do her best to make Lin Feng drink the potion. Bai Qingfeng said that he could be calm for them now, but the Demon King was thinking about how easy it was to manipulate people using their greed, obsession, jealousy, apathy, and even lust. Plus, besides Li Yi, he has another person who can be easily manipulated. Gao Hu was surprised to hear that their young master was possessed and wondered if someone had really taken over the young master's body. A short while later, Lin Feng was having dinner together with Tian Tian, Li Ye, and Liu Xiaoke. Liu Xiaoke asked why there were only 4 of them, and where are Mr. Bai Qingfeng and Gao Hu now? To which Lin Feng replied that they shouldn't wait for these two and offered to continue the meal without them. After that, he turned to Xiaoya and told her that while she was away, he had surveyed the dungeons here and mapped out some routes, which meant that she would be able to follow him without a doubt. Leah was very nervous about what she was going to do to young master. Right now, her goal is to make Lin Feng drink this potion to see if Mr. Bai's assumptions are true. Leah handed Lin Feng a bowl of potion and told him that she had heard that he had been injured a couple days ago. Hence, she decided to prepare a medicine for him. Lin Feng thanked her for her concern and abruptly grabbed Li Yu by the waist. Whereupon, he lowered his hand lower while promising that he would treat her very well in the future. Noticing her blushing, Liu Xiaoqi asked Li Yi if she was okay. Leah replied that nothing was wrong. Leah knew that the real Lin Feng would definitely not do such a thing. He would never have been active, as he had remained shy since he was a child, causing him to not even be able to confess to her properly, which meant that Mr. Bai was right and Lin Feng was indeed. Leah asked the stranger to move away from her, and Lin Feng was trying to figure out what had gotten into her. And at the same moment, there was the sound of the doors opening. Liu Xiaoqi was a little surprised that Mr. Gao Hu had come to see them, but was still happy to see him arrive. He asked if he had any important business to attend to. Lin Feng was also surprised by Gao Hu's arrival, but for different reasons, except that he understood that Gao Hu's return signified the successful completion of his mission, so he was pleased. Rising from his seat, Lin Feng greeted Gao Hu and said that he was very worried about him. Gao Hu said that just as the young master had ordered, he had used the forbidden technique and sacrificed 20 to 30 years of his life. However, it ended up being... Without letting Gao Hu finish, Lin Feng praised Gao Hu for the work he had done and said that this sacrifice justified the purpose, after which he promised that he would personally take care of Gao Hu in the future. Only Lin Feng wanted to offer Gao Hu to join the meal as he noticed a figure at his back. What he saw made Lin Feng's gaze turn pale and he was even nervous. Smirking, Bai Qingfeng finally came out from behind Gao Hu's back. Afterwards, he asked Lin Feng what had happened. Was he surprised that he had survived? Gao Hu walked over to the young master and whispered that he had also learned some information. But unwilling to listen to this traitor, Lin Feng ordered Gao Hu to back off and tossed him aside. Just as suddenly, Li Ya jumped up from her seat and ran towards Bai Qingfeng. Hiding behind his back, Li Ya confirmed that Lin Feng was indeed behaving very strangely, hence she advised him to be on his guard. Boiling with anger, Lin Feng reminded Li Ye that she was his fiancée, hence he wished to know what she was doing. Lu Xiaoqi asked Tian Tian if she thought that there was some kind of conflict brewing between Captain Lin Feng and Mr. Bai Jin. She mockingly replied that it couldn't be because they were so friendly. Lin Feng said that it was all because of a jerk like Gao Hu, for he couldn't even accomplish a simple task like... Gao Hu was hurt to listen to the young master, because in fact he had always been a shy but kind and compassionate person towards the servants. Besides, Lin Feng knows that he is injured, so why is he looking at him with such disdain? There was only one answer to that. And if so, it meant that the real young master was in danger, if it wasn't an obsession. Tian Tian asked Lia Shaoqi who he would join if a fight broke out here. Lia Shaoqi was surprised and asked who was going to fight with whom. After which, he turned around seeing Gao Hu taking something from the table. Gao Hu admitted that he had failed in his mission, and therefore he agreed to be beaten and scolded by the gentleman, but before doing so, he advised the gentleman to think about his body, and so Gao Hu asked him to take some medicine as he was very worried. Without listening to Gao Hu, Lin Feng snatched the bowl and growled that in the end, trash would always remain trash. If he couldn't fulfill his mission properly, then all he could do was bring him medicine. Lin Feng drank the medicine since they are in plain sight, causing him to not be able to lose face completely. Just as suddenly, he felt the fight and veins swelled up all over his body. Immediately after that, Lin Feng started strangling himself. The real Lin Feng explained to the fake that he was the one that Li Ya was taking care of. The fake was amazed that such a thing was even possible. Li Ya, Gao Hu were astonished that something had really happened to the young master. Only Lu Xiaoqi, who did not know what the matter was, asked the captain what had happened and who was he addressing. The Demon King wanted Lin Feng to hurry up and play out a grand scene here, and the bigger the scene, the better. Even if Lin Feng was the only one who knew the location of the artifact, he didn't care anymore, because Lin Feng wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand anyway. Meanwhile, the real Lin Feng fought the fake one, demanding that he return his body. Just as suddenly, Lin Feng pulled the tablecloth, overturning all the dishes. Immediately after which, he ran away. Liu Xiaoqi asked where he was suddenly in such a hurry. Right now, the real Lin Feng was fighting him for his body, while he couldn't let everyone know that he was a stranger in this body. Li Ya was now convinced that there was something wrong with Lin Feng. Gao Hu asked what should they do now, but Li Ya admitted that she didn't know it herself. And the Demon King and Tian Tian looked at each other as everything went according to plan. Meanwhile, Lin Feng went up to his room and began to write that he was the real Lin Feng whose soul had returned to his body after coming from another world. However, he would soon disappear as he no longer owned this body. With tears in his eyes, he wrote that this might be the last time he uses this body as his own, and given that, he should leave behind something useful. Alternatively, it was a map of a bastard who came from another world. From his memories, he realized that the future of this world was spelled out in the book Hero Defeats Demon King, and since he had memorized everything from that novel, he would leave the details to someone he could trust. This story begins with a brilliant guy named Li He. In the future, he will be the hero of the story, and it was worth leaving his native place and coming to the big city, as he immediately came across one hopeless scum which had to be killed. That scum was Lin Feng, and it was after that he was hated by the Lin family. It was because of this that he had a very hard time. However, in the end, before the first snowflake fell to the ground, the chosen one, He kills the Demon King. Based on the memories of a soul from another world, he can safely say that the guy named Bai Qingfeng is righteous and kind to those around him. That's who he's leaving this letter to. If Bai Qingfeng is able to overcome this soul, he will receive this letter when he returns to the association's headquarters. By then, Mr. Bai would be able to use these writings to help the real protagonist save this world and kill the Demon King. Lin Feng recognized that this was probably the only right thing he had done in his entire life. Right now, his soul was weakening, which meant that he would soon lose control of this body altogether. In his last moments, Lin Feng had hoped that Mr. Bai would be able to stop the owner of this body. Lin Feng's soul weakened, and he finally left his body. Control of his body had returned to the fake, and he was angry. This whole thing was already annoying him. Lin Feng had ruined everything, and he couldn't let anyone know about his identity. Therefore, he decided that tomorrow he would get rid of them all. SS rank dungeon is the cave of 10,000 demons. Tian said that as expected from a dungeon where a fragment of a divine item is hidden, it is amazing. Looking at the statues, Liu Xiaoqi asked, "Where are all the demons? And did Captain Lin Feng do something?" Without wasting any time, Lin Feng walked up to the divine artifact fragment. As planned before, he was finally able to obtain it. Realizing what was coming, Liya whispered to Gao Hu to be ready to snatch the fragment while trying not to hurt Lin Feng. Only when the fragment fell into Lin Feng's hands did he immediately start bombarding his companions with magic. It was because the power of this fragment could give immense power to any awakened person. Barely dodging the young master's attack, Gao Hu asked why the latter was doing this to them, but he had already rushed past them and ran for the exit. He asked them if they thought he wouldn't know what they were up to, and if so, he advised them to stay here and wait for the dungeon demons to kill them. And since that was the case, he advised them to stay here and wait for the dungeon demons to kill them. Once he got rid of these guys, there would be no more who could doubt his identity. Feeling threatened, Leah ordered everyone to stand by. Immediately afterward, all the demonic statues dropped their stone shells and rushed towards the awakened ones. Bai Qingfeng ordered everyone to run away from here right now, to which Tian replied that they wouldn't make it in time. Lin Feng had lured them here and badly harassed them, so they definitely wouldn't be able to outrun all those demons. Bai Qingfeng said that he would cover their retreat, and so he asked them to hurry up. Everyone was amazed at what they heard and wondered if he had decided to sacrifice himself for them. Tian and Gao Hu pulled Liya and Liu Xiaoqi towards the exit as they refused to move without Mr. Bai Qingfeng. Gao Hu explained that he had done this for them, and therefore they could not let him down and should run as fast as possible so that his sacrifice would not be in vain. Bai Qingfeng asked them to speed up, and he in turn would close the door and restrain the demons as long as he could. As she ran away, Tian thought about the Demon King saving them, people, even though it was not beneficial for him, and therefore she hoped that he would be the one to kill this impostor in Lin Feng's body. Finally shutting the door, the Demon King told his darlings that they were the only ones he could show his true form to, then greeted them. Except the demons didn't recognize their king in human form and pounced on him. The Demon King agreed that it had been quite some time since he had left the Demon Tower, and striking the demons, he asked, had they already forgotten him? Immediately after which, the Demon King unleashed his all-consuming aura. Afterward, he asked the demons if they remembered him. After reminding the demons of himself, the Demon King used one of the servants as a throne while the others bowed before him. The Demon King was pleased with their obedience. He ordered his demons to take revenge on Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the fleeing Lin Feng continued to rejoice that he had managed to get his hands on the fragment. Plus, he had made a blood contract with it, which meant that no one but him could break it. Suddenly, but right in front of him, a crowd of powerful demons lined up. What's more surprising is that one of the demons is in human form, and his creepy grin looks painfully familiar. The Demon King greeted Lin Feng, but he ignored the humanoid demon. Lin Feng knew that he had no time to think, and that he had to get out immediately, because once he did, he would become a hero. The Demon King ordered his darlings to kill Lin Feng and take his divine artifact fragment. Immediately after which, Lin Feng was attacked by a demonic ogre along with a huge worm. Lin Feng took out his blade and instantly chopped the demonic worm. Immediately afterward, he bounced off the demons and climbed higher, as a demonic wolf immediately appeared above him, which Lin Feng immediately struck at. The Demon King asked his animals if they had played enough. In that case, they should get serious. At the same moment, a huge snake reached Lin Feng and bit his leg. Lin Feng ordered the thing to let him go and chopped the snake's head off. But Lin Feng's attacks were useless. Seizing the opportunity, another huge snake approached Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng had no way to dodge, the serpent still managed to catch up to Lin Feng. Except, at the last moment, Lin Feng released his wings and saved himself by sacrificing his leg. Driven by the crowds of demonic creatures, Lin Feng shouted that he would escape from here no matter what, for he was the one who had obtained the divine artifact fragment. He is the savior of this world. He is the hero. Admiring the spectacle, the Demon King praised his cuties for their excellent work and ordered them to continue without any mercy. The demonic ogre caught up to Lin Feng and sank its fangs into his arm. Lin Feng ordered the bastard to disengage from him and thrust his sword into the ogre's head. But it was as if the ogre didn't feel his strike, and seizing the opportunity, the green ogre seized his blade while the dragon clawed into Lin Feng's torso. Not wanting to die here, Lin Feng began to swing his blade in all directions to disperse all the demons. Wasting the last of his strength, Lin Feng growled that he was almost at the exit and that he still had hope. Upon hearing this, the Demon King asked, what was hope? After which, he explained to Lin Feng that hope was cruelest violence. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was already flying towards the exit, just a little more, and he would be able to become a hero as he wished. Unexpectedly, that humanoid demon was already waiting for him at the top, but how could he be here so quickly? Just a second ago, he was at the bottom of the dungeon. The Demon King told Lin Feng that he couldn't escape. Lin Feng kept trying to figure out if this demon was really that strong. If that was the case, then he was just playing with him. Right at the exit, the Demon King attacked Lin Feng with magic. Then he went straight to the bottom, all mangled. With a great rumble, Lin Feng once again returned to the SS-ranked dungeon. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng approached him and tried to take the fragment for himself, but was prevented from doing so by a barrier appearing around Lin Feng. The Demon King was surprised that the fragment was rejecting him and wondered how such a thing was possible, and why couldn't he even touch it. Seeing Bai Qingfeng in front of him, Lin Feng laughed and asked, how did he survive, and did he really come here to take something? Does he want his fragment? And does he want it in order to become a hero of humanity? Except he's not destined to, because the fragment has a blood contract, and now it only has one owner, and what's more, even if Bai Qingfeng kills him, there's no way to break the contract. Hearing about the contract, the Demon King felt a headache over the whole thing. Just as suddenly, Lin Feng's true soul returned to them. Lin Feng said that he couldn't let the fake go unpunished because the one was unworthy of becoming a hero, and therefore go to hell with him. The Demon King assumed that the soul of the real Lin Feng had manifested because the soul of the migrant was unstable due to the wounds he had received. Lin Feng influenced the shard, after which the settler asked, what was that shard doing? Lin Feng asked the settler not to forget that they were both owners of this bloodline, which meant that he could also cancel the contract he had made. With true Lin Feng's help, the contract was canceled, and the divine artifact, fragment, was returned to a derelict state. The immigrant told Lin Feng that he was just a crazy idiot and asked if he knew how much effort he had spent to obtain the fragment. The migrant explained that if he sealed the Demon King, he would be world famous. But he was thwarted by the body's true owner, who is a stubborn freak. The settler said that now it's no wonder everyone thought he was scum, because he fully deserved to be killed by the protagonist at the beginning of the story. Lin Feng explained that even though the migrant had the knowledge from the novel as well as the blessing of the fragment, he was still too corrupted. If he continued to rampage, as his actions would bring a new threat to the world. Yet he didn't do it all to save the world, but only for fame. Worst of all, he even decided to kill his companions. While Lin Feng was dealing with the settler, the Demon King drew the fragment to himself. It was the artifact that humanity wanted to seal him with. Because of all this, it's rather strange that he's now contracting with him. The Demon King agreed that events had started to take a rather strange direction. The settler asked Bai Qingfeng not to kill him. After all, if he did that, the entire Lin family would haunt him for the rest of his life, and most importantly, no one would believe that Bai Qingfeng had gotten hold of the fragment himself, which meant that sooner or later he would have to give it back. The settler remembered how his companions had behaved recently, which made him realize that Li Ya and Gao Hu were in cahoots with him, and there was clearly something wrong with the medicine he drank. The settler assumed that it was the reason why that wretched soul was able to regain control of his body. The settler promised that as soon as they returned, he would kill each of them, Li Ya, Gao Hu, as well as. Just as suddenly, Lin Feng used his body one last time to pierce his neck. The Demon King was astonished by Lin Feng's action and therefore asked, what did he do? Lin Feng reminded the settler that he was too corrupt, and since that was the case, he could no longer let him use his body and wreak havoc everywhere. The settler asked if that was why he had decided to kill him. He reminded that if the body died, Lin Feng himself would also perish. Lin Feng turned to Bai Qingfeng and said that he entrusted him with this fragment, for only he could save this world. The Demon King simply could not believe that this man was called trash. In his opinion, he had the appearance of courage and determination. Lin Feng admitted that he himself couldn't believe that he would die with his worst enemy like this, and that trash like him had been honored with a heroic death. Bleeding, the settler tried to shout that it was impossible. He refused to accept his defeat until the very end. After all, the settler never got a chance to finish, as his time expired. A short time later, the news announced that the association team was able to find a fragment of the divine artifact. Once they found the rest of the pieces, they would finally be able to seal the demonic tower. With the first fragment, humanity finally had hope. The leader of the team that achieved similar success, who also found the artifact, he is Bai Qingfeng, already dubbed the savior of mankind. Meanwhile, in the Association of the Awakened, Liu Xiaoqi was telling the Awakened Ones how generous their captain was. After all, he had gone to great lengths to find high-quality materials and then made a refining potion out of them and gave it all to him without any intention. Gao Hu said that their captain was the kindest man he had ever met. He even forgave the murderer who had been sent after him and even helped him to see the truth. Li Ya, on the other hand, was telling the girls how handsome Bai Qingfeng was and even suggested that a lot of people would like him. Everyone around him was just talking about how incredible Captain Bai Qingfeng was, and that books are usually written about such personalities. The whole internet is already marveling about him. Some people recalled that they had previously heard of a man who had been dubbed the Hidden Genius. It was even said that he was born to be a savior. Tian Tian told the Demon King that the old chairman had called Lin Feng immoral because he had tried to kill his team members several times. Therefore, the association decided to completely hide Lin Feng's existence and declared that Bai Qingfeng had been the leader from the beginning, so all the glory belonged to him alone. Right now, everyone was spreading his heroic story, and everyone believed that Bai Qingfeng would become the savior who would one day defeat the Demon King. The Demon King replied that it wasn't like that because all the glory didn't belong to him, but to Bai Qingfeng. The Demon King was still remembering what Lin Feng had said before he died. He said it's quite interesting because no one will ever know the name of the real hero, but they will remember a cruel and hypocritical person like Bai Qingfeng. Tian Tian asked the benefactor where he had gone. He replied that he wanted to repay the precious gift in some way because he didn't like to be in debt to anyone. The president of the Awakened Association told the Great Summoner that the soul she had summoned had died in the body of the trash, Lin Feng. The Great Summoner said that the president had nothing to worry about, for she could summon as many souls as she wanted from the other world. No one cares about garbage, and therefore everyone will think it's for the best if garbage suddenly starts to change. The president asked if this is fair to people whose bodies become possessed by these souls. After all, they lose their body and even their personality, which is practically no different from murder. The great caller asked the president why he is always so indecisive. After all, she does it for the sake of world peace. And is it wrong to make some sacrifices if it is for the good of the majority? If he really wants to talk about it, then tearing away a soul from a parallel world by summoning it to this one is also unfair. After all, instead of living a peaceful life in their world, they suddenly appear in another world and try to become heroes. It is because of this that they, the callers, have come to a certain agreement. Using the power of prophecy, they write their own passionate and exciting novel that will make souls serve with all passion in the new world. This makes them think as if they are the saviors of this world, and by this, they make them serve this world endlessly. The summoner asked, "Isn't that wonderful? After all, if one dies, they can immediately summon another, thus endlessly replacing souls." The president of the Awakened Association was shocked to hear from the great soothsayer. Still, he agreed that it was indeed a great plan. It's just a shame that the great prophet is dead and will no longer be able to help her with her novel writing. What's more, she's also about to die. Seeing the true face of her interlocutor, the great summoner immediately guessed that it was a substitute appearance and asked who he was. Immediately afterward, the Demon King pierced the great summoner's chest and replied that he was only the usual opponent of passionate romances. The great summoner realized who was in front of her and asked, "Why?" The demon king took out the fragment and told him that an idiot had sacrificed himself by giving him this incredible fragment of a divine artifact, except he doesn't really like to be indebted to anyone, so he decided to at least avenge it. Soon the awakened found the great prophetess dead, and panic set in the association. Leaving the scene, the Demon King thought that although he had obtained one of the fragments, he had also taken it away from the humans, which meant that even after collecting the rest, the humans would still not be able to completely seal the Demon Tower. The Demon King wondered what he should do now, just return to the tower, or else. Just as suddenly, a secretary ran up to Bai Qingfeng and said that he had received a letter a few days ago. Bai Qingfeng was surprised by the letter and wondered who it came from. Opening the letter, he was surprised at how much was written here. But as he began to read, he realized that it was a story, or even a novel. It was a letter from Lin Feng, and it described a novel written by a great summoner and prophet. From the letter, the Demon King learned that the hero of the story still hadn't appeared, and that Lin Feng was just an ordinary statistic, and the real hero's name was Li He, and he was the one who would kill the Demon King before the first snow fell. And since that was the case, why wouldn't he stay among the humans and kill this genius? A short while later, a huge demon attacked the group of awakened ones. But one of the awakened ones struck the demon with a bolt of lightning straight to the head, thanks to which he managed to defeat the demon with just one blow and returned to his group. The awakened recognized that they hadn't even expected that the little guy would be able to handle a C-rank monster, while since he had dealt with the demon, he could take his reward. Unexpectedly, the awakened man refused the reward. And so he suggested that the others split the reward amongst themselves. He wasn't interested in a reward of such a low rank. The awakened suggested that it was all about the young age, and the awakened one in armor asked Li Hai if he wanted to act together. But Li Hai refused them and explained that he didn't trust anyone and didn't even need teammates. After that, Li Hai and the awakened ones dispersed. Left alone, Li Hai reached for the interface window to collect the reward for killing the monster. This kid's name is Li Hai, and he comes from a small town in the suburbs. Half a month ago, a system panel appeared in front of his eyes. The system sends him new tasks every day, and if he completes them, he gets rewards. For killing the last monster, he received body enhancements 10 times. Li Hai tries to complete as many tasks as possible to become even stronger. After noticing how strange Li Hai was acting, the hunters began to discuss the fact that Li Hai was once again staring at one point and gesticulating. They had talked about Li Hai just half a month ago, but he was acting rather reserved and cautious in every action. They assumed that a happy future awaits such a person. Like any main character in the story, only Li Hai can see the system panel and the tasks to it. That is his specialty. But he knows one thing for sure. If he wants to become stronger, must keep a clear mind and be careful. He still has a long way to go, but he believes that one day he will be able to achieve what he wants. The secretary turned to Mr. Bai Qingfeng and recalled that half a month ago he had asked to know the identity of one Li He, whereupon she said that a person with that name had appeared before the association. Upon hearing that Li Hai finally showed up, Bai Qingfeng said that he wanted to see him. In passing, Bai Qingfeng asked the secretary what time of year it was, to which she replied, fall. Upon arriving at the association building, He introduced himself to the secretary and said that he wanted to join the association. But the secretary apologized and explained that he could not join the association at present because his level was too low, and so she suggested that he leave the application for the future. This is where Li Hai encountered his first difficulties. It's because his strength is growing too fast, so it varies from level to level. But if he fails to join the association, he will be left without valuable information, because of which there might be difficulties with system assignments in the future. While Li Hai was thinking about his own thoughts, one of the awakened ones approached him and offered to join his team. He explained that if Li Hai joined, his chances of joining the association would increase. He then explained that their current mission was to find a valuable artifact fragment. Li Hai bluntly said that he didn't need a team. And as he left, he added that there was no need for him to complete his assignments. Li Hai realized that he wouldn't be able to join the association directly, which meant that he could only join one of the teams, except that he had to be much more careful now. A reminder appeared in front of Li He that for joining the Awakened Association, he would increase his mana volume tenfold, but if he refused the task, it would be automatically reset and there would be no second chance to start it. Li He thought about the fact that there might be difficulties with joining the association, but on the other hand, he would increase his mana volume tenfold. To those around him, Li Hai was acting rather strange, for he was just staring at one point. But only for the Demon King, this was already a familiar scene, for the same thing was happening to Ling Xiao. At the same time, another awakened one showed up in the middle of the city. Getting into a cab, the awakened man asked the man to take him to the headquarters of the Hunters Association. The driver asked the hunter if he knew that half a month ago, a hunter named Bai Qingfeng led a team to find the artifact fragment. This man is a great hero and is admired by everyone. The hunter asked the driver to stop talking as he didn't have much time. He asked the driver to drive as fast as possible. In fact, this awakened one had just been reborn. His current goal is to interrupt the events of this time, thereby stopping the process of his death. Today, he was supposed to join the association, but he needs to prevent that from happening. Stay away from that person. That person was Li, he from the future, and his goal was to stop himself from the past from messing with the Demon King. The secretary said that she had written down all of his information. His name was Li He, 20 years old, a D-rank hunter, joining Bai Qingfeng's team. After which, the secretary congratulated Li He for officially joining the association. A reminder appeared in front of Li He that he had completed the task as a reward for which he would increase his mana volume tenfold. Li He was pleased. Not only was he able to join the association, but he had also increased his mana volume. As such, Li He thought about working with Bai Qingfeng's team, as the system would not advise him to do anything wrong. Li He's mana volume began to increase, causing him to feel as if a powerful force was overflowing his entire body. In just half a month, he had managed to jump through the B rank, causing Li He to wonder if he was a heaven's chosen one. The secretary asked, "What is Li Hai doing?" To which Tian Tian replied that Li He had reached the second level, so it was no wonder he was rejoicing in this way. Bai Qingfeng told Li He that he had literally just received information about the location of the second artifact fragment, which meant that they needed to move out. But no sooner had Bai Qingfeng left the association building than he was surrounded by a crowd of groupies. All they could talk about was how hard Mr. Bai Qingfeng was working for the sake of mankind, and that he was very worried about their future for going on a mission in such a hurry. What was more striking was that he had taken a newcomer to his team. In fact, the Demon King had come up with this confidential information just a few seconds ago. He wanted to take Li Hai to a deserted dungeon and then finish her off. The crowd of groupies around them kept growing. Their idol goes underground again to save mankind. Not wanting to let him go, the fans started asking for his autographs. They all regard Bai Qingfeng as their savior and therefore worship him. In response, Bai Qingfeng only chuckled. In fact, he wanted to avoid meeting countless people so that he could lure Li He into a deserted place and kill him. Moreover, if they continued like this, he wouldn't even feel ashamed. An abandoned hotel on the outskirts. Bai Qingfeng suggested that the team take some rest since they had been on their feet all day. Using the fire in the right way, namely setting up a meeting, Bai Qingfeng revealed that this place used to be quite nice, but it had been attacked by monsters, causing people to choose to change their residence. There were quite a few dungeons in this area, so Bai Qingfeng advised his companions not to wander alone, and, as for their journey, they would continue their advancement tomorrow. Bai Qingfeng said that today the boys and girls would sleep in the same room and take turns on duty. He advised to keep an eye on safety and to listen to his instructions. Suddenly, but Li, he heard the sound of the system, which was strange because it was only 12 o'clock now and it was too early for a new task. Li Hu must go to a dungeon 3 kilometers to the north and kill a rank A monster. The reward for completing the task is an S rank potion. Li He was surprised at the A rank dungeon because his strength would not be enough to complete this task, and if there was danger. But once Li Hai saw the award, he almost changed his mind, because half a month ago, he couldn't even eat properly, and now the S-rank award was available to him. Li He told the rest of the group that he needed to go out. He was sure that the system is designed to make him stronger, and since it gives him a task, then he will be able to accomplish it. He believes in the system and believes that maybe he is a god's messenger. Gao Hu asked the guy, did he really listen to the chapter? After all, it is quite dangerous outside. To which the guy replied that he had some business of his own, that he would return in the morning, and he couldn't put it off. Li Hai felt that if he intended to become stronger, he shouldn't do things the way most people do. Although he realizes that the others will criticize him, it's not that big of a deal. Leah said that the captain shouldn't have taken that scared chicken, but Tian Tian reminded that their head had noticed that he had talent, so he wished to take a closer look. Liu Xiaoke asked what would happen if he died. Then he reminded the chapter that there were quite a few A-rank dungeons here. The Demon King was pleased that Li Hai himself had taken the first steps. While the others would go to bed, he would help Li Hai solve everything. A-rank dungeon paradox stage. Once in the dungeon, Li Hai began to look around for the puppet he should kill. And while he was looking for her, the puppet slowly descended behind his back. Immediately afterward, the puppet pounced on Li Hai, but he managed to block her blow. Almost taking the enemy by surprise, the puppet bounced back to prepare for the next attack. With only one strike, the puppet managed to wound Li He's arm. Li He had no weapons at the moment, making weapons the only thing he could use right now. Just as suddenly, the puppet rushed forward, swinging its swords, forcing Li Hai to retreat backward. Li Hai attacked the puppet as hard as he could, but never managed to injure it, while her one careless strike managed to leave him powerless, causing him to no longer be able to dodge. And what was worse was that he had nowhere else to retreat to. He wondered, issuing an A-rank dungeon, did the system dare to test his patience? Meanwhile, Li He from the future slapped the desk and once again ordered to give him Li He's location. He was sure that the secretary had seen him today. But the secretary apologized to him, for they are forbidden to divulge the location of their hunters. Li He was furious, because this meant that Li He from this time had already joined them and was already on a mission with Bai Qingfeng. This means that he should hurry up because otherwise he will die soon, and all because he of that time won't realize that he is trapped and won't even know that the owner of the system. Meanwhile, inside an abandoned hotel on the outskirts, while the others slept, Bai Qingfeng was at the table playing with a puppet. A genius of his generation had gone alone into a rather dangerous place from which he had failed to get out alive. Bai Qingfeng had a perfect alibi and didn't even have a motive for murder. No one would dare to question it. The puppet and the system panel are all just part of its attributes that help create the perfect trap. The central office asked the Lord what would be the next task for Li Hai, to which the Demon King replied that there would be no next assignment, as this evening would be Li He's last. After so long, the Demon King finally returned home, making him feel much better. After killing Ling Xiao, he was already bored, but he had no idea that Li He would soon be the new hero. The Demon King picked up one of the shards of the so-called system left here since Ling Xiao's death. Thanks to the system, Ling Xiao was able to obtain quite a few good weapons and potions, relying on the advice from the system, which was simply amazing. After affecting the shards of the system, the Demon King reassembled the interface, and then the system recognized the Demon King as its new master. The Demon King ordered the system to find Li He since she was so good at searching. And once the system finds Li He, it should bring him to him. The Demon King advised to give Li He better rewards so that he would begin to consider himself a god's son, so that he would no longer waste time on constant training. The system should achieve the fastest results possible. The system obeyed the Demon King's order and said that it would need half a month to bring Li He. After finishing with the system, the Demon King walked over to the throne and then said hello to Ling Xiao. The Demon King asked if he was already used to being the throne and how does he feel. The Demon King admitted that he used to think that all humans would be like the hero Ling Xiao, intelligent, cautious, brave, and selfless. But after being in the human world, he realized that people like Ling Xiao who could kill demons were quite rare, true heroes. It's just a pity that their deaths are always tragic. As he was about to leave, the Demon King remembered something and told Ling Xiao that his brother Lin Feng had also become a hero, after which the Demon King once again left the Demon Tower. Half a month ago, peaceful province, Li Hai Village. Li He suddenly woke up due to a strange sound in front of him. Seeing something hanging in the air, Li He assumed that it was just a hallucination due to hunger. The system welcomed and also congratulated Li Hai on becoming the new owner of the system. It then explained to Li Hai that he would be able to receive rewards for completing daily tasks. The system asked if he was ready to change his destiny and become stronger. Li He was surprised by the system and what it offered, but what interested him was the possibility of becoming stronger. Li He fought and completed the tasks of the system as he wished to become stronger. After all, he believed that he was the chosen one. Reflecting the puppet's attacks with his bare hands, Li He shouted to himself that there was no way he would back down, for he believed in himself. Finally getting the chance, Li He attacked the puppet. Except that the puppet was faster and therefore impaled Li He with his sword. Li Hu clamped down on the blade so that the puppet couldn't take it out. Immediately afterward, he cut the strings controlling the puppet. Li He defeated the puppet, which surprised even the Demon King. But unfortunately for him, the Demon King was already prepared for something like this, and so he prepared an S-rank trap. The Demon King recognized that Li He was worthy of being called a hero of the future, and if he hadn't fallen for this system from the beginning, he might have been able to become the new Ling Xiao in 10 years. But it's too late for that, because Li Hai is in too much of a hurry to become strong, causing today to be his last day. After barely surviving the fight with the puppet, Li He wondered, wasn't it all supposed to be over? For unknown reasons, the system was in no hurry to give him an S-rank potion. A new figure appeared not far away from Li He and immediately drew the puppet's sword. The Demon King asked Li He what was the matter, and was he already thinking about the words he would say in the next life? Li He wondered, who was this person? He was amazed at how powerful the energy emanating from his enemy was and wasn't even sure if he could handle it. Before Li He could even notice the movement, the Demon King chopped him with his sword. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Awakened Association headquarters, the secretary asked the guy why he had come back, to which Li He from the future replied that he wanted to make an urgent order. He was willing to pay as much as she wanted, as long as he could get an awakened person with the teleport skill as soon as possible. He needs to get there as soon as possible before it's too late. One of the 7 elders asked, if Li He is the person from the prophecy, didn't he become strong too quickly? The president said that according to the prophecy, Ling He had to work hard for decades to reach his current level. But just a few months ago, everything went wrong. Immortal Ling Xiao, Great Prophet Zhao Gang, and the Great Summoner all died one after another. Only 4 of the 7 elders remain, causing the future of humanity to be jeopardized. One of the elders chuckled and said that everyone deserved to take the place of the head. The immortal had passed away, the prophet had failed to predict his own doom, and the summoner had caused only devastation. The elder asked the head not to worry about it, for if this Li He is the true one from the prophecy, he should be fine. After all, he will give him a chance to survive. The president asked the elder if he was going to revive Li Hai. He replied that if he had already revived Li He, then there were 2 of them in this timeline. The elder's abilities are interconnected, but the future is a mystery to them, so he doesn't know how things will turn out. The Demon King struck the lying Li He, but the latter managed to dodge his blow. Li He already realized that he could not defeat this opponent. And so Li He dared to escape. He immediately started to run away. But the Demon King rushed after him, starting to quickly catch up with Li He. As soon as the Demon King jumped onto the platform with Li He, the platform immediately shattered into splinters. Li He had to admit that it was indeed powerful, as he had barely dodged it. But after a second, he realized that the enemy's target wasn't him at all. The Demon King began to smash the platforms that Li He could use to escape from him. Not even a moment later, Li He stopped, for the enemy had destroyed all the other platforms and he had nowhere to run. To kill him, the enemy only needs to destroy the platform he is standing on. In the next instant, Li He was pierced by a blade. Realizing what Li He was thinking, the Demon King said that he was mistaken to think his table was frivolous, because if he broke the platform, Li He would not have died due to his characteristics. Either Li Hai can fly while the escape was just a cover. The Demon King said that either way, he should kill him personally. He told the enemy that he was too cautious. The Demon King assumed that Li He's heart was on the right side, so that was where he should strike. But to be sure, he would just smash Li He's head. Li He realized that this would be the end of him because the enemy had already hit his heart and he would not be able to stand any further. Closing his eyes, Li He wondered, was he really going to die today, and did he deserve it? Li Hai assumed that his too rapid progress was to blame. Realizing that something was wrong, he looked up and saw that the blade had stopped right beside his head. Meanwhile, Li Ya stormed over to Captain Bai Qingfeng, then interrupted him. Li Ya reported that they had received information that an artifact fragment had been found in the nearby SS-rank dungeon, just as he had said earlier. The enemy that had almost killed he suddenly disappeared, which surprised Li He. Completely exhausted he sprawled on the floor. He had to at least get some rest. Liu Shaoqi was pleased when he heard that they were close to the shard and agreed to go after it tomorrow. The Demon King, on the other hand, was thinking about the fact that the fragment was found in time because the SS rank dungeon was too dangerous, which would cause Li He to die there. The secretary reported to the master that they had found a hunter with teleportation ability and asked where exactly was he going to go. Li He from the future hit the counter again and ordered him to be taken to the SS Rang dungeon in the southeast. That's where the artifact fragment is hidden, and that's where he died in his previous life. In this life, he was not only going to kill the demon lord, but also get the artifact. The next day, he reflected on what had happened that night. He was unhappy that the last task was too difficult, which almost got him killed because it meant he was still too weak and needed to get stronger as soon as possible. Just as suddenly, a reminder appeared in front of Li He. For completing the task, he gets a random S-rank potion as a reward and asked if he was ready for the next task. Feeling the difficulty, Li He realized that he had to proceed more carefully and that the next task would not be easy either. Last night, he had almost died, and so Li He thought about abandoning the assignment, but still, he wished to become stronger. Suddenly, more and more interface windows began to appear in front of Li He, offering him 100 mana units, 100 points of vitality and power, an S-rank potion, a special S-rank weapon, and even a treasure map for the task. The system reminded the Lord that he was a true son of heaven and a true genius, so he would surely be able to achieve greatness, so it recommended him to take on this task. After that, the system continued to offer him more and more rewards. He was amazed at how many rewards the system was willing to give him and was ready to accept, because now he would definitely be able to become the strongest. He wondered, was it really that simple? He doesn't need to train hard, fear trouble, accumulate strength, so maybe he shouldn't have been so cautious before. Without thinking long, he accepted the system's assignment. Now he realized that the hard work and difficult path of cultivation was only deserved by weaklings. While geniuses only need to turn on their brains and go with the flow, he is a true son of heaven. As soon as He left the building, Tian Tian turned to him and asked him to get ready, as they would soon be heading to the SS rank dungeon nearby. There were traces of the fragment in it. But he slapped her hand and said that he would not follow them from now on, as he had his own things to do as well. Tian Tian popped up in front of Li He and explained that she wanted what was best for him. After all, they are members of the same team and therefore must obey the captain's orders. But he asked Tian Tian to stay out of his business and pushed her with his shoulder. Gao Hu asked, how dare he do that to Tian Tian? He threatened to teach such an arrogant person a lesson. The Demon King turned to the system, and the system immediately understood what he wanted. Immediately, a reminder appeared in front of Li He that the system aimed to create an honest and obedient son of heaven, and therefore condemned actions against girls, after which, the system gave Li He an additional task to immediately apologize to his comrades and apologize to the girl. The reward for the task is an S-rank weapon, but if he refuses, he will be suspended from using the system. He was surprised to be given an S-rank weapon for something like this, but he wasn't too happy about the fact that he would be suspended if he refused. Hai was trying to figure out what the system was doing. All he did was insult them, and he was already facing disqualification. This assignment was too humiliating for him. The Demon King smirked as he watched He agonize over the dilemma. Meanwhile, Tian Tian's comrades demanded that He hurry up and apologize. Li Ya even threatened to personally deal with him if Hai didn't. Realizing that he had no other choice, he still decided to buck the system. He fell to his knees and bowed in front of Tian Tian. After that, he started shouting that he was wrong and apologizing while hitting his head on the ground. Everyone was amazed at this kind of behavior. Liu Xiaoqi said that he didn't even have time to get involved in the showdown. Li Ya wondered if Hai's head was okay, and Tian Tian asked Hai to stop apologizing. After completing the task, He immediately ran away, covering himself in shame. He shouted in shame because he had never been so ashamed before. Ya laughed and asked Tian Tian to ignore that weirdo, to which Tian Tian replied that she wasn't going to get upset with him. Seeing Tian Tian laughing, the Demon King smiled sincerely. SS rank dungeon, mirror of rebirth. He had finally arrived at the dungeon where he would be able to obtain the artifact fragment meant to defeat the Demon King. By obtaining the fragment first, he will be able to defeat the Demon King and protect himself. For over 100 years, no one has been able to pass this test, and it's not because of monsters, it's because of the rules. People who enter the dungeon see an exact copy of themselves, and therefore you can only pass the dungeon by killing your doppelganger, but no one has ever managed to defeat his copy. However, even in these rules there are exceptions, as the mirror is only able to copy you in the present, due to which he from the future cannot succumb to such copying. And only the future him would be able to defeat his present self. He jumped out of the mirror and immediately attacked his original. After all, he not only knows the techniques of himself from the past, but also prepared the necessary weapons in advance, weapons of thunder and lightning. According to his habits, he knew exactly at what point he should dodge. After hitting the doppelganger behind his back, he immediately pierced his heart. Immediately afterward, his doppelganger split into mirror shards. After all, a copy will always remain a fake, while he is the true son of heaven, and now he can become the only one who managed to pass this dungeon. Hu returned to the mirror, whereupon it split open, providing him with a fragment of a divine artifact. At this moment, he agreed that even without a system, he was the chosen son of heaven. Not only will he become a true hero, but he will kill the demon, and when he exacts his revenge, he will be even more majestic. He placed the fragment into his blade, then he turned around to the entrance of the dungeon. Time was up, and the demon should appear soon. Entering the dungeon, the Demon King sensed something ominous, but seeing He with the fragment in front of him, he asked why he... But before he could finish speaking, He was already right beside him. Hu realized that when fighting a demon, he must act decisively, which meant he must assure himself. Taking the Demon King by surprise, he pierced his chest. After which, he shouted that he had pierced his heart, which meant that the legendary Demon King had finally come to an end. As soon as future he killed the Demon King, something strange happened. The Demon King's illusion dissipated, and underneath was the real He. Future he immediately pulled out his blade and wondered, how did this happen? He wanted to understand, where could He from back then have come from, and how come he had killed himself? As a shout was suddenly heard, Bai Qingfeng's group members were surprised that there were two He's here. Rushing forward, Leah reminded that this dungeon was known for being able to create a copy to fight against its original. Gao Hu assumed that He had already challenged himself, except which one was the real one. Tian Tian noticed that in the dead He's hand is the same weapon he carried today, and yes, the clothes are the same, which means that the real one lies in front of them. While the second He is carrying an artifact fragment that only the boss is rumored to have. Liu Xiaoqi shouted that this fake he was just a monster and suggested that he should just kill him. Before he could explain that he was not a monster, Liu Xiaoqi caught up to him with his poison blade. Immediately afterward, he was hit by a bombardment of ice from Gao Hu. The future he realized that he wouldn't be able to overpower the opponents as there were too many of them. More importantly, attacks using the artifact fragment had almost no effect on humans, which meant he couldn't be defeated so easily. Taking advantage of Gao Hu's support, Li Ya climbed on He's back. Immediately after, she struck He with her whip, but he managed to repel her attack. At this moment, he was trying to figure out what he should do now, and how come he had killed himself. How come the current he ended up here, and moreover, why did he take the form of a demon lord? Half a day ago, he was dissatisfied after all. Yesterday's task almost cost him his life, which meant that he was still too weak. For completing the task, he received an S-rank transformation potion, which wasn't too bad because it could help him at a critical moment. Suddenly, a reminder from the system appeared in front of He. He must immediately go to the Mirror of Rebirth dungeon and kill the monsters. According to the rules of the dungeon, as soon as he entered, a copy of him would appear, which he had to kill in order to get the artifact. The system also recommended that he use a potion to turn into Bai Qingfeng, as it would be easier to kill him than himself. The system also asked him not to tell anyone about this plan. After entering the Mirror of Rebirths for the first time, he wondered if this was really it. The system alert didn't say anything, and so he wanted to know if he could really make it work. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a copy of him nearby, and since that was the case, the system had made the mistake of offering him a potion to drink. Also, he was trying to figure out why there were so many scars on his copy's face. After all, it could mean that there was something wrong here, if only it wasn't for the artifact fragment that the boss should have. Before he could realize anything, the copy stabbed through his chest, satisfied that he had finally killed the Demon King. He tried to figure out what his copy was talking about, calling him a demon lord. He wondered if he was dead, and why had everything happened so quickly. He still couldn't understand how everything had happened after all. He had followed exactly the instructions of the system that said he was the chosen son of heaven. So he tried to understand at what point did he stumble. At the same time, the future Li He, caught under attack by Tian Tian's fire, was trying to figure out what he had done wrong and why was everything fundamentally different from his previous life. After all, in the past life, everything developed completely differently, and he from the past life did not reincarnate into a demon lord, and in the dungeon was not alone. Ever since he had returned 3 days ago, he had been careful not to interfere with the original development. He had even teleported directly to the dungeon so that he wouldn't contact anyone. So why are things so different from his past life? While Bai Qingfeng's squad was fighting Li He, Bai Qingfeng himself arrived. He was then told that he was too late and that the dungeon boss wasn't that strong, but unfortunately, he had managed to kill Li He. Bai Qingfeng lifted Li He off the ground, and the latter immediately started shouting that the demon lord in front of him was a demon lord and to be killed right away. Hearing this, Bai Qingfeng's comrades laughed with the ravings of this monster, while Tian Tian glared at him gloomily. Tian Tian assumed that the copy's brain was too small since it claims that Li He isn't Li He while their captain is Demon Lord, which is pretty hilarious. But the most important thing now was that they had finally managed to obtain another artifact fragment. This dungeon was much easier than the previous dungeon, and the copy was inferior to Li He's B-ranked strength. Bai Qingfeng reminded him that it was just a copy, and that this idiot shouldn't even exist in their world. Hearing this, Li He wondered what the Demon Lord meant, and did he really understand who he was? The Demon King asked Li if he really thought he was the chosen son of heaven. Did he think that he was the only one who had traveled back in time? A while ago, Bai Qingfeng asked Li He if he would like to join his team, after which he told him that they intended to obtain the artifact fragment and they could also help him join the organization. And what's more important is that he just received confidential information about the location of the new fragment. Finished with everything in the organization of the Awakened Ones, the Demon King told Tian Tian that he would return to the room to rest and ordered him to notify him once everyone was ready. Opening the door to the room, the Demon King yawned, talking about how he had been busy all day searching for artifacts, as if he wasn't far from the title of hero himself. But as soon as the Demon King opened his eyes, a shiver went through him. After all, in front of him was none other than the Demon King. After waiting for himself, the Demon King said hello to himself from this world. Li He was stunned by what he heard, and now he realized that he had knowingly lost. Bai Qingfeng punched Li He and ordered Gao Hu to attack. Immediately after which, Gao Hu pierced the fake ice with a sweep of his hand. Once again facing himself, the future Li Hai said to himself that he was supposed to be a hero. Taking out the second fragment, Tian Tian presented it to the captain and said that their mission was accomplished. Lu Xiaoqi thanked and praised Tian Tian for her efforts, but the latter replied that it was without the captain they wouldn't have succeeded. Bai Qingfeng told his comrades that they should keep this artifact. In his mind, however, he was happy about it. Besides, it was really dangerous. Having dealt with all the targets here, Bai Qingfeng ordered the squad to return to the city. Back in the tower, Bai Qingfeng said to himself that if he wanted to hide the fragment, he had to do it in a place where no human could reach, so the best place was the tower. The Demon King asked the future self to keep the two fragments, but he must not take them out by any means, after which he asked how he could avoid being wounded in the chest in the future. The future Demon King said that in 2 months, winter would come and snowflakes would fly. After that, a hero named Ouyang Wufeng would severely wound him using artifact fragments, causing him to be on the verge of life and death. After being wounded, he was barely hanging on until he managed to travel back in time. From the future self's words, the Demon King realized that he would be safe for the next 2 months. After that, he asked his future self, what about him? After all, with such an injury, it was unlikely that he would be able to survive for long. The future Demon King remarked that this was the first time he was talking to himself, and that he was still too weak. Then he reminded his past self that he had not returned to the tower for more than 3 months, and asked if he had forgotten about it. After all, the Demon King has the passive skill, fixing blood, while he is in the tower, and therefore, as long as he is sitting in the tower, it will not be possible to kill him. The Demon King chuckled and asked his future self if he would then find himself imprisoned in a tower like a princess in a locked tower from some fairy tale. The future Demon King agreed that it sounds really unpleasant, but they simply have no other choice. The future Demon King asked himself to be careful because the seven elders were constantly raising their powers, and if he didn't pay attention to them, no good would come of it. An eternally reborn, a great prophet, a soul-summoning spellcaster, and an elder who can travel back in time. The timeline of this world has changed, and even he can't say what will happen in the near future. The current Demon King summarized that Ouyang Wufeng would appear in 2 months anyway, which meant that he could now live peacefully. After which, he reminded that he had already been in this world for 3 months, and he had been searching for fragments without rest, which had already made him tired. In addition, during this time he had already studied the enemies and their abilities, lifestyle, and more. This means that in the future, they will have more opportunities to attack. The future Demon King asked his past self if he was too arrogant. He had been in the tower for several years, so he wanted to look at his current self if something like this happened to him. To which the current Demon King replied that he did not care about it and that he was going on vacation. Such an act from himself simply infuriated the future Demon King. The news anchor congratulated Captain Bai Qingfeng and his team for returning and obtaining the second artifact fragment, which means that very soon they will seal the tower. The future of humanity is going strong, and people are full of hope. More and more people arrived, rejoicing at such good news, and no one noticed how a bush nearby suddenly trembled. Suddenly, a red-haired boy emerged from a bush. He wondered if this was what this city looked like 20 years ago. Besides, there were so many compatriots around him. The boy breathed in the fresh air, and then he looked up and saw the clouds and the blue sky. And what made him even happier was the sun, for it looked just like in the book. Suddenly, a large blob appeared out of nowhere and addressed the 13th. The blob advised him to appreciate the opportunity he had been given and that the gods were always watching over him, which meant that he should definitely find the artifact fragments. 13 promised that he would definitely complete this task, after which a chat window appeared in front of him. God of Truth. 7-7 marveled at how the city looked 20 years ago. The Cancer God remarked how many animals were around, while the Wind God praised the program, for it had as many as 20 channels. The Lord of Hell asked, "Is this some kind of battle channel? And where do they get such news from?" 3 billion years ago, he noticed that there were no demons around, and the center of the universe was already anxious to know when it would be possible to go in search of the fragment. After jumping out of the bush, 13 shouted that there was no hurry anyway, because he was finally in the age of peace, and that meant that he should familiarize himself with the world first. First of all, he went to the coffee shop, where he immediately ordered a coffee. With a twinkle in his eyes, he gazed at the mythical drink he had seen in some book. The waitress felt sorry for the red-haired guy, so she decided to give him a discount. 13 said that even though he had come here for an assignment, the coffee was also worth a try, and there was a Demon King nearby. After drinking the coffee, 13 and the Demon King simultaneously spit it out, shouting about how bitter it was. The Demon King wondered how people who lived 1,000 years ago drank this poison. 13 wanted to understand how people who lived 20 years ago drank this nasty stuff that tasted even worse than medicine. The waitress realized that now they had two weirdos. Next, 13 went to the movie theater for a horror movie, where in one scene a creepy snarling girl suddenly started coming out of the TV. While the girls in the movie theater sobbed in horror, neither the Demon King nor 13 could understand what was so scary. 13 recognized that it was no wonder their world had become like the future, since people 20 years ago were so fragile. While the Demon King was less and less surprised by his appearance in this world, since people were still as fragile as they had been 1,000 years ago. Finished with watching the movie, 13 went to the fairgrounds, where he threw darts at the center of the target without a single miss. The owner of the attraction was amazed at how this red-haired boy hit the center of the target 40 times in a row. The owner praised the 13th for such an amazing sight and advised him to take the prize because he would soon break the record. He then remarked that he was clearly not an ordinary person and assumed that the boy was from the Awakened Association. This was the first time 13 had seen that the prize could be obtained without bloodshed. Immediately afterward, the owner of the attraction saw another amazing person who instantly broke all their records. The Demon King was trying to figure out what was the point of such a useless prize. The people around admired the performance of the 13th, and the Demon King started getting hit on by girls. Having fun, the Demon King and the 13th were forced to admit that the world of 20 years/1,000 years ago is pretty interesting. The zoo is in the center of town. A zoo worker tried to drag 13 away from the zoo, demanding that he let the animals go. 13 could not understand why people were doing this and shouted about justice, because all these animals should live in a natural environment. The employee tried to explain to the visitor that zoos were created to protect rare animals from extinction. At the same time, another worker was already trying to pull Bai Ching-feng away. He was explaining that their zoo took good care of the animals, and he was also telling them that their feed and medicine were top-notch, except Bai Ching-feng wasn't going to back down, and so he asked, what was the difference between these animals and the trapped princess? A short time later, the show began with the star of their zoo, Lanlin the dolphin, jumping through a ring of fire. The audience watched the show in awe, and even the kids loved it, making them want to get a closer look at Lanlin. Suddenly, 13 called everyone around him demons and asked why they were laughing. After all, it's dangerous. Bai King Feng was also outraged by the behavior of the people around him. He asked why are they torturing the dolphin, and how can they have the conscience to say that they enjoy it? After all, they could just eat it with the same result, and even the demon lord is not as cruel as them. 13 and Bai Ching Feng shouted about how there was nothing good about this show. For Bai Ching Feng and 13 interfering with the audience's enjoyment of the show, the guards simply kicked them out. Shaking off the dust, Bai Ching Feng said that the zoo appeared to be a rather strange place. Seeing him, 13 seemed to have recognized Bai Ching Feng. With a twinkle in his eyes, 13 told Bai Ching Feng that he had seen him in the history books. He was overjoyed as if he had seen a real deity. Seeing this reaction, Bai Ching Feng was surprised. After all, he had only found 2 fragments of the artifact. 13 was so happy to see such a striking encounter that he even began to bow at Bai Ching-feng's feet, begging him to join the team to search for fragments together. Just as suddenly, Bai Ching-feng received a system reminder. The system noticed that this kid also possessed a system that only the owner could see, but it was still different, more advanced. Meanwhile, the gods began to discuss the Demon King, and some of them even began to offer money in exchange for finding the fragments. The twin god and the fire god even wanted 13 to go up against him to see the Demon King's power. 13 noticed that the gods really liked the Demon King and decided that he was obligated to join him. The 13th told the Demon King that he knew where the next fragment was. After hearing about the artifact fragment, the Demon King immediately agreed to take the boy into the team and pulled him by the hand. 13 was surprised that the Demon King did not even ask him how he knew about it, but the latter explained that it wasn't a big deal. In any case, he didn't even say that he believed him. 13 said that even so, he was happy to work with him on the same team, and that he hoped they could get the fragment. This kid's name is actually Liu Shisan, but his last name doesn't matter because it's the number that matters. Liu Shisan was born 2 years after the war. Since the Demon Lord would be seriously injured and killed in 2 months, the balance between the demon race and humans would be broken. The ensuing war was imminent, as demons that no longer felt in control flooded into the human world, after which the entire planet became a battlefield. For the next 5 years, the words end of the world, war, death, and survival would take the place of bedtime stories for children. But the battle between demons and humans was expected. Later, humans discovered that while demons are not easy to kill, they can at least be dulled. Money, materials, enemies, weapons. Humans turned out to be much scarier than demons. It is said that the demonic race emerged from the negative emotions of humans. But no one could have imagined that a very grand event would happen 5 years later. That year, when Liu Shisan was only 3 years old, a god suddenly appeared on their planet. Because of the fight between demons and humans, he finally decided to come out. God is a multidimensional being who is above all living things. He watches over all species of this world. Their planet became considered a hall for live broadcasts, and people were forced to fight for the amusement of the gods. The drop-shaped creature congratulated 13, for he had killed the remaining 99 players of this world and won first place, and as a reward he received 1,000 coins. In total, he received 5,032, which he could spend on improving equipment, skills, and attributes. The rules of the live broadcast were very cruel, as he sometimes had to fight demons, beasts, and even himself. In the future, humans became mere toys in the hands of gods. The gods mocked the suffering of the humans. After a few years, the indigenous population had noticeably decreased. By the time the Demon King died, only 1/10 of humanity remained. Almost all animals and plants were extinct, and 99% of the water and soil sources had become unusable. But after God began to nourish human beings. People began to live in cages like animals in zoos, and the gods kept sending them into battle. Since the wilderness was no longer habitable, the cages protected the remaining survivors who were given everything they needed to live. When Liu Shisan turned 10, he received his number 13. He lived in Park 12, cage number 48. The children born after death were called the war generation, and then they became slaves. Since God was not willing to just keep them alive, people were forced to create a show for them to get a chance to continue living. The planet had changed a lot. They lived as if they were living in the time of ancient Rome, when slaves fought wild beasts for the favor of their masters. Therefore, the generations that followed did only one thing. They strived to learn how to fight in order to kill their rivals. The gods showered 13 with coins since he was very strong. They even wondered if he would become the strongest. The twin gods suggested sending him to battle the Demon King from 20 years ago. Liu Shisan was happy that he was able to win the favor of the gods after all, and was even able to become a star player. Thanks to this, when he turned 18, he met an elder who has the ability to travel through time. He was previously one of the members of the Awakened Association. 13 has been given the task to go back 20 years into the past and find a fragment of an artifact that God left thousands of years ago, as he wants to use the fragments to gain access to a release 20 years from now. Liu Shisan wanted to go back to prevent the human and demon race from clashing. He was going to go back 20 years and start a live broadcast, all because 20 years ago, the planet was still prosperous and the human population was large. While God needs a lot of slaves for his show, and he himself wants to save as many people as possible, instead of letting 100,000 people die in a war, let them all become God's slaves, because at least that way they can survive. Before returning, the elder said, "Since everyone is dead in the future, why not at least try to save them in the past? Why not ignore the live broadcast and change the past so they don't have to walk under the gods?" After all, it was better to fight against the Demon King than to fight against a whole wave of evil. 13 told the Demon King that he was honored to search for the fragments and that he had heard of him since he was a child. Liu Shisan was much more comfortable here than in the future. He even thought about changing things. But would a caged lion be able to resist its master? The Demon King offered the newcomer to go home with him, where he would introduce the kid to the team. But Liu Shisan was surprised at what he heard and asked, "What is home?" The Demon King remarked that the boy was much less human than he was. In the future, 20 years from now, people have completely forgotten the meaning of the word home and hope. They have nowhere to go because they don't know the way home. Sometime later, 13 arrived at the headquarters of the Awakened Association and told the gods that it was now one of the most powerful organizations in the world, the God of Truth. M77 said that human civilization was magnificent, after which the Guardian of the Galaxy reminded that they were the ones who had destroyed it. The gods were already eager to see the battles between the humans and the Demon King, and also wished they had already visited this world 20 years ago. At the same moment, the Demon King received a reminder from the system. The system had tried to hack Liu Shisan's system, and the current progress had already reached 10%. The Demon King told the system that it was right in saying that Liu Shisan also had a system. The system told the Lord that he was very smart. But the Demon King corrected the system by saying that he was wise and humble. After that, he offered to watch Liu Shisan keep gesticulating in the air, which made anyone could realize that there was something wrong with him. The system reminded the Demon King that she wasn't even human. Looking at this, the secretary agreed with her colleague. The illness left behind by Li, he had already managed to spread to Mr. Bai Qingfeng and the young man beside him. Mr. Bai Qingfeng and that young man started talking to themselves. After completing Liu Shisan's registration, Bai Qingfeng took him to his teammates to introduce them. He said that they were good people and that they would definitely befriend him. Liu Shisan was pleasantly surprised that the Demon King even praised people. As soon as the team members saw Liu Shisan, they immediately greeted their newcomer. Liu Shisan greeted them and said that it was just as good here as at home. Liu Xiaoke didn't expect their captain to bring a newcomer so soon, and Gao Hu remarked that this newcomer was just as strange as the previous one. Li Ya, on the other hand, laughed and explained to Liu Shisan that this place was not like home at all. It's actually a place where workers gather, which is why it can't really be called home. After all, houses are much warmer and cozier than here. Liu Shisan laughed and admitted that he was very comfortable here as well. After all, it's a lot warmer here than in his real life. Tian Tian welcomed the newcomer to their team and asked what he had done in the past, after which she said that she thought it was important for each of them to live warm, dress well, and never go hungry. That's when life is happy. Liu Shisan pondered the words, Tian Tian, a place to eat and wear warm clothes every day. In the future, God had given them food and shelter, and the inhabitants should have been grateful to him. Thinking back on it, Liu Shisan told Tian Tian that he already had a home. Thinking back to his tower where he, from the future, is located, the Demon King wondered if he also had a home. Tian Tian said that it was wonderful if everyone had a home. Then she asked the newcomer if he had always been alone, and had he never had any teammates? Hearing about the comrades, Liu Shisan once again fell into memories. The theme of one of the contests was killing your teammates. In that contest, only he, number 13, who lived in Park 12, cell number 48, survived. Liu Shisan replied to Tian Tian that he too had many teammates. Remembering the future of himself and the demons, the Demon King wondered if he too had comrades. Gao Hu told Liu Shisan that they trusted him since he was brought by their captain, and as long as they pursue the same goals, they will remain teammates. After which, Gao Hu said that they believe that they will become the hope of humanity. Liu Shisan struck a pose and said loudly that it believes that he will always be grateful to the god and give them everything he has. He hopes that the gods will come to this planet as early as possible for the sake of saving more people. After all, everyone should become the god's favorite. The Demon King believed that he would collect 10 fragments of the artifact, become invincible, and destroy all of mankind, but the Demon King decided not to talk about it in public. The members of Bai Qingfeng's team folded their hands and wished each other good luck, and also to make every effort to retrieve the third artifact fragment. The SS rank dungeon is an endless maze. It is the largest and most confusing labyrinth drenched in dark air. The third artifact fragment is located in one of its parts. The labyrinth is very confusing and even somewhat similar to the SS-ranked double mirror dungeon, as it has very strict rules that must be obeyed. The top floor of the demon tower also has its own laws, due to which the demon on the very top floor and applied blood lock and unlimited magic power. Liu Shisan said that this was where the fragment of the third artifact he had read about in the book was located. First of all, they would have to pass through the labyrinth. But something surprised even Liu Shisan, namely the fact that all these people were here. It's all about the fact that there are about 100 entrances to the endless maze, because of which hundreds of teams can take part. 2 days ago, the television said that the artifact fragment was in this particular dungeon, and immediately after that, all the awakened people went crazy. Now every single one of them is intent on obtaining the fragment, and this was despite the fact that even the awakened realized that more than half of the teams would die in the SS rank dungeon. Many people paid attention to the fact that one of the strongest teams led by Bai Qingfeng had arrived at the maze, and some people even wanted to take a photo with him and get his autograph. Liu Shisan cried out, clutching his head, for he had no way of understanding where this kind of information leak could have come from. His contribution was to inform the location of the artifact, but now it was useless. Meanwhile, the girls from one of the teams were taking pictures with the savior of mankind. Seeing Liu Shisan feeling bad, the Demon King took him by the shoulder and asked him not to be upset about it. After all, if he became a member of their team, then so be it. He would remain one until the end, and if they fought side by side, they would surely deal with everything. Liu Shisan couldn't hold back his emotions and cried with happiness. He told the Demon King that he was very good and promised to do his best, even though his name was 13th. The Demon King was pleased with himself because he had managed to fool this kid. The Demon King invited the team members to head inside. Each team had already chosen an entrance, so it was time for them to go. Realizing how much the Demon King was in a hurry, Liu Shisan asked where they would go, and shouldn't their team think better about which entrance they should choose, and what would happen if they wandered into a dead end. The Demon King asked Liu Shisan to just shut up and not think too much. For some unknown reason, next to the Demon King, Liu Shisan was beginning to feel peace of mind. Liu Shisan wondered if this was the reason why his comrades trusted him so much. After a short while, the group reached a fork in the road. Tian Tian wondered where they should go next, and Liu Xiaoqi noticed that there were rules written on the slab ahead. The rules of the fork are, kill your teammates, then the survivor can move on. There are no wrong paths in this fork. Only 13 began to feel joy as everything was once again ruined in the first challenge. He must kill his comrades again. The worst thing here was that the rules had already come into effect, and now there were spells imposed here. But even so, Liu Shisan refused to just give up. He knew that he had to do something. If they don't complete the mission in time, they could stay here forever. Do they really need to kill each other? Gao said that the rules in this dungeon were still the same standard rules, and laughingly said that killing teammates sounded too boring. Liu Shisan was trying to understand what was going on, and why were the team members just chatting with each other? Don't they realize how dangerous and desperate the situation they are in is? But Liu Shisan immediately pushed these thoughts aside, because Tiantian had started to act first. She had raised her hand, and most likely she would attack Liu Xiaoqi now. All of this means that each of them is only pretending to be relaxed, but they actually wish to blunt their opponent's vigilance in order to attack first. Liu Shisan watched as Tiantian's hand accelerated. As suddenly, Tiantian just yawned, after which she complained that she wanted to sleep and suggested that she should hurry through the dungeon and return home. Besides, at home, she had baked cookies that were still languishing in the oven. Liu Shisan tried to understand why she was yawning, and did she understand the situation they were all in? Suddenly, Liu Xiaoke slipped his hand into his back pocket. Liu Shisan assumed that he was trying to pull out a weapon to hit Tiantian and decided to stop him. But the latter simply took out a carton of milk, then asked Uncle Gao Hu to use a spell to turn the milk into ice cream. The shocked Liu Shisan wondered who would even use an S-rank skill to make ice cream, and besides, they didn't have long to live. But after a second, things only got weirder. Even in times of peace, one should not be relaxed, but Gao Hu made an ice cream in the shape of the Demon King. Liu Shisan clutched his hands on his head and asked, God, why is he the only one here who cares about the rules? Do these people really trust each other that much? Or do they have another reason? Noticing how much the younger one was sweating, Liu Xiaoqi offered him some ice cream. He assumed that Liu Shisan was unwell because of the hot weather and asked him not to worry because winter was coming soon. Not expecting such a gift, Liu Shisan thanked Liu Xiaoke and explained that he was actually pouring cold sweat because of fear. As it turned out, these people were very good, and they treat him so well. Liu Shisan was unwilling to kill people like this. Realizing that they were lingering here, the Demon King reminded them that they were not here for a stroll and ordered them to get ready as they needed to get the fragment. The events were moving too fast, and so Liu Shisan asked them to wait for a while and at least come up with some plan. He didn't wish to kill them. He is in a good era, together with excellent teammates. He doesn't want such people to die, and so he suggested to think of another way. To which the Demon King replied that there was no need for them to think of another way and extended a hand filled with energy. According to the rules, a heavy blow had been struck and the stela was about to collapse. Liu Shisan tried to understand what the Demon King was doing. He couldn't see anything because of the bright light. But just as the light began to dissipate, Liu Shisan saw something amazing. The rules were broken and the passage was opened. The Demon King asked, who would even follow such childish rules? It's easier for them to break them, and more interesting what awaits them next. After something like this, Liu Shisan urgently needed to think things over, because just now the Demon King had broken the rules before his eyes. He had violated the boundaries. As he began to realize what this was all about, he wondered why he had to follow the rules at all. Was he born to do this? For as long as Liu Shisan could remember, he had always lived in servitude to God. The rules were simple. Kill your loved ones. Either kill your comrades or challenge a demon. The essence of the show, 3 hours of continuous battles, and the main task was to amuse the god. But once a trespasser appeared, he would be killed immediately. The gods enjoyed watching humans kill their loved ones and challenge impossible opponents, and humans were constantly doing things to please the gods. They were like dolphins, forced to jump out of the water through a burning hoop. He also always followed the rules, and it never even occurred to him that you could jump not into the hoop, but into the open sea. The Demon King said that if they didn't like the rules, they should just destroy them, because after all, they were the strongest team. The Demon King released energy, tearing down walls and rule steelies ahead. Cut off a limb, drink a bottle of poison, don't move for 24 hours or try your luck, put your life on the line. All of these rules were destroyed in just one blow. Liu Shisan had never even considered that such a thing was possible. In the face of a hopeless situation, he never had any hope, and therefore he couldn't even think of resisting. The demon rushes forward to fulfill its goal, sweeping away everything in its path. Is this really how all the inhabitants of this era behaved? They don't make choices within the rules, preferring to rely on their own opinions, and as long as they have hope, they will never give up. Tiantian turned to Junior and asked him to continue following Mr. Bai Ching Feng while they went to the other entrances to help the participants. Tiantian explained that the rules here were too complicated and no one should die because of them. Liu Shisan thought that maybe he wasn't sitting in the trap of a beast. All this time he was sitting in the trap of his own fears. Liu Shisan asked the captain to wait for him as he would go with him. What had happened made Liu Shisan think about the past again. God had indeed sent him here, but who said he had to obey him now? Why didn't he just ignore the live broadcasts and try to change the future that awaited this era? Perhaps he still has a chance to prevent the events that will unfold 20 years from now. At that moment, he replied to the elder that they had no hope, but now he sees it, and that hope is right in front of his eyes. Liu Shisan was eager to grasp this hope with both hands and pave a new future for mankind. Now Liu Shisan didn't find it surprising that after the rest of the team contacted the Demon King, they stopped fearing anything. All because the demon is the strongest and smartest in this world, and only he can give those around him this kind of faith. Except something strange happened. Seeing that the fragment was gone, Liu Shisan immediately asked who had beaten them to it, and how dare he do it. He couldn't believe it, as the Demon King should be the strongest, but now he had failed to get the fragment. Now everyone's fate was unpredictable. The Demon King assumed that someone had simply completed the task before they did, immediately after which they ran away. But Liu Shisan reminded him that it was too fast, and it was impossible for someone to pass the labyrinth in the blink of an eye. The Demon King suggested that they just go back, after which they followed the path of the person who had taken the fragment. What was surprising was the fact that all the rules along the way were followed. If this person was able to do all this, it must be someone truly resilient and fierce. A few minutes later, the Demon King and Liu Shisan found their comrades at the exit. But next to them, Liu Shisan noticed something terrible. Tiantian told the captain that all the rules had been followed because someone had already taken away the artifact fragment, which meant that they would soon cease to function. Fortunately, they arrived in time. Most of the hunters hesitated when they saw the rules about killing their own comrades, so they left without attacking each other, but there was one exception. The first team did something different. Liu Shaoqi said that when they came to the exit, they saw that someone had already completed the test, and all the remaining team members had been killed. Liu Shisan realized that that person had been making quick decisions from the beginning. He killed all the comrades and then took his comrades afterward. Tiantian was shocked that someone had already taken the fragment and clenched her fist in anger and said that this person must be a truly horrible person. The Demon King at this moment was surprised at the ominous premonition he had gotten. Suddenly, Liu Shisan realized what this was all about. The person who killed his comrades and took the artifact fragment is the one who will kill the Demon King in 2 months. The undercurrents continue to intensify. The fight between demons and humans is getting fiercer, which means it's time to distribute resources between the clans. 1,000 years ago, all the powerful people were from the Eastern clan, but after a few years, the East declined while the West continued to strengthen. The 7 great clans, the home of the Ouyang family. Fortunately, an ancestor of the Ouyang family who lived 1,000 years ago collected 10 artifact fragments and sealed the demonic tower, and with that, he established the centuries-old reputation of the Ouyang family, which they still maintain to this day. The Lin and Li families emerged from the blending of the clans of the West and East, and both families have been gaining strength and advantages recently. But since the deaths of Lin Feng and Ling Xiao, the Li clan has started to fall behind the Li family, because of which the 6 great clans are going to fight for supremacy, which means that their Ouyang family should speed up their preparations. One of the elders asked if it was too dangerous to make contact with the other families while the demons were busy rebuilding the tower. Then another elder reminded him that heroes always appeared in troubled times. Thousands of years ago, a hero had appeared in their family and then made the clan famous by his deeds. That was why they needed heroes now more than ever. The old elder added that no matter how it was, the Awakened Association was going to oppose the demons now, so it was too early for them to do anything against the demons. It was more important for them to bring the Ouyang family back to the peak of their greatness. Right in the middle of the meeting, one of the guards ran into the elders and shouted that their business was bad as some strange man had appeared outside and had already dealt with many of the guards. The man who attacked the Yang family home was a Taoist on a winged horse. Next to him, for reasons unknown to himself, the guards couldn't even move, which was bad. The Taoist told the guards that they were too weak. It had only been 1,000 years, but it was enough for the Yang family to fall. Suddenly, the guards noticed that the Taoist's blade is quite unusual, as it contains a fragment of an artifact, which means that this awakened man is the mysterious hunter who has passed the endless labyrinth. The Taoist was surprised to hear the word awakened and immediately assumed that this was what cultivators were called nowadays. He then explained that he was not an awakened one. He was none other than Ouyang Wufeng. The others, however, could call him an ancestor. Upon hearing this, the head of the Ouyang family was astonished, because Ouyang Wufeng was the hero of their family who had collected 10 artifact fragments 1,000 years ago. Except that legend has it that Ouyang Wufeng mysteriously disappeared after sealing the demon tower. Could it be that he had traveled to the future? The guards had to ask him what could he do to prove his identity. Ouyang Wufeng replied that he didn't need to prove anything, because they should realize that the Ouyang family needed a strong man now, and only he could help them. This cultivator's name is Ouyang Wufeng, and he teleported through time 1,000 years into the future. He was certain that if there was a hero at every point in history, he would be the hero in this era. His era was turbulent, with wars going on everywhere. Resentment and fear led to demons becoming very powerful beings. After which, he, Ouyang Wufeng, was born. He had been cultivating since he was a child, and after that, he became the leader of a group of immortality cultivators to attack the demon tower together. He later learned that the demon lord could not be killed by simple methods, and so he went in search of artifact fragments to at least seal the demon tower. But in order to save the prevailing number of people, someone had to give up their lives. The way to success was very difficult, and when he had already come to his senses, all his comrades were dead. As it turned out, the method of universal salvation was the cruelest of all. He clearly remembered the moment when he rushed to the tower with the 10 artifact fragments. Then thunder rumbled in the sky, and he was in this millennium. Ouyang Wufeng explained to the clan members that he had been sent by the god to help them accomplish the mission of saving mere mortals. And to do that, they need to collect the 10 artifact fragments in their era and reseal the tower. Ouyang Wufeng revealed that he only has 2 goals. He must obtain the 4th fragment and return the first 2. Upon hearing this, the head told him that the first 2 fragments were taken away by the Awakened Association, and that they were now being kept by Captain Bai Qingfeng. He is rumored to be a very righteous man, which means that the fragments are safe. Ouyang Wufeng told the chapter that people are too unpredictable and that no one can be called righteous. Each person has 7 emotions and 6 main desires that they will do anything for. Therefore, the artifact fragments will only be safe in his hands. Besides, they know nothing about Bai Qingfeng's origins, causing him to have a bad feeling about it. The head asked the ancestor, had the ancestor decided to take the fragments from Bai Qingfeng? Bai Qingfeng is a hero of humanity, and the Ouyang clan would be laughed at if they did that. But Ouyang Wufeng explained that the way of universal salvation was the cruelest, and that reputation was nothing, after which Ouyang Wufeng folded his seal and glowed blue. A second later, Ouyang Wufeng disappeared, which meant that this person was indeed their ancestor. But right now, it didn't matter to the Ouyang family who this person was. The most important thing was that they would become great again by collecting the 10 artifact fragments. Liu Shisan kept complaining about how the artifact fragment was taken away right from under their noses. Liu Xiaoqi asked him to stop complaining and speed up since he wanted cookies. Suddenly, the Demon King felt someone's presence. Immediately afterward, strange seals flew into their group. After a second, they realized that they couldn't move for some reason. The Demon King assumed that it was the technique of that cultivator who lived 1,000 years ago, yin and yang energy, talismans that appeared so suddenly. Just then, a Taoist appeared behind Tian Tian and grabbed Tian Tian by the neck. Liu Xiaoqi asked who the man was and demanded to let her go. The Demon King used his powers to burn the talismans attached to them. Immediately after that, Liu Shisan shouted that the shackles had fallen, which meant that they should save Tian Tian. Liu Shisan realized that he was right, which meant that the person in front of them was Ouyang Wufeng, a cultivator who lived about 1,000 years ago and through the one who would kill the Demon King in a few months. Ouyang Wufeng demanded that Bai Qingfeng give him his artifact fragments, otherwise he would kill the hostage. Liu Shisan had a terrible premonition. After all, from the looks of it, This was similar to the very scene where Li Tiantian meets Demon for the first time. Therefore, Liu Shisan wondered what Demon would choose. The gods, meanwhile, were pleased with the developments and could no longer wait to battle Ouyang Wufeng. The Demon King assumed that this person was exactly the one who had obtained the artifact fragment and killed his comrades without hesitation. Worst of all, the enemy had inserted the fragment into his blade, making it much more dangerous for the Demon King. With tears in her eyes due to fear, Tiantian asked the captain to ignore her because he had made great efforts to obtain those fragments, so he shouldn't give them away so easily. Ouyang Wufeng squeezed Tiantian's neck and ordered him to be quiet. Seeing this, Liu Shaoke was about to rush to Tiantian's rescue but was stopped by Captain Bai Qingfeng. After which, the latter told Ouyang Wufeng that they didn't have the fragments with them and that they were safely hidden. Besides, Tiantian wasn't that important to him and could just get rid of her. Ouyang Wufeng praised Bai Qingfeng for how easy it was for him to give up his partner. After all, the strong don't need feelings, which means they are the same. Ouyang Wufeng asked, letting Bai Qingfeng memorize his name. He then said that he would give him one day to think about it, after which he would have to come to Ouyang's family home to exchange her and retrieve the body. After saying that, Ouyang Wufeng disappeared in a blue flash along with Tiantian. Liu Xiaoke reminded the captain of his rescue of Tiantian a few months ago and asked if he could not throw her away this time. He demanded an answer to his question. But Liu Shisan asked Liu Xiaoke to calm down as the fragments are very important, after which he added that they can't even be sure that Tiantian won't be harmed. After all, there is a possibility that the enemy is just intimidating them. Li Ya told Captain Bai that she would use her family's power and work something out, right after which Gao Hu reminded her that his family also had some influence and would be able to help. Bai Qingfeng asked them not to worry so much, as he would be heading to the Ouyang family tomorrow. The Demon King wondered what Ouyang Wufeng wanted to say, with words that they were similar. The Demon King told Ouyang Wufeng that they were completely different. Hearing this, Liu Xiaoke, who was on edge, asked if this meant that the captain had decided to save Tiantian. Liya assumed that was what he meant, because their captain would never give up on Tiantian. Gao Hu noticed that the newcomer was going somewhere and asked where he was going. Liu Shisan replied that he needed to find someone. Meanwhile, the gods were already looking forward to tomorrow's battle and placing bets. Star Trek assumed that the Demon King would do the same, boringly exchanging the fragments for the girl, and Universe Melody agreed with Ouyang Wufeng, believing that the Demon King was unworthy of being called strong. The Heavens translator, on the other hand, asked why 13 still hadn't obtained a single fragment. Except Liu Shisan didn't care about the fragments right now. Right now, he wanted to find a way to prevent the battle, because if the Demon King is injured, humanity will enter a large-scale war. After all, the demon doesn't know that he will fall at the hand of Ouyang Wufeng. Meanwhile, the Demon King returned to the Demon Tower, where the future him explained that this Ouyang Wufeng was the one who would injure him in 2 months. After that, he said that the events are now unfolding in a completely different way, because of which he can't predict them. Part of it is because of the newcomer who came from a different timeline. The Demon King suggested that Liu Shisan might also have the makings of a protagonist. The future Demon King asked if he had come to the tower to retrieve the fragments and save Li Tiantian, after which he threw the fragments and reminded him that he already knew about Ouyang Wufeng's appearance anyway. After catching the fragments, the Demon King chuckled and asked, didn't he know what was their main advantage? And doesn't he think he needs to save someone? After all, he's actually planning to kill Li Tiantian. The future Demon King realized what was going on because Li Tiantian was the only one who knew about his true identity. Therefore, he agreed that she should have been killed a long time ago. In that case, Ouyang Wufeng had captured her for nothing because they didn't need her. The Demon King agreed with the words of his future self, then told him that tomorrow's exchange was just a cover. Tomorrow, he will kill everyone in the Ouyang house indiscriminately. After all, Li Tiantian is the senior awakened of the association, and if she dies during the skirmish, the organization will start to have friction with the rest of the Ouyang family, and during the internal struggle, they will slaughter each other. He is the Demon King, and one shouldn't expect anything else from him. The future Demon King told himself from the past that there was no way Ouyang Wufeng could predict his actions, and he also advised him not to quarrel with Ouyang Wufeng because his strength was unfathomable. The Demon King promised that he would keep an eye on Ouyang Wufeng's fragments. The future Demon King asked that the other he not die, for they still had to wait for his full recovery. The next day, Ouyang Wufeng received a report that Bai Qingfeng had come to their house. Bai Qingfeng presented the fragments to them and said that he had come to redeem Tiantian. But what Bai Qingfeng saw horrified even him. The exhausted Li Tiantian lifted herself up, grasping the bars of the cage, and quietly told the captain that she believed he was coming to rescue her. But without letting her finish, Ouyang Wufeng reminded her that he didn't like talkers immediately, after which his subordinate started whipping Tiantian once again. Ouyang Wufeng explained that the prisoner would not shut up, so he decided to calm her down a bit. Ouyang Wufeng spat and said that it was too difficult to deal with an awakened one from the association. It seemed to be a girl, but still impenetrable to the point where he was tired of beating her. As it turned out, Li Tiantian never revealed Bai Qingfeng's true identity. She had even remained loyal despite all those beatings. The Demon King clenched his fist in anger and said that he would save her. Immediately after which, he threw his fragments to Ouyang Wufeng. Ouyang Wufeng recognized that Bai Qingfeng was indeed weak, for he had decided to exchange the artifact fragments for some maiden. He called Bai Qingfeng trash, after which he ordered the maiden to be released. The Ouyang family let Li Tiantian go before throwing her towards Bai Qingfeng. Li Tiantian confessed to her rescuer that she hadn't told them anything, after which tears flowed from Li Tiantian's eyes. He had exchanged the fragments to save her, but she really didn't want to set him up like that. As suddenly, something strange happened, and the Demon King's head was pierced by a sharp pain that he couldn't understand. Meanwhile, Ouyang Wufeng was content to have gotten his hands on 3 fragments already, which meant that it was time to head for the 4th. Suddenly, Ouyang Wufeng sensed a sharp movement behind him and turned around. But before he could see anything, his face was met with Bai Qingfeng's fist, from which Ouyang Wufeng flew off, crashing into the house. The Ouyang family members were horrified by what had happened, causing the elder to ask, "What is that one doing?" Bai Qingfeng asked, "Do they really not understand this? Because now he's going to kill their ancestor." Tiantian heard a familiar voice and opened her eyes to see Liu Xiaoqi trying to bring her back to consciousness with tears on her face. Tiantian reached out to Liu Xiaoqi asking, "Why is he here?" Liu Xiaoqi took Li Tiantian's hand and, supporting her, told her that everyone except the rookie missing had come to rescue her. They had ambushed her outside and were waiting for the captain's instructions. Meanwhile, reinforcements came to the Ouyang family. The head of the Ouyang family asked Bai Qingfeng how could he dare to touch their ancestor. After all, after such an act, tens of thousands of their family members would not be able to stay away. Bai Qingfeng said that 10,000 was too weak, then flicked his hand. And at the same moment, many armed soldiers appeared on the walls. Bai Qingfeng told the head of Ouyang that times had changed. Immediately afterward, the soldiers started firing at the Ouyang family members, while the family members could only block the bullets with a barrier. A member of the Ouyang family reported to the head that they had just been attacked by people from the Li and Lin families. Before the members of the Ouyang family knew it, they were showered with many shells from the sky. Using their resources, the Li and Lin families took to the skies with airplanes, after which they began bombing the Ouyang family's residence. Li Ya reminded that even though the members of the Ouyang family were awakened, they still needed to fear bullets, after which her subordinate added that even the most avid awakened should fear technology. Lin family, long-range missile launch residence. Gao Hu pressed the big red button. Immediately afterward, long-range missiles were aimed at the Ouyang family residence. After they hit, a huge fire mushroom formed. Seeing an explosion in the middle of the city, the residents tried to figure out what was going on in the Ouyang residence. Rumors began to spread among the residents that the Li and Lin families were conspiring to attack the Ouyang clan together. Due to the shelling, Ouyang's residence was reduced to rubble in no time. The head of Ouyang, who had survived all this, asked if they had attacked just to save a comrade. Meanwhile, Tiantian became emotional again as she saw Li Ya and Gao Hu. Li Ya said that they had already dealt with the Ouyang family. After which, Gao Hu laughed and asked Tiantian not to worry as it was easy to destroy the Ouyang family. Liu Shaoqi told Tiantian that according to their captain's plan, the attack on the clan was to start immediately after her rescue. Besides, this was the captain's second plan, and unfortunately, he didn't tell them about the first one. Li Tiantian was flattered by how kind their captain was. The Demon King, on the other hand, was at this moment trying to detect at least a trace of Ouyang Wufeng as he couldn't fall so easily. As the Demon King suddenly heard Ouyang Wufeng's shout, the latter called him an animal. Seizing the opportunity, Ouyang Wufeng activated one of his talismans. No sooner had the Demon King turned to the source of the sound than he felt some movement under the ground. And a second later, the rock rose into the air, immediately after which it rushed towards him. Before the others realized what had happened, their captain found himself sealed under the stone rubble. Leah ordered the soldiers to go in search of their captain right away, but Gao Hu immediately ordered them to stop because at this moment, modern weapons would not play any role. After all, there was now a battle between the two strongest awakened ones. He Yang turned to the ancestor and said that Bai Qingfeng needed to be dealt with as he held a grudge against their family. From within the stone rubble, a rumbling sound was heard, and a gap cracked along the shell. Preparing for what was about to happen, Ouyang Wufeng prepared a talisman in advance. Immediately afterward, Bai Qingfeng destroyed the stone captivity, holding him back. The Demon King clearly understood that his situation right now was not the best, as Ouyang Wufeng was the strongest opponent he had ever faced, and the worst part was that he could only use his awakened ability to hide Bai Qingfeng's identity, making him unable to unleash his magic power along with his true power. Ouyang Wufeng used the Endless Life talisman, causing it to glow green, and huge vines immediately sprouted from the ground and rushed towards Bai Qingfeng. Upon catching up with Bai Qingfeng, the vines immediately began to restrain him and stab him with their thorns. The Demon King noticed that the thorns of the vines were exuding poison and assumed that it was one of the 5-element techniques that had been lost for several thousand years. Since Ouyang Wufeng possessed such a thing, he deserved to be the one to kill him. Without giving Bai Qingfeng any time to ponder, Ouyang Wufeng immediately activated 2 more talismans of indestructible gold. Immediately after that, many assault rifles appeared around Bai Qingfeng, pointing their muzzles at Bai Qingfeng. Seeing what Ouyang Wufeng was capable of, the Demon King was forced to admit that there was no way he could defeat Ouyang Wufeng while awakened. Meanwhile, the assault rifles were ready and immediately began shooting Bai Qingfeng. Bai Qingfeng's comrades were frightened for him, while the head of the Ouyang family rejoiced at the punishment of the criminal and shouted about how wonderful it was. Bai Qingfeng managed to chop down the vines enveloping him and destroyed all the assault rifles in a flash. The Demon King realized that this could not go on because in a few seconds he lost several 100 million health points. But if he used his magic power, tens of thousands of people would be killed, and afterward he would have to return to the Demon Tower. Ouyang Wufeng recognized that Bai Qingfeng was simply incredible and promised to remember his name, immediately after which he used 2 more talismans, Water Renewal and Fire Incarnation. Panic broke out in the city. The townspeople didn't understand what was happening in Ouyang residence, but unfortunately, the city began to flood, forcing them to flee. Water from all over the city rushed into the sky, after which it transformed into a huge water dragon, and that dragon flew towards Ouyang's residence. After which, a fire dragon flew out of the earth's depths and rushed towards Bai Qingfeng in sync with the water dragon. Ouyang Wufeng explained to Bai Qingfeng that the end of an era always required some sort of sacrifice. The Demon King couldn't help but wonder if the devil was fighting against him now. Either way, he could no longer hide his strength. Opening their mouths, the dragons of fire and water attacked Bai Qingfeng. And when they collided, they formed a massive explosion of the elements. Tian Tian cried out in horror, while He Yang rejoiced in victory. Except Ouyang Wufeng wasn't as satisfied, for Bai Qingfeng didn't die during the clash for a moment, but he noticed some force that managed to repel his attack, and that force was similar to... For a moment, but the Demon King unleashed his magical power, thanks to which he was able to repel the attack of the dragons of fire and water. It was because of this that Ouyang Wufeng felt a surge of demonic power. But instead of thinking too much, Ouyang Wufeng simply assumed that Bai Qingfeng had resorted to forbidden demonic techniques for the sake of increasing his strength. Like the guy from the Lin family, Bai Qingfeng decided to part with a part of his life for the sake of gaining more power. Ouyang Wufeng was saddened at the thought that such people existed. Bai Qingfeng told Ouyang Wufeng that for the sake of victory, he decided to use a powerful and deadly formation, but everything was pointless and many innocent people died as a result. Since Ouyang Wufeng had yet to reveal it, the Demon King assumed that he had not deeply thought about what had happened. This was not surprising after all. Who in their right mind would believe that the Demon King would strut around amongst people? Ouyang Wufeng called Bai Qingfeng ignorant and explained that he was only warming up and took out a gourd and said that it was time to get busy for real. The purple golden pumpkin is an ancient relic from thousands of years ago, the ultimate artifact that can span the heavens. In order to use it, the user must call out the name of an enemy and then be sucked into the gourd. Ouyang Wufeng admitted that Bai Qingfeng was his first worthy opponent in years. He said that he had memorized his name. Ouyang Wufeng lifted the gourd, then shouted the name Bai Qingfeng, and the gourd began to suck in. Ouyang Wufeng said that he would let him come closer, but before he could react, Bai Qingfeng was already in front of him. And Ouyang Wufeng immediately received a punch to the face. Ouyang Wufeng wondered what had happened, and shouldn't the gourd have sucked Bai Qingfeng in? This gourd had either broken or... Bai Qingfeng punched Ouyang Wufeng once more, causing him to drop the gourd and continue attacking him. Blocking Bai Qingfeng's attacks, Ouyang Wufeng assumed that since his gourd didn't work, his opponent's name wasn't Bai Qingfeng. In that case, the question would have to be asked, who is he? After a series of lunges, the Demon King kicked Ouyang Wufeng, knocking him further away. This was exactly what a person who managed to collect the 10 artifact fragments should be capable of. This is the strongest person the Demon King has encountered, and for the sake of killing him, he will use his powers. He is forced to reveal his identity because if there is a threat that Ouyang Wufeng will kill him in the future, he must deal with him as soon as possible. Ouyang Wufeng dared to use his strongest weapon, a blade with artifact fragments embedded in it. The Demon King and Ouyang Wufeng decided to end the fight using all their strength and released their aura. They rushed towards each other for the final blow. Just as suddenly, a thunderous shout ordered them to stop, and Ouyang Wufeng and the Demon King's auras were instantly dispersed. Ouyang Wufeng wondered why his techniques had suddenly dissipated, while the Demon King felt something familiar, the same as it was during his first encounter with Lin Feng. This was the awakened ability of the head of the Awakened Association. The president of the association asked what they were doing here and reminded them that they should be fighting demons, not each other. Liu Shisan stood next to the president of the association, and he was glad that he had made it in time. He had managed to prevent the Demon King from dying early in this duel. If he hadn't done so, the war between demons and humans would have started earlier. And the worst part about it was that God had not yet ascended, which meant that humans would not be able to save themselves. After realizing what the matter was here, Li Tiantian praised the newcomer for being smart. She admitted that she knew that he would be able to think of something, but even without his intervention, the captain would have killed Ouyang Wufeng. Bai Qingfeng ordered the old man to cancel his ability, as he wishes to finish off this cosplayer. Ouyang Wufeng also advised the man to mind his own business, as he would get to that person anyway. The president of the association turned to the awakened and asked them to listen to him carefully. If they both continued to fight, they would die, while humanity would lose two strong allies. Instead of fighting, he advised them to do something useful. Over the years, their association had been looking for ways that they could help them fight the Demon King, and in addition to sealing the Demon Tower, they decided to do something else, namely to summon the Protoss to help them defeat the Demon King. Bai Qingfeng and Ouyang Wufeng were surprised by what they heard. Bai Qingfeng asked, hadn't the Protoss gone out of business 1,000 years ago? Ouyang Wufeng, in turn, had just learned that the Protoss had long since disappeared from this world. The president of the association said that humans and demons have been at constant war since ancient times, and now they only need one fragment of the artifact to open the Protoss portal. The history books say that if they can open the Protoss portal, the Protoss will come to their aid to help them fight evil. Ever since the first fragment was obtained, they had been continuously searching for the portal, and finally, after so long, they had learned of its location thanks to the newcomer's information. Now, the association would be issuing important quests that would greatly help in their advancement, and for that reason, the two of them should fight side by side and enter the SSS rank dungeon. Ouyang Wufeng said that he had also heard of such a thing, and since it was like this, he suggested that he should leave soon. In his era, the Protoss were the most powerful than the demons and humans, and if they came, the demons would definitely end. The Demon King in turn thought it would be great if he could convince the Protoss to work together with the demons. Bai Qingfeng said that he would also go to the portal, after which Liu Shisan also expressed his desire to go along with them. Liu Shisan knows better than anyone that the information in the book is a fake that the Protoss deliberately left in this world 1,000 years ago to force demons and humans to open their portal. In fact, if they open the portal, the Protoss won't help anyone. Instead, they will enslave every living thing on the planet and become the new masters. Except that something was keeping Liu Shisan uneasy about the fact that the portal would open 5 years early. Even with the fact that the demons and humans were still not in a full-scale war, humanity would be able to survive and wait to be enslaved, because they would all become slaves. Bai Qingfeng thanked the newcomer for the information, for now they would all know where the portal was. Mentally, the Demon King regretted that he couldn't watch his system. Even though he had given them important information, he still wished he knew what his true purpose was. Wuyang Wufeng meanwhile pondered about this Bai Qingfeng. The one is very strong and can use demonic techniques, but the true identity is still a mystery. Ouyang Wufeng tried to at least understand what kind of person is in front of him. Uniting under one mission, Ouyang Wufeng, Bai Qingfeng, and Liu Shisan made a scene as if they had reconciled and were ready for a joint mission, but the president of the association didn't believe them much, and they were overplaying their hand. Hall of Elders. The association director told the newcomer that he decided to trust his information precisely because of the elders. Hearing this, Liu Shisan once again said that he wasn't lying and that the portal was indeed where he had indicated. Liu Shisan felt trepidation upon seeing the Hall of Elders, and he couldn't help but utter that it was as if time had gone backwards. The time-traveling elder chuckled when he saw Liu Shisan and admitted that he was quite good. He told them that he could clearly see that he had come back from the future, which was amazing. He couldn't wait to see what new things he would tell them. After all, he was well aware of everything himself. Although the elder is quite cheerful now, Liu Shisan still remembers that 20 years from now, his face will be fundamentally changed because at that time, he will already be a prisoner of the Protoss. Like all the surviving people of that era, the elder's heart and mind will be completely devastated. Liu Shisan had hoped that the Protoss would descend as soon as possible and save humanity. Now he wondered if he was thinking right. The Absolute Order Elder received an alert from his system that a newest system had been detected in Liu Shisan's body, which was currently being analyzed. The Absolute Order Elder turned to the gentleman in the Elder Hall and said that he had something to tell them. Namely, that this time he wished to personally challenge the dungeon and finally take on a new appearance. After the incident with the Ouyang family coffee shop, after ordering a cup of coffee, Ouyang Wufeng began to use the Immortal's technique of telepathy. Tomorrow, he would go on a mission, which meant he had to notify everyone in the Ouyang family and tell them everything. Telepathy is an ancient technique that used to be used to send secret messages, and it will require many seals. Seeing the man's effort, Liu Shisan asked him not to bother so much and held out his phone, after which he explained that it was what the vast majority of people use now for quick communication. Ouyang Wufeng was surprised that such an item was being used for communication nowadays. He simply couldn't help but admit that he liked the current era. Liu Shisan confirmed that this was indeed a beautiful era, and H2O was also 99.9% pure. In 15 years, it would already be possible to drink such a thing anywhere, as it was too expensive. Realizing this, he will appreciate it more. Liu Shisan began to talk about how blue the sky was now, how the clouds used to be, and how fresh the air was. When Ouyang Wufeng couldn't understand the phone, he asked how hard he had to hit the phone to make a call, and why he had to hit it. Meanwhile, the waitresses were discussing how strange their customers were today, and after all, it was rumored that these people would be going to search for the portal tomorrow. Looking at those two, the Demon King stirred the sugar in his coffee, thinking about how bad things were with them. He even wondered why he was the Demon King looking so much more normal than them. After which, the Demon King suggested that it was because he had already studied the daily life of people well. One of the waitresses turned to Bai Qingfeng, sitting on the roof, and asked him to come down and sit at a table. The second waitress added that they were all very strange. At this moment, the Demon King, Ouyang Wufeng, and Liu Shisan were pondering about how good the current era was. While the Demon King and Liu Shisan were enjoying the sky, Ouyang Wufeng dared to taste the black liquid in his bowl. It was only when he tasted it that he spit the coffee out, wondering what the hell it was and why it was so hard to drink. While Ouyang Wufeng was trying to cough up the coffee, Liu Shisan said that he would still get used to the taste of coffee, to which the Demon King also agreed. The waitresses silently watched the number of weirdos growing rapidly. The next day, a broadcast began on all the screens in the city, where Li Tiantian announced that the SSS rank dungeon passage would be broadcast live so people could follow their favorites, and the live broadcast was suggested by none other than the president of the association himself. Li Tiantian explained that since this was an important test that concerned the future of the entire human race and would be held in one of the most difficult dungeons, using the live broadcast format could give the hunters valuable experience and the public hope. Shili Tiantian and Liu Xiaoke, who are members of Bai Qingfeng's team, will act as hosts, and they will help viewers understand the progress of the contestants. According to research, the SSS rank dungeon is located in the ancient city where Protoss and artifacts were first discovered. For thousands of years, this city was home to true noble nobles who prospered and thrived, but the place fell into decay. The nobles, who monopolized the economy and military power, oppressed the poor and suffering commoners, which eventually led to a mass revolt. And then there were many vengeful souls who haunted them at night. It ended with the ruler of the city fighting the rebels for many years, at which time the flames of a fierce war raged, during which countless souls died. The resentment of the inhabitants accumulated day by day, and their lives became unbearable as a result. The city fell, people died, and many evil spirits appeared. For 1,000 years, anyone who dared to set foot in the city met imminent doom, and sufficient information about the city never appeared. Li Tintin revealed that according to their information, this was the city where the Protoss portal was located. After interrupting Li Tiantian for a few seconds, Liu Xiaoqi announced that the number of viewers of their broadcast had already exceeded 1 billion. Then they offered to look at the brave men who had ventured out on such a dangerous mission. All the hunters summoned for the mission had already gathered at the gates of the city, which had a huge rift. It was because the SSS rank dungeon had formed a unique otherworldly space. In order to observe the battlefield, each of the challengers was implanted with a chip by the Elder of Absolute Order, thanks to which they would be able to broadcast as well as track them in real time. In addition, viewers can send messages to discuss problem-solving strategies and support their favorite contestants. As soon as Li Tiantian mentioned this, people immediately started messaging. Many of the viewers noticed their favorite Fire Dragon team and had already started cheering for them. The fans of Bai Qingfeng's team were also animated, wishing Bai Qingfeng and the newcomers good luck. Not counting the fans, some of the spectators discussed how scary this dungeon was, and that it was one of the hardest dungeons that was probably harder than the Demon Tower. Some of the audience even felt a sense of déjà vu. The awakened ones headed towards the spatial rift, and Li Tiantian announced the official start of the task for the 300 awakened ones. As soon as the awakened ones entered the city, the first bad news followed. All the teleported hunters were scattered in different corners of the city. They were separated, hence Li Tiantian and Liu Xiaoke said that they hoped that they would be able to find their comrades and pass the trial safely. The anchors decided to focus the broadcast on one of the hunters. This hunter had been teleported to the alley in the Phantom Maze and was now vigilantly looking around. This is a B-rank hunter, Gi Lun from the Clover team. He joined the association 12 years ago, and in that time, he has completed 1 rank A mission, 12 rank B missions, and 56 missions of rank C and below. The viewers couldn't understand why an ordinary B rank awakened person decided to go to the most difficult SSS rank dungeon. And after all, there were bound to be rule-related traps in this dungeon, and he would have to make an effort to survive. Some of the viewers even started cheering for this awakened man, while a minority wished for his death. Walking through the ancient city, an A-rank spirit, the executioner, appeared before Ge Lun. In his lifetime, this spirit was an executioner, but after his death, he turned into an evil spirit that stalked the streets and took away body parts from those he met before letting go. The executioner ordered the awakened man to leave part of his body if he did not wish to forfeit his life. When the audience saw the evil spirit, they were horrified by it and its eerie aura. Some of the spectators advised the awakened one to follow the executioner's order, while some advised him to just run away. There were also those who memorialized Gelon beforehand, even those who were curious about which body part he would part with. Jae-lun, as well as the audience, was frightened by the sight of this monster. Moreover, he was unwilling to part with his body part and just started running away from the executioner, begging to be saved. Besides being just an ordinary monster here, a dungeon boss can look much more terrifying. Jae-lun ran with all his might, but the executioner was much faster and caught up, slashing his back. Immediately after the blow, a strange energy began to emanate from the awakened man, causing a heated discussion in the chat room. The host said that, judging from the information gathered from the awakened that were currently fighting evil spirits, the spirits of the ancient city were feeding on people's lives. It was as if these monsters were under some kind of curse that made them unable to live a normal life. The trials of the SSS rank dungeon had exceeded their expectations, which meant it was time to mourn the brave hunters. But at the same time, their victims provided valuable information to analyze the dungeon, as well as information about the executioner. Thanks to this, they can help some of the hunters by using their chips. The anchors focused the broadcast on another hunter who had just encountered an evil spirit. It was an A-rank evil spirit, the evil princess, who could often be found on the streets of the city. In her lifetime, she was a good-hearted person who was loved by all, but when the city fell, she was betrayed and died in misfortune. She would usually ask oncoming people questions, and if you didn't know the right answer, you would be left with no choice but to try to escape. The evil princess told the awakened one that she wanted to ask him one question. The evil princess asked if he loved her. The most faint-hearted of the audience could no longer watch what was happening in this town. Everywhere roams creepy evil, with which it is almost impossible to fight. Try to escape, you die. Stay for the challenge, you will also die. The evil princess began to slowly approach the awakened man, and the audience advised him not to do what the monster was saying, as it was an obvious trap and there was no right answer. They advised him to run away, but it was too late. The awakened man said he didn't love her, but after a second he changed his mind and said he did. The evil princess asked him to prove it and laughed immediately, after which she clung to the neck of the hapless awakened man. The audience was horrified by this scene. The people who were giving advice were trying to figure out how the awakened ones should survive. Should they run, or should they follow the rules? Even Li Tiantian admitted that these scenes were too bloody, whereupon she revealed that according to Elder Chip, 27 out of 300 hunters were killed within the first 3 minutes. And worst of all, the death toll keeps rising. Putting her hand on her heart, Tiantian said that they would mourn for their heroes. Afterward, Liu Xiaoqi said that they had received valuable information from the front lines. Evil Spirit City was once called the City of Gods and was the capital of the kingdom. But later, due to a cruel tyrant, the people were in dire straits, but they still managed to overthrow the rule of the royal family. But after his death, the tyrant king turned into an evil spirit and cursed the city, as a result of which people after death began to turn into evil spirits, and gradually this place became a city of evil. The king is the boss of this dungeon, and in all probability he knows where the portal is. They transferred all the important information into the chips of the awakened ones on the front lines to help them with their mission. But unfortunately, almost all the remaining 200 hunters are attacked by evil spirits. Liu Xiaoqi offered to watch the broadcast with another awakened one. Only the camera switched as viewers saw the awakened man yawning in the morgue as if he had just slept. Viewers wrote that he was crazy or hoped that he would survive being in such a horrible place. This awakened man was Liu Shisan, a member of Bai Qingfeng's team who had only recently joined the association and had yet to show himself in action. Rubbing his eyes, Liu Shisan wondered where he was suddenly teleported to. The presenters recognized the newcomer of their team and said that they would be waiting for his performance. No sooner had Liu Shisan gotten up than he heard footsteps and saw a nurse at the other end of the morgue. The nurse said that there was no key and that it might be in one of the corpses. She asked if he could help her find that key. On the screen was the information that it was a crazy A-rank nurse who was not uncommonly seen in the City of Unholiness. In her lifetime, she was a dedicated nurse, but after the riots in the city, the number of people killed in battles was increasing day by day. The nurse couldn't stand the way patients were dying one by one and began to go insane. She ended up locking herself in the morgue and started stitching corpses together in an attempt to paralyze her own soul. The audience felt sorry for the nurse, but still she was doing a horrible... Liu Shisan jumped up from his bunk and giggled. The audience thought that the newcomer suddenly started giggling due to the fear of death and started feeling sorry for him. But to their surprise, Liu Shisan suddenly told the nurse that there was no problem with it and that he could help her with such a small thing. The audience's opinion changed drastically. There were, of course, those who called the newcomer cool, but most of them were trying to understand what was going on here. As Lucian walked towards the corpses, everyone wondered how many corpses there were and how long it would take to check them. Could there be bodies of dead, awakened ones here? And was there really a key inside? Without changing his face, Liu Shisan said that it was a very simple task because he just needed to cut the corpses to find the key, which was much easier than dissecting living people. The onlookers became more and more amazed by Liu Shisan and were creeped out as they continued to watch him. Someone even asked, was Bai Qingfeng's team really not twisted? Liu Shisan, on the other hand, thought that it would be much easier now than 20 years later. With quick movements, Liu Shisan opened all the bodies in the morgue, but he still couldn't find the key. Many viewers vomited, and the live broadcast had to be censored. Liu Shisan was now a maniac worse than an evil spirit. Even the distraught nurse couldn't stand such a thing, and even foul things like her began to vomit because of what she saw. While the nurse was trying to recover from the shock she experienced, one idea came into Liu Shisan's head about where the key was hidden. All the spectators, as one wondered what he had come up with. After which, Liu Shisan turned to the nurse with an eerie smile and said that there was only one corpse left in the morgue. After hearing this, the nurse's heart literally dropped. Liu Shisan threw the nurse on one of the beds and asked her not to run away because soon she would no longer be in pain. But the nurse started screaming at the maniac to keep away from her. The audience at this moment tried to understand what the hell is going on here and who of these two evil spirits. With abrupt movements, Liu Shisan dealt with the nurse's body. The spectators felt sorry for the nurse, and they were trying to figure out if everyone on Bai Qingfeng's team was that perverted. The worst part was that a minority of the viewers even liked how insensitive this guy was doing everything. As Liu Shisan had suspected, the key was indeed inside the nurse. The audience prayed to the good spirits to defeat the evil people. Meanwhile, the gods from the other broadcast were feeling bored since 13 hadn't done anything special. Li Tiantian and Liu Xiaoke were embarrassed by the way their newcomer behaved. Tiantian tried to explain to the audience that their team were not actually perverts and that they were actually a warm, sunny, and peace-loving team. Trying to get rid of the embarrassment, Liu Xiaoke said that this scene was too gory and suggested that they move on to the next awakening. The next hunter shown was just facing an evil spirit, and the audience immediately tried to figure out what the mix was: a Western swordsman fighting an Eastern cultivator. Recognizing the enemy's oriental robes, the evil spirit told the one that he had once killed many immortals with a cultivator, after which he offered the cultivator to give him his heart. But instead, the cultivator used the immortal's technique of secret space, immediately after which a weapon and its instruction manual appeared in his hands, further puzzling the viewers. From the clue, the viewers learned that it was Ouyang Wufeng from Bai Qingfeng's team, as well as a member of the Ouyang family who had just joined the association and had yet to prove himself. After running his eyes over the instructions, Ouyang Wufeng lowered his barrel and told the evil spirit that times had changed. Immediately afterward, he pulled the trigger and began shooting the unclean things in front of him. The onlookers were increasingly amazed at what was happening, as an ancient Eastern cultivator was using a modern weapon to kill a Western swordsman, but they still had to admit that it was pretty cool. When Ouyang Wufeng stopped shooting, everyone wondered if the evil spirit had died. After all, an A-ranked foul spirit couldn't die so easily. Suddenly, the dead man started laughing and asked Ouyang Wufeng if he really thought it was so easy to kill him. After all, he couldn't die by fire and blade. But is Ouyang Wufeng really telling the truth? Suddenly, all of a sudden, the evil spirit felt something strange and started vomiting blood. The audience and the evil spirit were trying to understand what had suddenly happened to his body. But to everyone's surprise, at one point, Ouyang Wufeng used his talismans and techniques on the rifle. Ouyang Wufeng explained that he used magic in addition to weapons. Moreover, his bullets had been soaked in various potions for many hours to produce the desired effect. After which he once again reminded the evil spirit that times have changed, and under the praise of the audience, continued shooting the evil spirit. Li Tiantian said that she had just received a message asking if their team had a god wielder or the power to contact gods. Were they not in a cult or escaped from a mental hospital? Just in case, Liu Xiaoke reminded that their team was warm, sunny, and peaceful, and to prove it, they asked the elder to broadcast live to their captain. Seconds later, viewers saw Captain Bai Ching-feng, an S-rank hunter who had completed 8 SS-rank missions, 26 S-rank missions, 109 A-rank missions, 12 B-rank missions, and 9 C-rank missions, and below. The screen was flooded with messages from fans waiting to see how Bai Ching-feng had completed the next mission above his level. Li Tiantian revealed that it was the leader of their team, Bai Ching-feng. Their captain's reputation is the best in the world, and he himself is a kind, righteous, peaceful, and gentle person. Tiantian offered to evaluate how their captain uses wisdom and strategy to challenge the dungeon. Bai Ching-feng's first enemy was an evil princess who had recently eaten one of the awakened ones, and she was already willing to ask him a question. The chat room began to debate whether or not to answer her. But before the evil princess could ask a question, Bai Ching-feng grabbed her face, surprising the audience. Immediately afterward, he lifted the evil princess into the air, which frightened the viewers of the broadcast, because now it was Bai Ching-feng who looked like a monster from the ancient city. Bai Ching-feng asked the evil princess not to be afraid because he only wanted to ask her one question. The audience couldn't believe that this perverted man was the team captain. The princess's face contorted with anger. The onlookers had already assumed that she was about to be torn with anger and attack him. The angry princess promised Bai Ching-feng that he would pay her back. Immediately after that, she opened her mouth and began to absorb Bai Ching-feng's life force, and the audience begged Bai Ching-feng to run away because the absorption power was too strong. But after a few seconds, the evil princess was confused by what had happened, because she felt that there was literally no end to this person's life force, so she couldn't absorb it. Bai Ching-feng told the evil princess that she was talking too much. And since his opponent couldn't do anything to him, Bai Ching-feng punched her with his fist, surprising the audience with how simple it ended. The Demon King thought about the fact that the SSS rank dungeon had formed an independent space that did not belong to the tower, and more importantly, that even he did not know about it, which was not good. Since that was the case, he decided that he would draw this dungeon to his tower to increase the strength of the demons. After finishing his thoughts, the Demon King squatted down and lifted the head of the evil princess to ask if she was the one they were talking about, saying that she wanted the victim to pay a price for a wrong answer. The evil princess started screaming and struggling to get out, while the audience empathized with her. The evil princess burst into tears and admitted that she was wrong, whereupon she promised that she would answer any question he asked as long as he asked. Seeing how cute the princess really is, most of the audience had already forgiven her, forgetting about the people she had killed. But to finish the poor thing off, the Demon King asked the evil princess, "What is the truth about the Fermi paradox? How to prove the Goldbug hypothesis? And what does she think of the Riemann hypothesis?" Not knowing how to answer all these questions, the princess asked that he just kill her. It was now clear to everyone that this perverted devil was trying to finish her off. Once the princess gave in, Bai Ching-feng demanded information about the city and started pulling on her cheeks, which only pleased the viewers of the broadcast. The evil princess asked him to stop and promised to tell him everything she knew, but the viewers were against stopping the cuteness. Bai Ching-feng let the princess go and so told her that this place was once called the City of Divine Gift because it was rumored that the divine gift had descended on this city. But in reality, because of the tyranny of her great-grandfather Chus, the first king, the people of this city were in distress due to constant wars. The nurse told Liu Shisan that the war continued until one day a nameless hero appeared and encouraged everyone to revolt. War and poverty engulfed the entire city. If he looked around, however, he would see many corpses left over from the war. Later, the nameless hero was defeated, leaving only the old, sick, and weak people in the city. But even so, people still believed in the hero. The nameless soul is still in this city, and one day it will appear to lead the people to overthrow King Chus. At the same moment, the swordsman was telling the same thing to Ouyang Wufeng. After the first Chus king died, his evil soul turned into the boss of the dungeon and cursed the city. Because of this, all the people of the city are forced to remain his servants forever, just as eternally as the blood moon, always hanging high in the sky, forever disgusting and terrifying. At first, the evil spirits didn't appear in the city very often, but gradually they began to crowd out the humans, until hundreds of years later, the place became the city of evil spirits. Ouyang Wufeng said he understood and reached for his blade. The bowed swordsman said that he had told everything he knew and asked if he would let him go now. Before the swordsman could notice anything, he realized that his head was separated from his body. Ouyang Wufeng explained that he couldn't let go of the evil spirit because it didn't belong to his race, because evil spirits weren't human beings. After listening to the nurse, Liu Shisan opened the locked door from 1,000 years ago and invited the nurse to come out with him. The mad nurse was surprised to hear this and asked if he really wouldn't kill her. After all, she is an evil spirit, not a human being. To which Liu Shisan replied that they were all indigenous to the planet and that they all had their own positions and views. So why then should they kill each other? Plus, his greatest desire is world peace. Meanwhile, Bai Qingfeng asked the princess why she was still following him. The audience was delighted with Bai Qingfeng and wished all the guys were like that. The clearly changed princess replied that she wanted to go along with him. The audience at this point spammed that the princess had changed and that Bai Qingfeng had tamed an evil spirit. The evil princess admitted that she thought he was very strong and that he had a good character. That's why she wants to become his follower and support him in his quest to become the new master of the city. The Demon King didn't care, so he said she could do whatever she wanted. Just as suddenly, a terrifying voice was heard, and the executioner, or in the viewer's opinion, the next foul thing that Bai Qingfeng would tame, came out from behind the corner. Bai Qingfeng was surprised at how soon he ran into another evil spirit, and the princess, the sweetest princess in the audience's opinion, looked out from behind him and hinted at the executioner to run away. Not taking a hint from the evil princess, the executioner demanded a body part from Bai Qingfeng, unless of course he wished to die, but no one, including the audience, believed that the executioner would pull off the same scheme. Before the executioner could notice anything, Bai Qingfeng demanded his hand and ripped it off a moment later. The hosts praised their captain for how coolly he had disarmed his opponent. In pain, the executioner fell to the ground and swaying began to complain that he was not talking about himself. The evil princess felt sorry for the unthinking executioner. Swinging on the ground, the executioner saw that person approach him again, causing the executioner to start sobbing in fear. The spectators began to give the spirit various advice, including a plea that it would not meet Bai Qingfeng in the next life. Raising its head, the spirit saw a sinister, even too sinister smile. Never had evil spirits feared humans so much. Bai Qingfeng called the executioner a poor man, which surprised the viewers and asked for the location of the dungeon boss. Even in such a way, the audience still found Bai Qingfeng very attractive. The executioner replied that the king's evil spirit was currently in the palace, but warned Bai Qingfeng that he couldn't enter there now. No one can enter the palace, and all because a headless rider on a sinister horse was chasing the humans fleeing from him. Raising his blade, the rider ordered the men to lay their heads before him and offer him their blood. But no sooner had he spoken than the headless rider was kicked, throwing him off his horse. Upon landing, the headless horseman asked who dared to do this to him? But unfortunately for him, it was Bai Qingfeng who had already taken possession of his horse. Bai Qingfeng turned to the rider and asked him to show him the way to the palace. The spectators were increasingly admiring Bai Qingfeng as they saw him on the flaming horse, but some were beginning to resent the fact that the broadcast was only focused on one person. Suddenly, the headless horseman noticed evil spirits, an evil princess, and an executioner in front of Bai Qingfeng, leaving him confused. The executioner and the princess extended a hand to the rider and suggested that they follow Lord Bai Qingfeng and attack the king all together. While the headless horseman was trying to understand what was happening, the spectators had already managed to name them Bai Qingfeng's new team, which they dubbed Evil Legion. The anchors announced that they had just received new information. The evil spirit of King Chusa, who is the dungeon boss, is now in the palace, and it is very likely that he knows where the portal is. Li Tiantian then sadly told the audience that after the exciting battle, they only had 83 awakened still continuing the fight, while another 79 awakened were killed and 138 retreated. Liu Xiaoke further revealed that the Fire Dragon team had temporarily withdrawn from the trial as they had received an SSS-ranked mission. The hosts revealed that currently, judging from their viewers' votes, Bai Qingfeng's team was second only to the Fire Dragon team in popularity. Since the Red Dragon team had left, they would switch the screen to a member of the Bai Qingfeng team right now. Only when they returned to Captain Bai Qingfeng did they see that he had defeated all the evil spirits he encountered one by one. After defeating another evil spirit, Bai Qingfeng took his halberd, which made some of the audience laugh. Using his new weapon, the invincible Bai Qingfeng continued to smash through the evil spirits with his destructive power. It was already clear to the spectators that SSS rank was the ceiling of the dungeon's power, but not Bai Qingfeng. Bai Qingfeng defeated the huge knight, after which the latter admitted that he admires the strong, and so he is willing to surrender voluntarily. He is willing to follow the mighty master and support him as the new king. One of the spectators couldn't resist and reminded the dead man that he was actually a general. One after another, countless evil spirits bowed down to his strength, as if he was a devil in human form. And gradually, Mr. Bai Qingfeng became the one who actually formed an army of evil spirits. The spirits were absolutely loyal to the new master and wished to throw the chains together. The man had become the leader of the evil spirits, and his popularity had already surpassed the fire dragons that had left the dungeon. The hosts said that they were looking forward to their captain finding the undead King Chus. After many years, the mad nurse finally got out of the morgue, and seeing the same moon, tears came out of her eyes. Suddenly, someone who looked like a human ran past her, almost knocking her down. Immediately after, the mad nurse was knocked down by a mob of evil spirits, suggesting that the others dedicate themselves to Mr. Bai Qingfeng to break the shackles together. While being trampled, the nurse complained about how difficult it was to recover this body and asked the undead not to push. Trying to collect herself as quickly as possible, the nurse asked what they had going on. She had just come out of the morgue and was immediately caught up in the mess, whereupon she marveled that those evil spirits were following the man. The nurse wondered if this man was going to lead the undead to challenge the undead king, and all this to allow the undead to gain freedom in this city. And she had seen such a hero from the back once before, and now she had the chance to see him again. The nurse agreed that it didn't matter so much whether it was a human, an evil spirit, or something else. She hoped that he would be the hero who would free them. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the dungeon of the City of God's Gift, the undead were running away, begging for help, for they were being attacked by a very frightening and dangerous man. Not realizing who all these spirits were talking about, Liu Shisan wondered, what was this scary person, and why hadn't he seen him yet? Further along the way, Liu Shisan found himself in an archive where files containing information about the prisoners of the dungeon were kept. Previously, Liu Shisan had heard that when a nameless hero's rebellion ended in failure, he was secretly imprisoned in the deepest part of the prison. Therefore, Liu Shisan wanted to know if the hero's soul remained here after death. Walking a little further, Liu Shisan cried out in shock, for he saw a library of the City of Divine Gift. Following his path, Ouyang Wufeng dealt with every evil spirit he encountered. According to a later legend, during the brutal reign of the first king, a strange phenomenon occurred. A blood moon appeared in the sky, engulfing the entire city. But the legend also says that the gift of the gods came to this city already during the reign of the first king, and apparently the so-called gift is a portal. Ouyang Wufeng wondered if the blood moon in the sky was the result of the king's cruel reign, or was it because of the god's portal? Or is there an unknowable third option? If there really is one, the answer will be found in the books. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city, the awakened ones came across a huge blacksmith and tried to get away from him. Raising his hammer, the blacksmith shouted that he envied the humans, as they could live and enjoy the sunlight. But since they were here, they were out of luck, as they would forever remain in this forgotten city. The dead blacksmith brought his hammer down on the heads of the men with all his might. But at the last moment, a halberd crashed in front of the hammer, saving the lives of the awakened. Only one of them had already taken his breath away because of fear. The awakened, along with the blacksmith, looked up and wondered who this man was. This person was the main character of the broadcast, the handsome Bai Qingfeng. Bai Qingfeng advised people and evil spirits not to give in to inner strife and to follow him in order to bring peace and freedom to both people and spirits. Then one of the awakened shrieked when he saw reinforcements in the form of an army moving towards them, but the girl corrected him, saying that it wasn't quite what he thought. The evil spirits and the awakened raised their blades for their master, and the general ordered the awakened and evil spirits to stop fighting amongst themselves and join Bai Qingfeng to free the city and find the portal together. In front of the rescued, there was an army of evil spirits and awakened ones, which meant that they could fight together. But what kind of leader could lead these races? A short while later, the presenters announced that after several days of exciting battles, the awakened ones had managed to successfully find the king, which meant that they were about to win and find the portal. And of course, it was all thanks to the efforts and leadership of Mr. Bai Ching-feng. Captain Bai Ching-feng stopped the fight between the evil spirits and humans and united them into a single force, after which they all attacked the royal palace together. Li Tiantian revealed that in the current popularity ranking, Bai Qingfeng's team had already surpassed the Red Dragon team. Well, as for the audience's personal love for the challengers, Mr. Bai Qingfeng once again surpassed the captain of the Fire Dragon team, Gu Yan. Now it was time to take the broadcast to the palace and begin cheering on the bravely fighting fiends and the awakened. Everyone lined up in front of the king's huge statue. Thanks to Bai Qingfeng's leadership, almost all of the remaining awakened ones had united with his army of evil spirits. The awakened and evil spirits chanted about defeating the evil king and finding the Protoss portal. Defeating the undead king would finally free the souls of the city's citizens. The spectators were already anticipating a heated boss battle and wished for Bai Qingfen to kick his ass. The Demon King wondered, what kind of soul liberation are they screaming about? After all, he has no plans to do so. On the contrary, he wants to clean up this dungeon to become the boss, because the demons will become stronger with the addition of all these evil souls. The Demon King suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Ouyang Wufeng and Liu Shisan for a long time, which was quite suspicious. The anchors said that it was rumored that 1,000 years ago the statue of the Tyrant King was attacked by the citizens who were angry at his cruel rule. Now, the formerly God-blessed city has turned into a dead city, and all of its inhabitants have become evil spirits. But even after 1,000 years, the former inhabitants of the city continue to hate the tyrant statue. Raising his fist, Bai Qingfeng ordered his subjects to rush forward and join him in slaying the king. This was the last battle in this dungeon, and the spectators gave Bai Qingfeng their support. When the army reached the red portal, the headless horseman told them that the king was here, but the palace's enchantments automatically absorb the lives of those who enter. It was because of this that no human for 1,000 years had ever been able to enter the palace. All hunters who touched the barrier in the blink of an eye lost their lives. The onlookers began to ponder over what to do now. Some of them were trying to figure out how the headless horseman was talking. The headless horseman added that evil spirits couldn't go inside either, as they weren't lacking in longevity either. Bai Qingfeng stretched out his hand and asked, would it really suck out all life at once? To find out, he dared to try it, striking down evil spirits and humans alike. The audience realized that Bai Qingfeng's crew was indeed made up of abnormal people, since even their captain was seeking death in such a way. Out of shock, the headless horseman turned to the Lord, for right before his eyes, the barrier was being overloaded, for this man had much more life than the barrier could handle. The audience wanted to understand how much energy Bai Qingfeng had, and if he was using any techniques to do so. Unable to withstand the Demon King's endless life, the barrier cracked, whereupon Bai Qingfeng said that they could go inside. The spectators and the army of evil spirits, along with the awakened ones, exalted Bai Qingfeng, but only he knew that things would soon change drastically. When they entered the palace, the figure of a huge king appeared in front of Bai Qingfeng. It was the SSS rank dungeon boss, an evil spirit of the king who was a sinner during his lifetime, and after his death became an evil spirit ruling the city. The danger level of the boss was unknown, but due to the difficulty of the dungeon, it was rated as SSS rank. The king asked who dared to come to him. The members of the Evil Legion assumed that this ugly monster was the king and furiously rushed to attack. But as soon as the dead king snapped his fingers, all those who had just wanted to attack him suddenly stopped. None of them could even move. The king was much stronger than they had ever imagined. Next, the king struck the floor with his staff and, unleashing his power, drove off all the invaders. The dungeon boss used two skills at once, which he used to discard an entire army, and therefore no one else was able to doubt that he had an SSS rank. The members of Bai Qingfeng's Evil Legion realized that they were no match for him, and should they approach him, they would all die. Even using the advantage in numbers, they're not capable of anything against the boss. The evil princess asked Mr. Bai Qingfeng what he was thinking right now. Bai Qingfeng replied that this king was not really an evil spirit, but a demon. After which he said that, according to their current information, after the king died, his soul started to control the city, but he can clearly see that there is a demonic aura in this monster. The princess asked if that was really true, and reminded that demons appear because of the fear and negative emotions of humans, while her great-grandfather was a human, and there was no way he could become a demon. At best, he could become an undead, so the princess asked again if Bai Qingfeng was sure of what he was saying. Bai Qingfeng replied that it didn't matter whether he was facing a demon or an undead. Either way, he would destroy them all. Once the Demon King rid the dungeon of the boss, the dungeon would turn into a land without a master, and then the dungeon would automatically choose the strongest person present to make him its master, and that person would be the one who killed the boss. To be precise, it would be him. The members of the Evil Legion attacked the king again, but the king screamed, once again throwing back the adjusters and finally breaking the morale of the awakened men. Some of the awakened and evil spirits rushed to the exit of the dungeon in panic, not wanting to die. The viewers of the broadcast began to ridicule these cowards for having to fight for their fate. Bai Qingfeng entered the fight with a sharp jump. He was right next to the boss and punched him in the face, managing to inflict damage. Everyone was surprised at how easily Bai Qingfeng was able to do it, as the awakened S rank was stronger than the boss. After his strike, Bai Qingfeng grabbed the king's staff and began to untwist it. He then threw back the king by breaking several columns in the palace with it. The evil king asked who dared to hit him and demanded the attacker to identify himself. But Bai Qingfeng once again tore towards the evil king and punched him in the face. Watching Bai Qingfeng humiliate the boss, the viewers were trying to figure out if Bai Qingfeng and the boss's ranks were really calculated correctly. After all, based on what they saw, the boss should be the one with the S rank, while Bai Qingfeng is the SSS rank. The members of the Evil Legion were marveling at Bai Qingfeng's might, and some hoped that they could become just as great in the next life. The evil princess fell even more in love with Bai Qingfeng and folded her hands in her heart and said that he was truly handsome, which was supported by many of the audience. Even Li Tiantian hugged Liu Xiaoqi's arm and said that he was very cool. She even suggested that the legendary SSS rank was not much different from the S rank. The depths of the divine gift city, Liu Shisan was stunned by what he had just seen. For in front of him is none other than a prisoner of the dungeon, a nameless hero. The nameless hero asked who had come to see him, after which he introduced himself as the king of Divine Gift City. Liu Shisan was surprised to hear that he was the king and asked, shouldn't he be the nameless hero that rebelled against the tyranny of the king? The king admitted that he didn't know what he was talking about and told him that he was Chus, the king of this city. He used to lead soldiers for the sake of resisting the invaders, but he was later captured and imprisoned in the depths of the city. After his death, his soul never dissipated, as he was concerned about his people with all his heart. King Chus advised Liu Shisan to check the bookshelf next to him, as it had all the information about the prisoners of the prison, and various aspects of his life were recorded there. From the records, Liu Shisan learned that the Divine Gift City contained a gift that attracted the attention of countless city-states and kingdoms that coveted the divine gift. King Chus exerted all his strength to defeat the invaders, but he was outnumbered. And after his death, he was imprisoned in a dungeon where he passed away. Later, the invaders nominally took control of the city, and to fully justify themselves, they laid the crimes on others. Interfering with history, they withheld information about the confrontation between King Chusa and his victim, after which they began suppressing the inhabitants on behalf of the king. As it turns out, King Chus is not only a hero, but he died a long time ago, and all the subsequent harm was caused by a smear campaign of invaders. King Chus turned to the young man and asked him to break the chains that held him back. He wanted freedom, for the people of his city needed him now. Liu Shisan agreed to release King Chusa, as he suddenly remembered something. If the real king is here, then who is in the palace? And since the king turned out to be righteous, who is holding the souls of thousands of the dead captive for 1,000 years now? Kicking the evil king, Bai Qingfeng wondered if it was really an SSS-ranked spirit. Besides having a fake rank, it was also not an evil spirit. Hence, Bai Qingfeng demanded the king to reveal the truth, unless he wished to turn into ashes, of course. The evil king suddenly chuckled and told Bai Qingfeng that he had gotten it right, and since that was the case, that Bai Qingfeng would be forced to leave everything valuable behind to help with the transformation. Suddenly, for the demon king, purple energy began to emanate from him, which was sucked up by the evil king. The evil king said that even though he had killed him, there was no stopping the possibility of resurrection. Now he was using Bai Qingfeng's emotions as his food to become even stronger. The viewers had already realized that the boss had entered the second phase and had finally received the SSS rank. The Demon King laughed at the vain attempts of the evil king and told him that he had nothing to lose. Demons have no desires or emotions, and all they need is the eternal enjoyment of an infinite lifespan. He is the Demon King, and he simply cannot have human emotions. Suddenly, Bai Qingfeng felt a painful prick that made his head start to tear up in pain. He felt as if something was leaving his mind, and the feeling was painfully familiar. Ever since he had entered the human world, he had often had headaches. And even the moment they were in the chess dungeon, the souls thanked him for their freedom, even though they knew who he was, and even the real Lin Feng. Even not so long ago, he had felt the same pain when he had saved Li Tiantian that didn't betray him, even when on the verge of death. But now his headache was even worse, and the Demon King was trying to figure out why this was happening. Suddenly, the Demon King sensed danger and looked up to see a column flying at him. Suddenly, the executioner and the headless horseman ran out in front of him. They asked the Lord to run while they tried to hold back the enemy. But the Demon King didn't move. These two decided to give up their lives just to save him. These thoughts made the Demon King feel even more painful, and veins popped out all over his face. A data update has arrived on the chips of the awakened. Evil King of the SSS rank. While alive, he was a sinner committing heinous crimes, and after death, he turned into an evil spirit controlling the souls of his victims. During the first phase, he was the boss of the SS rank, but at death, he begins to suck the emotions from the heart of the enemy, turning into a more powerful demon. The evil king admitted that this was the first time he had seen such strong emotions. He had only sucked up a small portion of it, but he had already broken through to the SSS rank. Even the presenters were amazed that the boss has a second form, and they wondered if he was an evil spirit or a demon. They thought he was undead, but he looks more like a demon. The evil king told the ants that in the end they would all crawl at his feet. They would all stay here forever and could never be reborn again. Just as suddenly, a forgotten hero appeared in the middle of the hall and immediately blocked the evil king's staff and ordered him not to touch his men. The evil king increased the pressure and, looking at his opponent's face, began to chuckle as the real Chus was finally here. King Chus said that he didn't care who the imposter in front of him was. He had come to protect his people, even after his death. The members of the Evil Legion, as well as the audience, were stunned by Liu Shisan's words about the real King Chusa, and the entire history of the city was faked, while the huge evil king is actually a demon formed through a millennium of fear, hatred, and hostility of thousands of the city's residents, countless generations of hardship. Liu Shisan explained that the real King Chus had always been a great hero. He took care of his people until the day he died, yet he had 1,000 years of shame on him. The audience began to praise Liu Shisan. For all this time, he had been dealing with all of this. Meanwhile, the Demon King felt as if a void had formed in his heart, as if he had lost something important. So did the demon really suck all the feelings out of him? Except it's impossible, because he never had those feelings. The evil king said that he was a monster who would defeat even the divine king, and that he didn't even realize how much future generations would hate him, for he is truly evil. Whereupon, the wicked king reminded Chus that he had sacrificed himself for the people, but the answer was that they had censured him for 1,000 years. Wherefore, he asked if he regretted giving himself to the people. King Chus replied that he would never regret it. He had done the right thing, and there was no regret in his heart. The members of the Evil Legion once again dared to attack the evil king because this demon came from their fears, and so they must defeat him. Hearing King Chusa's words, Liu Shisan realized that deep down he already knew how he should act. The awakened and evil spirits rushed into battle against the evil king to help King Chus. Using magic, they chained the evil king together, slowing his movements. The evil king resented the ants trying to restrain him and ordered his hands away. But he got distracted from the main thing. King Chus grabbed the evil king's rod. After that, he shouted for him not to touch his subordinates and stabbed the evil king with his blade. At the cry of the dying demon, the humans and the undead began chanting in honor of their victory. Meanwhile, Ouyang Wufeng had just arrived at the palace, surprising the audience, as they hadn't seen him for quite some time. Ouyang Wufeng assumed that he had come just in time because the boss had been defeated, which meant it was time for the main thing, finding the Protoss portal. While everyone was rejoicing, the Demon King pondered the fact that something was wrong here, until he noticed the slowly flowing demonic energy. Gradually dissipating through the room, the energy like a fog enveloped all the people present. The Demon King assumed that this energy wanted to take possession of the man. It wishes to take the best of the human bodies in the palace, and the most powerful man here is. Suddenly, an explosion was heard, and everyone saw Bai Qingfeng suddenly rush towards Ouyang Wufeng. Ouyang Wufeng asked what the man was doing, but Bai Qingfeng ordered him out of the way and attacked something at his feet. The spectators had already foreshadowed that it was the third form of the boss. To his surprise, Ouyang Wufeng didn't even notice something sneaking up on him from behind. The Demon King at this moment had to admit that he wouldn't have noticed it either if it wasn't for his sensitivity to demonic energy. The evil king told Bai Qingfeng that he had already killed him twice, and so he cursed him. Bai Qingfeng cursed as he was, framed in disgrace for all eternity. But the audience refused to think badly of Bai Qingfeng, for on the contrary, they admire the savior of mankind. The information about the boss had been updated once again. It was now a demon composed of the grievances of countless people from God's gift city. There are a total of 3 stages of the boss: normal, absorption, and capture. The reward for victory has not been determined, but in all likelihood the reward will be becoming the new king of the city. Bai Qingfeng assumed that this would indeed be the reward for the ordeal. He already felt that he was able to control the undead in the city. Moreover, what the demon had sucked out, called emotions, had also returned to his body. Now the Demon King could feel the warmth he felt in his chest. It had been taken out of his body, but now it was back in place. Now his emotions were not sealed as they had been before, which he could clearly feel. But what was that feeling? And is it really the 7 emotions and 6 desires that only humans have? Why is there something like this in his body? Bai Qingfeng once again felt a severe headache. In the Demon King's mind, a picture of a human hero killing a god began to line up. And afterwards, snowflakes colored with the color of scarlet blood began to fly everywhere. Li Tiantian said that thanks to Bai Qingfeng's leadership, the evil king had finally been overthrown, which meant that it was time to find out the location of the Protoss portal. Liu Shaoke then said that, in comparison, their audience was not thinking about the Protoss portal, but rather what kind of reward Mr. Bai Qingfeng would receive for passing the dungeon. Furthermore, Bai Qingfeng's team already far surpassed the Fire Dragon team in Barks. In the player rankings, Bai Qingfeng is also at the top, and the second spot is behind Liu Shisan, while Gu Yan is at the third spot. Li Tiantian swept that the top 4, in the person of Ouyang Wufeng, is also a member of their team. Right now, the audience only wanted to know one thing, and that was how would Bai Qingfeng act after becoming the ruler of the city. King Chus moved his hand, and his spear shrank repeatedly. He then held it out to Bai Qingfeng and congratulated him, as Bai Qingfeng was now their new master. King Chus explained to Bai Qingfeng that with this spear he would be able to continue his reign and control the undead army throughout the city. The awakened ones were happy that Bai Qingfeng had indeed become the new king, for in that case, the strength of the association would greatly increase. Meanwhile, the Demon King reflected on the fact that since his emotions were back, he was finally able to feel them, and it was a very familiar feeling. Looking at all these souls that have been trapped here for 1,000 years, he feels irritable, as if his heart has dried up, and he doesn't really like it. It was a feeling he had never experienced before, and so the Demon King wondered if he sympathized with the plight of these souls. The Demon King shouted to the evil spirits that he didn't need an army, and so he was setting them free. From now on, they wouldn't have to kill day after day, because now their souls would be purified and freed. After hearing this, Bai Qingfeng became a true righteous man to the people. After which, the Demon King raised his spear and destroyed this king's regalia. The Demon King did so, and the anxiety in his heart began to recede. If judged from a human perspective, he is now experiencing an emotion called sadness. Just now, he was unhappy about how those souls were suffering, but now he was already upset about them leaving. The Demon King didn't like to understand all these feelings. Just as suddenly, a princess soul flying nearby thanked her savior and kissed his cheek. The Demon King could not understand the gratitude of the spirits of the city. After all, he is the Demon King, not their savior. The Demon King wondered if it could be that his body originally contained all 7 emotions and 6 desires: joy, anger, sadness, love, evil, and desire, except that the Demon King refused to believe it, and so he told himself that he had freed these souls for the sake of weakening the human association of the awakened, for he had to. King Chus thanked the man who had saved his people and said that he would also be reborn. He then told him that he could see through any human soul but not his soul. King Chus suggested that it was because the man was too confused, and so he hoped that Bai Qingfeng could find his own path. Bai Qingfeng asked King Chus if he knew where the Protoss portal was. The audience had already forgotten about the portal, but since it was about that, they were looking forward to humanity's victory. The Demon King wondered how he could be confused about himself. After all, he shouldn't even have emotions. He is the Demon King, and his destiny is to destroy all of humanity. King Chus replied that he did not know where the portal was, and moreover, none of the people of the city knew it. During the war, invaders came to their city in waves, but no one ever found anything. King Chus admitted that he would have preferred that this city never had the divine gift, for then they would not have had to endure so many calamities. Everyone was frustrated that they had failed to find the Protoss portal. They had spent so much effort and all for nothing. Most importantly, they had little chance of finding the portal, since even the invaders and city dwellers didn't know about it. This means that the information about the portal was useless to them. Ouyang Wufeng said that this was not useless information at all, for it had helped them a lot. Then he turned to King Chus and asked if the invaders had really searched every corner of this city. King Chus replied that they were literally digging up the ground and breaking down every brick. Ouyang Wufeng told King Chus that these words had helped him weed out all the unnecessary options, leaving only one correct one: the Protoss portal that was always right in front of them. Hearing this, the people realized why Ouyang Wufeng had been missing for so long and wanted to hear what he had to say next. Ouyang Wufeng lifted up the scroll and said that he had information that he had summarized after searching the library for days. The Demon King asked, how is it that the portal is in front of their eyes? After all, they had never seen it. The people around them began to discuss what they had heard, and some even concluded that the portal was somewhere in the sky or invisible. Ouyang Wufeng said that he checked the information and pointed to the blood moon and said that the time of the appearance of the blood moon was exactly the same as the appearance of the divine gift. Realizing this, he checked the descriptions of the 1,000-year-old city from travelers from other cities. According to historical records, if you look at the city of the divine gift from outside, it is shrouded in a thick black fog, but if you look inside, a blood moon appears in the sky. Most likely during the arrival of the divine gift, the sky above the city was covered in dark clouds as the miasmas and haze covered the entire city, and the blood moon they see not a moon at all, but a huge spherical portal. King Chus was surprised at what he heard and recalled that in his time, this blood moon was nicknamed the divine gift. Liu Shisan's assistant praised him for his work, for they would soon be able to come to this world. After that, he advised to use the artifact fragments to open a portal, after which the gods would finally be able to come to this planet 20 years earlier. The gods were eager to get to this planet because there were still so many people in the current world who could be taken as slaves. The awakened rushed to the portal, for if they found it, it was time to open the portal and rid themselves of the threat of demons forever. Just as suddenly, Liu Shisan jumped out in front of the awakened people and ordered them to stop and forget about opening the portal. The awakened began to question the newcomer about what was the matter, and did he stand against them? They all wanted him out of their way and out of the way. Liu Shisan explained to the people that the gods were not as kind as they thought, and if they came to this planet, they would immediately enslave everyone, so he again asked them to refuse to open the portal. But people did not take Liu Shisan at his word, because such creatures could only be called gods because of their righteousness. Literally, everyone was sure that he was talking nonsense. The awakened said it was all nonsense, for a legend passed down over thousands of years could not be wrong. The gods are righteous beings who protect all living things, and the opening of their portal is an important decision made by all mankind, and some newcomer dare not change it. Liu Shisan said that he already knew that they would not believe his words and would think he was crazy. Therefore, he would not only prevent them from approaching the portal, he would completely destroy it. The awakened were greatly angered by such words, while King Chus pondered over what was happening. Some time ago, King Chus asked Liu Shisan to break his chains so that he could save his people. Liu Shisan asked, "Does the man know how he is being slandered everywhere? And after all this, does he really want to save them?" King Chus explained that he wished to do the right thing, and he was not ashamed of it. He then told Liu Shisan that he could see his soul, and apparently he was facing the same dilemma. Realizing this, King Chus said that doing the right thing sometimes comes at a huge price. Therefore, he hopes that Liu Shisan will hear his heart. King Chus congratulated Liu Shisan on finding his heart and wished that he would not regret his decision. The awakened ones wondered why the hell they should even listen to this guy. They asked him again to go out of his way to invoke the gods. But Liu Shisan refused them, saying that they could only pass through his corpse. Both gods and humans were amazed at what this abnormal man was doing, so they wished for this scum to die. The awakened asked him one last time to retreat for the sake of the future of all mankind. Suddenly, Liu Shisan instantly dispatched all the awakened ones in the air, astonishing both the spectators and the remaining awakened ones. Liu Shisan was indeed very strong. As he continued to deal with the awakened, Liu Shisan reminded them again that he would never let them in. The spectators were angry at the traitor, but there were even some who liked it. Liu Shisan realized that he simply could not yield to the awakened ones. After all, he was the person who had survived a generation of war and a generation of slavery. In the past 20 years, he had even become the strongest star player on the planet. As Liu Shisan descended to the ground, the non-flying awakened ones rushed to attack in order to open access to the portal. Still without taking any action, the Demon King asked Ouyang Wufeng if he was going to help the awakened ones. After all, he had all 3 artifact fragments in his hands, and if he used them, he could summon the Protoss to them. Then they will fight for him, and in the end, Ouyang Wufeng will become the hero of all mankind. Ouyang Wufeng replied that since Bai Qingfeng was not coming, he would stay away. After which, Ouyang Wufeng recalled that before entering the dungeon, Bai Qingfeng had shown interest in the portal, but now it wasn't even active. Therefore, Ouyang Wufeng asked, could it be that he had gotten information that he didn't have? Bai Qingfeng acknowledged something, right after which he said that whether Ouyang Wufeng believed him or not, he hoped that Ouyang Wufeng didn't believe in gods. Especially at present, they had too many doubts about the Protoss. A while ago, after meeting Liu Shisan, the Demon King asked him what he wanted to talk to him about in private. Liu Shisan said that his system was very advanced, so it was able to transfer the broadcast to the Fire Dragon team so that they would not be overheard. At the same moment, Liu Shisan's system announced the start of the product advertisement from M77 from the Gamma constellation, which made the god who owned the rights to the product laugh, and the other gods dispersed for the duration of the advertisement break. Liu Shisan went directly to the Demon King and told him that when he found the portal, he wanted to destroy it, so he asked him not to interfere. In that case, Ouyang Wufeng would also not act rashly, since the Demon King would not try to interfere with him since he is suspicious by nature. Especially without the Demon King, the other hunters will not be able to do anything to him. The Demon King showed surprise that Liu Shisan's system was stronger and that he knew his true identity, after which he asked what made him think that he would even listen to such a suspicious and ruthless person. Especially, they belonged to opposing races. One was a human and the other was a demon. Liu Shisan said that whether he believed him or not would depend on the Demon King's own judgment, but if he decided to agree to his request, then he would be willing to share important information with him. The Protoss are their worst enemy. Looking at Liu Shisan defending the portal, the Demon King wondered if by their worst enemy, did he mean both humans and demons? How dare he put humans on the same level as demons? Liu Shisan tirelessly continued to deal with the awakened wishing to open the portal. As it turned out, Liu Shisan was even stronger than a SS-ranked hunter, making him simply an awesome awakened one. But even as one of the strongest, Liu Shisan missed the crowd's punches, causing him to lose his left arm and right leg. Even so, he wasn't going to give up, for he couldn't allow the Protoss to come. The audience of humans and gods ordered the bastard to get out now in the name of their mission. The Cancer God said that he was obligated to kill this slave at the first opportunity, but Liu Shisan shouted that the portal would not be opened now or in 5 years. Immediately after which, he rushed towards the Blood Moon. The assistant ordered that idiot Liu Shisan to stop and tried to pull him back. After all, he was the only one no longer to be Shisan, meaning 13th. And besides, he wasn't born to be a slave. He has a real name, and no one in this world will ever know he's a hero. While destroying the portal, Liu Shisan thought about the fact that after today, every person in this era would hate him. But that didn't matter to him anymore, because a true hero only does what his heart tells him to do. And since that's the case, he doesn't much mind enduring a millennium of infamy. Liu Shisan struck his final blow, causing the blood moon in the sky to split. The people thought they had no more hope and began to curse Liu Shisan. After collapsing, the portal began to release a huge amount of energy, enveloping Liu Shisan with it. When the world berates him, they do so by calling him 13, but that's just an embarrassing code name. No one has ever learned his real name, and his name is Liu Qiyue. The host presented the audience with a 3-day recording of the SSS-rank dungeon sweep, where Liu Shisan, who hated them, had burned to death too easily. Due to an obstacle on his part, Bai Qingfeng's team member, the humans lost the Protoss portal as well as the ability to survive the Demon War. Because of what happened, Bai Qingfeng's team made the list of the most hated teams by the viewers. At present, however, Liu Shisan's true purpose is still under investigation, but all that can be said for sure is that he has committed a grave crime against humanity and society. Although Liu Shisan died, but he had caused the strongest public sin, he became a sinner and should be crucified on the pillar of shame. Beating, and pelting the statue with whatever they could get their hands on, the men shouted at the sinner that he should not have destroyed the portal. They believed that if only it were not for this sinner, the war with the demons would be over. For the sake of expressing their anger, the people even raised funds to create sculptures of the sinner, designed to humiliate and beat him. The crowds of people beating the statue only wanted one thing. They only wanted Liu Shisan to die once more. Looking at what was going on, Gao Hu said that they were going through a bad time. Li Ya then said that the reporters have already flooded the association, making it impossible for anyone to even squeeze through. Li Ya asked the captain what he thought of Liu Shisan. Was he really hiding his identity? At this moment, the Demon King was thinking that this scene was a repeat of what had happened in the City of Divine Gift. And although he did not know why, but looking at this scene, an unpleasant feeling flared up in his heart again. The Demon King wondered if he really felt sadness. Behind this trio, Liu Xiaoke was plucking off the flower petals one by one, trying to figure out whether she loved him or not. In fact, after the end of the broadcast, he was about to confess his feelings to Li Tiantian, but then all this happened. Li Ya confessed that she had noticed Li Tiantian looking at Li Tiantian for a long time. After that, Gao Hu supported Liu Xiaoke because they have the best elements of fire and poison, and they are excellent partners. Liu Xiaoqi admitted that he fell in love with Li Tiantian at first sight, and when he first saw her, he immediately knew what they would name their child. He will name him Liu Qiyue, since they met in the fall when the leaves fall. He also assumed that their child would have hair as red as a maple leaf like Tiantian's, and would also possess the dual attributes of fire and poison. Li Ya and Gao Hu were confused by what they heard. Li Ya was amazed that he already had so much on his mind about the baby, while Gao Hu tried to pretend that he just had goosebumps because of the approaching winter. After hearing about winter, the Demon King thought about the fact that one hero was finished, which meant that another one, Ouyang Wufeng, would soon appear. Meanwhile, Ouyang Wufeng pondered that when he went to the library, he wanted to learn about more than just the portal. One of his goals was to search for long-lost books. The City of Divine Gift is an ancient city built thousands of years ago, where many long-lost ancient books have been preserved intact, and by checking these books, he managed to find out something about the Demon King. Breaking news: Liu Shisan's criminal acts have been uncovered. The news anchor said that countless reporters rushed to the president of the Awakened Association to interview him. The reporters were drowning the association president in questions. Why had a member of their association suddenly rebelled and destroyed the God Portal? Did the other members of Bai Qingfeng's team know that such a thing could happen, and were the rest of Bai Qingfeng's team members involved? Plus, there were rumors that Bai Qingfeng had been near the Great Prophet and the Great Summoner at the time they were killed. And so right before the mission in the ancient city, Bai Qingfeng fought with Ouyang Wufeng, causing many civilians to suffer. The president of the association turned to all the reporters at once and said that he had no comment on this and that he fully trusted every member of their association because the members of the Awakened Association were heroes who risked their lives for the good of all mankind. Furthermore, he trusts the time-traveling elder who transported Liu Shisan to their days, indicating that Liu Shisan's actions were also for the good of humanity. Hearing the excuses from the president of the association, the reporters seemed to explode. The reporters began to demand proof that it was true, because after what had happened, people could no longer trust the Awakened Association, which was currently protecting the team captain, Bai Qingfeng, who might have been Liu Shisan's mastermind. The reporters demanded that the members of Bai Qingfeng's team clarify everything themselves without the association director's favoritism. The association president said that Mr. Bai Qingfeng had nothing to explain to them. As for the gods, although the portal had been destroyed, they still had ways to defeat the demons. They still had hope for the future of humanity. An outsider suddenly appeared among the reporters and pointed out to the president of the association that they had two ways to get rid of demons. The first way was sealing, while the second way was extermination. After which, he recalled that after Ling Xiao's death, the association president had not allowed anyone to challenge her because no one had ever managed to escape alive from the top of the tower. Except he's ready to challenge the demonic tower, and he's fully confident that he'll manage to reach the top, except that before he does, he has a request. The reporters revealed that this cultivator was Ouyang Wufeng, a member of Bai Qingfeng's team. All of this hints that Bai Qingfeng's team wants to rectify the situation, as all suspicions will fall off of them after they win. Except that the current death rate in the Demon Tower reaches an absolute 100%. After all, in the entire history of fighting demons, no one has ever managed to pass the tower, which means that Ouyang Wufeng is risking his own life. The director of the Awakened Association protested against the sweep of the Demon Tower. After all, even immortal Elder Ling Xiao had failed to return from the tower. The association director tried to explain to Ouyang Wufeng that he risked dying for nothing. Ouyang Wufeng burned one of his seals and said that he had his reasons. The Demon Tower really can't be passed by anyone, and it's all because of the Demon King guarding the top floor. As soon as the seal finished burning, it imperceptibly affected Li Tiantian, causing her to have an ominous premonition and her heartbeat to increase. Ouyang Wufeng said that the Demon King was not in the Demon Tower right now. Hearing this, the reporters all pounced on Ouyang Wufeng at once. They wanted to know if his words were true, and how could he know this? After all, if it was true, it would prove to be a great opportunity for the victory of mankind. The Demon King did not react to Ouyang Wufeng's words in any way, while Li Tiantian realized what her premonition was leading to, and now she was trying to understand how could Ouyang Wufeng know about this. Ouyang Wufeng explained that there was no Demon King as he had long since left his tower, and that he was now afraid of Ouyang Wufeng revealing everything. Li Tiantian trembled and grabbed her heart to calm him down. As Ouyang Wufeng suddenly said in front of the reporters, the thing is that the Demon King, Bai Qingfeng. The people present froze in surprise, while Bai Qingfeng remained silent the entire time. Realizing how nonsense it was, reporters began to laugh at Ouyang Wufeng's joke. After all, couldn't a demon really be reborn into a human? The president of the Awakened Association admitted that he respected Ouyang Wufeng as an ancestor of the Ouyang family, but even so, he couldn't just throw around such accusations. Besides, his ability to dispel all supernatural abilities, and he had to see for himself the moment he encountered Bai Qingfeng. Hence, the association president asked what was Ouyang Wufeng's intentions when he started slandering the Awakened Association. Ouyang Wufeng took out the purple gold gourd that had been waiting for this moment and pulled out the cork. He then pointed his gourd at the supposed Demon King and told people that his gourd was a magical rule weapon that would suck those whose name he called inside. Afterward, he asked the Demon King if he would say yes to him if he gave him a name. The situation kept getting worse and worse. Li Tiantian was trying to think of what to do because she couldn't let the Demon King answer Ouyang Wufeng. Bai Qingfeng asked, how would he be able to prove that the gourd's rules really matched what he said, because there was a possibility that the gourd would suck him in regardless of the answer. Ouyang Wufeng reached for his blade and offered the Demon King a chance to try it out. Ouyang Wufeng explained that the artifact fragments were extremely dangerous to demons, and so he suggested that the Demon King could withstand at least one hit from him. Upon hearing this, the reporters began to question Ouyang Wufeng. Was he telling the truth or a lie? Li Tiantian wondered what she should do to resolve everything. After all, the Demon King simply cannot agree to injure himself with a blade. Bai Qingfeng recognized that Ouyang Wufeng's strength was obvious to everyone, for he was so powerful that neither humans nor demons could withstand his strike. Ouyang Wufeng chuckled and reminded him that Bai Qingfeng was not the kind of person to avoid his questions so easily, given his arrogance and smugness. Therefore, Ouyang Wufeng asked, did this mean that the Demon King was just starting to panic? Li Tiantian felt as if a stone had been lifted from his soul, for in such a situation, the Demon King did not act impulsively. Tired of what was happening, the president of the association ordered a halt to all this. Afterwards, he told Ouyang Wufeng that all his words were just baseless allegations without any evidence. Ouyang Wufeng asked, what if he had a proof? After which, he lit another talisman. Ouyang Wufeng revealed that he was holding the Immortal's Talisman, the art of mind reading, which had been lost 1,000 years ago. Upon entering the building, he secretly used this talisman. Ouyang Wufeng explained that the mind reading art could only be used on people whose strength was far below those who used the spell. The target of his spell, however, was Li Tiantian, for she was rumored to be the only person who had been following Bai Chengfeng from the beginning. Because of what she heard, Li Tiantian's heart fell, for she realized that she had framed Master. Ouyang Wufeng explained that he had arranged this whole performance not for the Demon King himself, but to read Li Tiantian's mind. Using the amulet, Ouyang Wufeng was broadcasting Li Tiantian's thoughts. During his performance, she was trying to understand, how did he know this? What is she going to do? After all, the king doesn't have to answer. And lastly, fortunately, the Demon King didn't act impulsively. Li Tiantian's thoughts had been revealed, and now her very existence was a clue they could use to expose the Demon King. Ouyang Wufeng reminded the Demon King that he had saved Li Tiantian in the Ouyang house for nothing. Li Tiantian suddenly fell off her feet, and Liu Xiaoke picked her up, after which he checked her condition. After realizing that Li Tiantian had fainted, an angry Liu Xiaoke asked Ouyang Wufeng what had he done to her. But Ouyang Wufeng praised Li Tiantian for the way she skillfully pretended to be dizzy. He then added that perhaps she was just too weak to endure such a long mind-reading skill. The president of the association was already losing patience with Ouyang Wufeng's antics, so he decided to accuse him of lying because the mind-reading technique had been lost centuries ago. But if he was suddenly really able to use it, how would he prove that those voices were not fake? What evidence would he be able to present to convince the public? He himself had already said many times that his ability dispels all supernatural powers, and he had already used it twice, but Bai Qingfeng, but he never became a demon. Ouyang Wufeng admitted that he didn't do all this for the sake of convincing the public, he just wanted to prove it to himself. After which, he reminded that his goal to destroy the demons, and the way to accomplish this is to sweep the demon tower. And since he knows that the Demon King is not in his tower, his goal is almost accomplished, because he can easily pass the tower without the Demon King. Only he had one request. Ouyang Wufeng pointed at the Demon King and ordered him to be left under the supervision of the Awakened Association and members of the Ouyang family. During this time, he must remain in the human city without being able to approach the Demon Tower. After listening to Ouyang Wufeng's words, the reporters began to discuss his words. Ouyang Wufeng himself seemed quite confident in accusing Bai Qingfeng. Be that as it may, they agreed that Bai Qingfeng should be kept under observation, and if Ouyang Wufeng was wrong, Bai Qingfeng could at least improve his reputation a little after the incident with Liu Shisan. After all, they really don't know anything other than that he's a mysterious hero who came out of nowhere. After conferring, the reporters as one attacked the president of the association with suggestions to agree with Ouyang Wufeng, because if he disagreed, the public would not only turn against Bai Qingfeng, but also against the Awakened Association. The events of the news took an unexpected direction because no one would have thought that Bai Qingfeng could be their worst enemy, the Demon King, except that the only proof of this was Ouyang Wufeng's confidence. Moreover, he personally volunteered to mop up the Demon Tower while Bai Qingfeng was being looked after. The news spread quickly. People no longer had much doubt in Ouyang Wufeng's words. If Bai Qingfeng and the president of the association agreed, they wouldn't lose anything anyway, but if Bai Qingfeng refused, it would mean that he was hiding something. Bai Qingfeng, who had been sitting quietly until now, suddenly slapped his hand on the table, whereupon he said that he was willing to go along with it. Ouyang Wufeng reminded that bluffing is useless, because he actually knows that the one is just pretending to be a human. Since they had come to an agreement, Bai Qingfeng said that he also had a question. He reminded Ouyang Wufeng that back then in the ancient city, he had saved him at the beginning of the third phase of the battle with the evil king, after which he asked if the latter should repay him for that. Except now, he was suddenly attacking him. Hence, Bai Qingfeng wondered if this was his retaliation. At that moment, he had thought that Ouyang Wufeng would act like Li Tiantian, but human nature was too complicated for him. Ouyang Wufeng reminded the Demon King that he certainly couldn't understand human feelings, let alone righteousness, while he himself is willing to renounce everything for the sake of humanity, including his emotions, benevolence, and morals. Bai Qingfeng said with a smirk that in that case he had nothing else to worry about, then wished Ouyang Wufeng a happy death. Ouyang Wufeng laughed and admitted that he hoped that the Demon King himself could keep his barb after seeing the cleansing of his demon tower. 3 days later, the hosts told viewers that they were launching the broadcast from two angles at once. On one screen, everyone would be able to see Ouyang Wufeng's mission to mop up the demon tower, while on the other screen, they would be able to watch Bai Qingfeng's actions. In addition, the Awakened Association and the Ouyang family would also be in charge of surveillance to make sure it was the real Bai Qingfeng and not a clone. Being held hostage along with the Demon King, Li Tiantian kept blaming herself for what had happened, because this kind of thing wouldn't have happened if she hadn't let the Demon King rescue her. Seeing how tense Tiantian was, the Demon King advised her to relax. Li Tiantian thanked him for trying to comfort her. The head of the Ouyang clan said that once their ancestor reached the last floor of the Demon Tower, everyone would be convinced that Bai Qingfeng was the true Demon King, after which he would no longer be able to escape from them. The president of the Awakened Association turned to the chapter and was about to defend Bai Qingfeng, but realizing that it would get him nowhere, he reminded him that neither humans nor demons reveal their true guises, yet Ouyang Wufeng didn't look like he was talking nonsense, as well as his reasons for going to the tower for the sake of perdition. The president of the association wondered, could it be that the Demon King originally possessed a human form? Noticing the facial expressions of the president of the association, the presenters said that he probably stopped doubting Ouyang Wufeng's words as well, and according to the audience vote, there were almost no doubters left. After all, Ouyang Wufeng would not joke with his life so easily, especially after the situation with Liu Shisan. The presenters reminded the viewers that each of the 99 floors of the tower is extremely dangerous and offered to watch Ouyang Wufeng walk through the tower. A day later, the anchors announced that in such a short time, Ouyang Wufeng had already reached the 9th floor. 1 week later, the presenters were amazed that in just a week, Ouyang Wufeng had already reached the 60th floor. After all, it was comparable to the speed of Ling Xiao himself. Half a month later, what everyone saw was unbelievable because in just half a month, Ouyang Wufeng had reached the 98th floor, and he had done it 10 days faster than Ling Xiao, so he had managed to break the record for passing the tower, proving that he was the most powerful person of this era. As soon as Ouyang Wufeng climbed to the 99th floor, he suddenly sensed danger behind him, whereupon the Demon King asked if he had been waiting for him. Ouyang Wufeng at this moment was trying to figure out how this was even possible. After all, the Demon King should be Bai Qingfeng. Seeing the Demon King live on the air, Head Ouyang cried out in shock because he simply shouldn't have been in the tower. Especially Bai Qingfeng, who was the Demon King, was now under their direct supervision. Bai Qingfeng sighed and said that his name had finally been cleared, but because of this, Ouyang Wufeng was now in mortal danger. Things were going terribly wrong, all because of the monstrous mistake that everyone was assured of. The presenters were divided on whether they should rescue Ouyang Wufeng or not, as he was very strong and might be their only chance to deal with the Demon King. The Demon King told Ouyang Wufeng that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and told him that this time they were in the Demon Tower, where his rules applied, which meant that he was invincible. The Demon King dreamed of getting even with the cultivator, because in his timeline, Ouyang Wufeng had mortally wounded him. After realizing what was happening, Ouyang Wufeng immediately broke the distance with the Demon King. He still couldn't understand how such a thing was possible. There was no way that Bai Qingfeng was not the Demon King. Moreover, this Demon King was talking to him as if he had seen him before, but he was seeing him for the first time. Ouyang Wufeng decided to discard the reflection. After all, he should kill the Demon King first, for which he pulled out the prepared talisman and burned it. Under the power of Ouyang Wufeng's magic, the Demon King was surrounded by surging stone blocks. Immediately afterward, the blocks rushed towards the Demon King, sealing him in a stone cocoon. The presenters were delighted with the magic shown by Ouyang Wufeng, for it was exactly the level one would expect from a great cultivator. The hostess said that regardless of whether Ouyang Wufeng could defeat the Demon King or not, they would get important information either way. Just as suddenly the stone cocoon exploded, unable to contain the Demon King within it. The Demon King shook off the dust and asked Ouyang Wufeng, was this really all he could do? Ouyang Wufeng was stunned to see that his spell had failed to delay the Demon King even a little and was already panicking as he prepared the next talisman. Trying to understand why he didn't have a scratch on him, Ouyang Wufeng checked the Demon King's stats and was horrified as he possessed endless amounts of health and mana. This kind of power could prove that the Demon King in front of him was indeed a true Demon King. Since the battle was being broadcast live, the viewers could also see the status of the Demon King. The head of Ouyang cried out in shock when he saw that their enemy was unbeatable. When the director of the Awakened Association saw this, he realized the exact reason why their immortal elder, Ling Shui, had lost, as well as everyone else who had tried to pass the tower. Knowing this, he decided that the association had to block the entrance to the demonic tower so that no one else would die trying to accomplish the impossible. The host who had admired Ouyang Wufeng so much a short while ago panicked. He shouted into the microphone, telling Ouyang Wufeng to run away because there was no way he could stand up to the Demon King. Even after seeing the Demon King's status, Ouyang Wufeng refused to believe in his immortality because there simply could not be such a powerful opponent in the world. He believed that even a Demon King must have some weaknesses. Ouyang Wufeng took out 2 talismans and used Endless Life, Wood, and Indestructibility, Gold. Immediately afterward, vines with thorns sprouted on the 99th floor of the tower and immediately began to surround the Demon King. In a matter of seconds, the vines wrapped around the Demon King, making it difficult for him to move around, but the Demon King himself was disappointed at this moment, as the cultivator didn't show him anything new from the last battle. After chaining the Demon King, Ouyang Wufeng raised his blade above him to execute the enemy. With a shriek, Ouyang Wufeng sped up his seal blade to finally deal with the threat to humanity. The Demon King called Ouyang Wufeng a pathetic worm and reminded him that he controlled the entire demon tower, after which he snapped his fingers and added that he controlled the whole thing. Using the power over the demon tower, the Demon King switched himself with Ouyang Wufeng, due to which it was the cultivator who was delayed by the vines. And before he realized what was happening, the blade with artifact fragments fell straight onto its master. The Demon King reminded the cultivator that in his playground, they were playing by his rules, and as long as he was in the Demon Tower, he was invincible. The Demon King snapped his fingers again, immediately after which the cultivator bug talismans appeared in his hands. The Demon King asked if he wanted to try out his own skills on himself. In that case, he asked him not to die too quickly. Burning the talismans, the Demon King used purification, water, and deadly fire. Immediately after, he summoned a huge water dragon and a fire phoenix. Seeing his talismans being used against him, Ouyang Wufeng wondered what the hell was going on. The elemental beast created talismans attacked Ouyang Wufeng at once without even giving him a chance to dodge. Even so, even though it was difficult, Ouyang Wufeng managed to survive the attack with serious wounds. Ouyang Wufeng reached for the gourd and popped off the lid, deciding that since techniques against the Demon King were useless, in that case, he would go against him with his rules. Whereupon he lifted the gourd with a sharp movement and called out to the Demon King. But in the next instant, the Demon King destroyed Ouyang Wufeng's artifact, depriving him of his strongest trump card. Seeing his gourd shattering into shards, Ouyang Wufeng asked how such a thing was possible. The Demon King asked, "What's the big deal?" Ouyang Wufeng was astonished because right before his eyes, the Demon King had managed to destroy the Immortal's weapons, which shouldn't be possible. The Demon King grabbed Ouyang Wufeng by the neck and approached, reminding him that he owed him his life for saving him in Divine Gift City. Since that was the case, it was time to return the favor. The Demon King squeezed his neck, causing Ouyang Wufeng to vomit blood. At this moment, he was trying to figure out what the Demon King meant, since Bai Qingfeng had saved him back then. So was his guess right? Ouyang Wufeng immediately dismissed the thought, for Bai Qingfeng was currently under strict control. Ouyang Wufeng took out his blade with the divine artifact fragments and tried to slash the Demon King with it, but he dodged. Immediately after, the Demon King explained to Ouyang Wufeng that nothing in the Demon Tower was capable of harming him, including artifacts. With a slight movement of his hand, the Demon King destroyed Ouyang Wufeng's blade and said that he would take these 3 fragments for himself. After which, he squeezed Ouyang Wufeng's neck tighter and slammed it against the floor. On the verge of life and death, Ouyang Wufeng wondered how this had happened. He shouldn't have defied the tower headlong, and more importantly, he shouldn't have doubted Bai Qingfeng from the beginning. After all, he had saved him in the end. But it was too late. Preparing to end it all, the Demon King told the cultivator that it was time to end it all. Looking up at the Demon King from below, Ouyang Wufeng noticed a wound on him and wondered who could have inflicted the wound on the Demon Lord. He simply could not understand it. After finishing with Ouyang Wufeng, the Demon King returned to the throne and imprisoned his body in a crystal, just like the bodies of the previous outsiders who had reached him. The Demon King noticed that there was a live broadcast, and since that was the case, he had something to report. The Demon King said, "Don't let me down," immediately after which the live broadcast signal was interrupted. The end of the live broadcast meant that Ouyang Wufeng had died. Thanks to his sacrifice, people had learned that the Demon King was invincible, but 3 fragments had been lost, meaning that they would never be able to collect all 10 again. Realizing that they could neither defeat the Demon King nor seal the Demon Tower, even the hosts couldn't contain their emotions, because all this meant the end of humanity. Meanwhile, the Ouyang clan's residence was in an uproar because their ancestor Ouyang Wufeng had just been killed, and the Demon King had decided to cheer people up by mocking them, which showed his fearlessness of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the president of the Awakened Association shouted orders that the association would no longer allow any hunter to challenge the Demon Tower since the Demon King was invincible. One of the members asked what was the point of collecting the remaining fragments now if they lost 3 of them, because now they wouldn't be able to completely seal the tower. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingfeng offered to personally climb to the top of the Demon Tower to retrieve the lost artifact fragments. Bai Qingfeng explained that although he had no chance of defeating the Demon King, there was a small chance that he could snatch the fragments and quickly escape. The president of the association told him no, because the move was too risky, whereas they should no longer act rashly. They should now consider a longer-term perspective. Moreover, the artifact fragments would only increase the chance of sealing the tower, so they still had a 70% chance. The president of the association recognized that Bai Qingfeng was a righteous person, but he had offended him, and so he immediately vowed that he would never suspect him again. The subordinate reminded the head that even if they had a 70% chance, they still hadn't managed to locate the remaining 7 fragments. Earlier, they had sent a fire dragon team to scout, but they never returned. Just then, another staff member ran into the room and reported that the fire dragon team had just returned from their mission. Captain Gu Yan had managed to discover the location of the 4th fragment, and now the people were cheering. The president of the Awakened Association was pleased with the report, for this time Gu Yan had made a great contribution. The president of the association said that he could rest now, and they would send one of their people for the fragments. Immediately, a member of the Ouyang family ran into the residence and reported that Gu Yan of the Gu family was going to break his engagement to Ouyang Shan. As soon as Gu Yan entered the residence, head Ouyang ordered him not to even think about daring to let his daughter down once he succeeded, and even offered to question all the people in the room to finally realize that his girl was no match for anyone. To which Gu Yan replied, "If that person needs to ask, then let the head let him ask, then ask the head directly, what is so good about his arrogant and overbearing daughter?" The girl behind Gu Yan suddenly noticed Bai Qingfeng and said that she had admired him for a long time, whereupon she apologized in case their argument had disturbed him and headed towards him. The girl told Bai Qingfeng that she hoped he didn't mind her company. She realized that with her gentle voice, her sweet smile, and her generous nature, no man could resist her. Ignoring her, Bai Qingfeng asked her to shut up, since it was already noisy here. At this moment, the Demon King was pondering about the approaching winter. He wanted to know if there would be more prophecies about the heroes. Gu Yan was angry to see Lung Mandi approaching Bai Qingfeng, so he was also rude to her. Gu Yan asked Bai Qingfeng how he could be so rude to such a delicate and beautiful girl, and reproached him for Bai Qingfeng's ungentlemanly behavior. Then Gu Yan grinned and said that he had heard about his abnormal team, from which Liu Shisan was the one who had committed the most serious crime against humanity. Bai Qingfeng praised this guard dog named Gu Yan, for he was very good at barking. The Demon King did not wish to communicate with these people right now, for he now wished to know the truth about his 7 emotions and 6 desires, as well as the picture that popped up in his memories. Meanwhile, Len Mandy clenched her teeth and tried to understand how any man could treat her like this, and she had even increased her charm to the highest stage. In fact, she comes from a lower stratum of society. She had no family, no wealth, and didn't even have superpowers. Such a weak person like her, beauty did not bring luck. On the contrary, it brought her only bullying and humiliation. That was until one day a text message arrived on her phone that completely changed her life. New mobile game Automy game about love, in which men will be her stepping stones. Will she agree to implant herself with a chip for the sake of it? It was a mobile game that surpassed current technology and allowed her to conquer any man. Power, truly the greatest hallucinogen of all, and it is addictive. It was interesting to her to watch men, who were usually powerful men, fall down before her skirt and ready to twirl around in front of her if she only wanted to. All men are her toys. There can be no exceptions. Bai Qingfeng has caught her attention, and from the looks of it, the game will bring her more bountiful rewards if he is captured by her. Making an innocent appearance, Len Mandy asked Bai Qingfeng and Guyan not to fight over her. After all, two of them were their main trump card in the fight against demons, and they had yet to collect the remaining fragments. She wanted to reconcile them since Bai Qingfeng would be easier to subdue if he went with Guyan. Guyan's favorability increased by 2% to 72%. At the same moment, Guyan told Leng Mandy that she was very kind-hearted and the best girl he had ever met. After which, he explained that he didn't want to team up with such a rude and suspicious person, hence he asked for the opportunity to collect all the fragments alone. Bai Qingfeng reluctantly said that he wasn't going with him as it was. He was going to wait for Guyan to return and steal the fragments from him. After checking on him, Lan Mandy found out that she still had 0% of Bai Qingfeng's favor. And it was starting to make her angry. She wanted to understand why his favor for her was not increasing. And could it be that he wasn't interested in relationships between men and women? The president of the Awakened Association turned to Bai Qingfeng and Guyan and said that he had an idea. According to the information Guyan has gathered, the fourth artifact fragment is in an SSS-ranked dungeon with a long history, where information about demons and gods should obviously be preserved. Guyan has the information, while Bai Qingfeng has the experience to obtain the three fragments. Only when they put aside their enmity and join forces to save humanity can he entrust them with this task. The information about demons and gods has attracted the attention of the Demon King because there is a possibility that he can unlock the secrets of his emotions and memory fragments. Placing his hand on his chest, Bai Qingfeng said that for the sake of the future of all mankind, it was his duty to accept this mission. Bai Qingfeng's righteousness shone so brightly that Gu Yan had to shield himself from the light. Gu Yan admitted that he didn't expect that this guy's sense of justice was so strong, and since that was the case, he also agreed, except he decided to make his own condition. Len Mandy would go with them. Suddenly, the head of Ouyang ran up to Gu Yan shouting and grabbed him by his clothes, for he had betrothed himself to his daughter, but now he was suddenly taking another lady with him, after which he threatened to get rid of the girl right now for the way she was seducing other people's men. At the same moment, Ouyang Shan came out to them and asked her father not to be angry with Gu Yan. After which, she agreed to break off the engagement, but only on one condition: she would also join their team. Head Ouyang let Gu Yan go and asked Shaner, didn't she like Gu Yan? So then why did she suddenly decide to break the engagement? Realizing what Ouyang Shan was trying to achieve with his words, Gu Yan said that it was useless. Passing by, Ouyang Shan knocked Gu Yan's hand away and after asking where this daffodil came from, ordered him to get out of here, after which she revealed that she actually wanted to join their team as she admired Mr. Bai Qingfeng and wanted to fight alongside him. Bai Qingfeng admitted that he doesn't care one bit about the intricacies of their love triangle and asked him to stay out of it. However, if anyone wants to join his team, it's fine with him. Gu Yan ordered Ouyang Shan to let her stop her tricks. After all, she had been pursuing him for so long, but suddenly changed her temperament only when she met Bai Qingfeng for the first time. Chief Ouyang wondered if his daughter might have a head problem since she was seriously ill and literally just recovered. Lan Mandy was surprised at how popular Bai Qingfeng was, but even that couldn't suppress her desire to possess him. Ouyang Shan ordered her father not to try to change her mind anymore, for she had decided to follow Mr. Bai Qingfeng's example and become the most loyal member of his team. The problem isn't really that she's having trouble with her head after being sick. It's all about her soul being trapped in this body, because she's not Ouyang Shan at all, but a very ordinary comic book fan from Earth. In her normal life, she was a fan of the comic book I, the Most Powerful Boss. But suddenly, she woke up in the world of the comic book she was reading. She became a supporting actress, or cannon fodder. It was obvious to her that the main character of the comic book was none other than the Demon King, and therefore she should cling to it tighter. As soon as Guyan stepped outside, he was greeted by a crowd of adoring fans shouting that they loved him. To the fans, Gu Yan was the most handsome, well-mannered noble, as well as the most powerful awakened in the world, and they were ready to support him at any moment. Many of them were even willing to follow their true hero of humanity into the SSS rank dungeon, for he was the only one capable of leading them to victory. Gao Hu, who was observing this, felt bad watching this. After all, in his opinion, awakened ones were people who relied on strength, so why would they need fan culture then? It was obvious to Gao Hu that Gu Yan only possessed S-rank strength, and he had only gained so many fans because of his handsome face, which unfortunately is nothing like their captain, who receives death threats and vicious curses every day, all because of the Liu Shisan incident. Worst of all, Captain Bai Qingfeng's haters have started spreading conspiracy theories that he is the Demon King, which is simply impossible. After all, their captain is the person who collected the 3 artifact fragments, making him the #1 hero of mankind. Liu Xiaoqi said that they shouldn't care about it because once the captain returns the artifact fragment, people will forget about the recent incident and call him the savior of mankind again. Li Tiantian then said that they couldn't join his team because the leader was Guyan, and since they wouldn't be around the captain, she asked him to take care of himself. After that, Li Tiantian noticed that the captain was having trouble eating and opened a box of cookies and asked him to eat them if he was hungry. After taking one cookie in his hands, the Demon King realized from the smell that it was very sweet. Leah then handed him the pouch and explained that she had nothing but money, so she asked him to take it at least. Leah asked him not to save money and spend it all boldly, but the Demon King did not understand why he could use this money. The next gift was presented by Liu Xiaoqi. Liu Xiaoqi asked to receive a new phone from him, as they sometimes found it difficult to even contact the captain. The Demon King mentally admitted that he had never been able to figure out how this thing worked. After seeing him off and giving him gifts for the journey, Bai Qingfeng's team members all wished for him to return safely and said that they would look forward to his return. Holding his friends' gifts, the Demon King looked at them, after which he said a simple aha to them and followed Gu Yan. As he left, the Demon King smiled slightly. He hoped that they would wait for him. The Absolute Order Elder summarized that Ling Xiao's system, Li He's system, Liu Shisan's system, and countless other direct broadcasting systems. There are more and more systems at the same time as there is more data. A great prophet has the ability to look into the future. A time-traveling elder controls the past while he is able to control the present, all because he knows everyone in this era, and he also has data on everyone. Now he had a few more systems left to collect, and after gathering all the data, he would finally be able to get to work. 3 days later, a game reminder arrived on Lan Mandy's phone. Although her Bai Qingfeng's favorability was still 0%, she should increase it as she would be able to obtain very valuable rewards, and so she shouldn't waste any time. Lan Mandy wondered what these valuable rewards were. After all, this was the first time she was being offered something like this, but if it was really worth it, she should try her best. As he continued traveling with Guyan's team, the Demon King wondered why these girls were staring at their phones the whole way, and what did they see so interesting about these pieces of iron. The system sent the Demon King an alert that Len Mandy had something similar to the system, which didn't surprise the Demon King much. After which, the Demon King asked the system, "Does Shan have a system?" After all, it was rumored that her character had suddenly changed dramatically. The system replied that she didn't have a system. In that case, the Demon King assumed that she was reborn, as he did not see any other options. The system praised its master for his awareness. Looking at her phone, Shan was jubilant because she hadn't even thought about the fact that even after being reborn, new chapters would continue to be added to her phone. She even speculated that she was now looking at the world from the perspective of a god because she would be able to be the first to see all the events. So far, the story has been updated to the last moment where she appeared, and what's even more important is that she's actually in the comic. She's on the same screen as the comic book character she's been following, which was a huge honor for her. Rejoicing at this, Shan started rubbing herself on the phone, thinking about how much of a high-level VIP privilege this was for a true fan like her. As Shan was daydreaming, she didn't notice how she accelerated, causing her to accidentally crash into the Demon King. After which, she received a murderous look from him, for Bai Qingfeng didn't like those people who took over other people's bodies. Frightened, Shan apologized and explained that she didn't do it out of malice. She realized that she had to win his favor as soon as possible, or he might kill her. Noticing what had just happened, Guyan wondered if Shan was really interested in this Bai Qingfeng. Wouldn't she be in trouble if she continued to pester him like this? Since she is a member of his team, Guyan decided to help Shan. Guyan turned to Bai Qingfeng and reminded him to be nice to girls. But his gesture of goodwill was not appreciated. Bai Qingfeng, along with Shan, ordered him to back off. Hearing this, Guyan stumbled back and reminded them that he was their captain, which meant they should listen to him. But the team members completely ignored him. Guyan, of course, knew that Shan was always bold, but what he didn't expect was that even Bai Qingfeng wouldn't take him seriously. While Guyan was tormented, Lan Mandi offered to wipe the sweat off Bai Qingfeng's face, and Shan offered to get a drink, but Bai Qingfeng didn't care about them. Bai Qingfeng reminded that it was time for them to go and set off, which the girls immediately agreed with, looking in love, which confused Guyan. Guyan reminded him that he was the captain and then asked Bai Qingfeng, since when did the crew members listen to him? He also wanted to know why even Mandy had suddenly taken his side, and when had Bai Qingfeng managed to win the favor of these girls. After a while, Guyan's group arrived at the huge crater. Guyan said that according to the clues he had investigated along with the arrays of information provided by the Absolute Order Elder, he can guess that this is the entrance to the SSS rank dungeon and the place where the fourth artifact fragment last appeared. The entrance activates once every certain period of time, and he estimates that it will do so in about 10 seconds. Len Mandy admitted that this place didn't feel like an SSS ranked dungeon to her, as there was nothing here at all. Shan, on the other hand, was pleased, as personally participating in the trials from the comics was the best thing to happen to a fan. Guyan explained that it was just an entrance and that he was confident in the information from his intelligence. The dungeon they needed was a rare, very rare dungeon called World Inversion, which was very rarely visited. It was rumored to be the place where the only cultivator who had managed to collect all 10 artifact fragments disappeared about 1,000 years ago. And from the looks of it, there must be some sort of space-time node here. With the help of an Absolute Order Elder, after a long search, he learned that the next opening time was tonight. And it was 5, 4, 3, 2 before the dungeon opened. Looking at the crater, the Demon King wondered, where in the desert could such a thing suddenly form? Suddenly, as if to answer his question, a meteor shower began. The meteorites headed toward a huge crater. Then, there was a huge explosion that illuminated everything with a bright flash, after which it faded. The morning after the meteor shower. Waking up as the first of the team, Guyan was surprised that it was already dawn. Then he remembered the most important thing. Where was the entrance to the SSS ranked dungeon? The Demon King suddenly woke up and jumped up abruptly, causing Shan, who was lying on top of him, to hit her head on a nearby rock. The Demon King wondered, how could he only fall asleep? Besides, there had been a huge meteor shower last night, so why were they unharmed then? The Demon King refused to believe that this had no consequences. Plus, he had a very strange premonition. Hitting his head, Shan also woke up and had already started sobbing in pain. But she quickly regained her senses and, hiding behind the Demon King, began to look around while asking where the entrance to the dungeon was. After all, it was exactly as it was yesterday. Shan asked if they could be in the wrong place. Lan Mandi looked out from behind the other side of Bai Qingfeng and suggested that the meteor shower had simply collided with the energy of the dungeon, causing it to prevent it from opening. After which, she asked, would they really have to wait for the next dungeon opening? In the meantime, Guyan disguised himself, then suggested that they return to the city to ask the association what they should do next. Bai Qingfeng asked Guyan why he was dressed up like that. Guyan replied that he was hiding his face because if he entered the city, he would be mobbed by fans. A while later, upon returning to the city, almost all billboards, and even merch, had Bai Qingfeng's picture on them. Shan couldn't help but wonder why there were pictures of Mr. Bai Qingfeng hanging everywhere. These people had even started calling him the hero of humanity and the light of humanity again. Leng Mandi agreed that this was very suspicious because not long ago, he was the object of everyone's scorn. Guyan also agreed that it was strange, but his only concern here was that people were only paying attention to the guy behind him, and after all, he himself wasn't even covering himself, so why wouldn't anyone recognize him? The people around Guyan's group were amazed when they saw Bai Qingfeng and wanted to tell everyone they knew that they were lucky enough to see him. Seconds later, shouts of "He's here" went up, and the crowds wanting to see their idol grew larger and larger. When Guyan heard this, he realized that his fans had finally shown up, which was not surprising since it was impossible to hide from them. So what should he do now? The throngs of fans could barely tolerate such a close presence of their idol anymore, as suddenly they all ran towards him. Realizing this was his star opportunity, Guyan finally dropped his disguise and said he was ready to sign autographs. Realizing where this was going, Mandy hurriedly moved away from him before she was run over by the crowd. Unexpectedly, people suddenly started shouting out Bai Qingfeng's name and asking for his autograph. Trying to make their way towards him, people told their stories about how they had been a fan of him since they were kids. Without noticing anyone in their way, the fans even trampled Guyan, who would clearly remember the incident. The Demon King tried to understand what was going on and asked the people around him not to push or touch him, but they kept coming. One fan shouted out that his son had taken Bai Qingfeng as his main example since childhood. Some even felt that their lives had not been lived in vain since they had seen him. In a matter of seconds, the Demon King was buried under crowds of unidentified fans. Suddenly, Bai Qingfeng disappeared, surprising the people around him. A little girl with a poster shouted that he had disappeared, immediately after which people rushed to chase after the idol. Ouyangshan wondered how such a thing could suddenly happen, and could it be related to that meteor shower? Not understanding what was happening, Ouyangshan decided to check if the comic had been updated as soon as possible. After all, she needed to catch what was happening from a god's point of view. But what she saw there made Ouyangshan very happy. After all, her favorite comic book has 3 chapters out at once, which means she can predict what will happen in the next 3 chapters. Sure, the phone had become her main assistant, but Ouyangshan couldn't help but wonder if she would be playing one of the most important supporting roles if things continued like this. The fate of supporting characters has never been positive, so should she take a look at it? Meanwhile, the Demon King finally managed to escape from pursuit by hiding in a small street. Adjusting the clothes that had almost been stripped off him, he wondered once again what the hell had just happened. For the first time in his life, he was afraid of people. Just as suddenly, Bai Qingfeng was discovered by a certain girl and asked the Lord why he was here. Upon hearing the voice, the Demon King immediately became a fighting stance. But after taking a closer look, he realized that it was Li Tiantian, with Liu Xiaoke standing behind her. Li Tiantian complained about the absence of the master because the association had been looking for him for half a day, and Liu Xiaoke just said hello to him. Already unable to be surprised, the Demon King asked what had happened to them, and why did they look so strange. Liu Xiaoke was surprised by the commander's question and reminded him that actually they always looked like this. Just as suddenly, Li Tiantian hit him on the head and asked him how dare he talk to their master like that. After all, she had taught him how to do things. Liu Xiaoqi apologized and asked for permission to speak. Li Tiantian simply agreed with Liu Xiaoqi and grabbed the Demon King's hand and dragged him to the association, because without him, there was only trouble. Everything around him was getting weirder and weirder, as if the whole world had turned upside down. The Demon King assumed that it was because of the meteor shower, but how could it turn the world upside down, and how powerful a meteor shower is needed for something like this? The headquarters of the Awakened Association. Bai Qingfeng's fans gathered in front of the association's walls and shouted their idol's name. Li Tiantian told the gentleman that they would have to go through the back exit as usual, as the gentleman's fans have been waiting for him outside the association all day long. The Demon King noticed a figure sitting nearby and asked Tiantian about that person. Li Tiantian recalled that this beggar had been begging for food outside the Awakened Association for years. Afterwards, I asked the gentleman, didn't he remember that? And why is he acting so strangely today? The Demon King could not accept that this man was a beggar. After all, Guyan came from a noble family. Guyan's situation could only change if the whole world changed. But how could there be 2 of them? But if there really are 2 of them, does that mean that... Li Tiantian turned to the master and reminded him that as the president of the association, he was to lead the demon subjugation operation. As Li Tiantian suddenly fell silent, for ahead of them was... The Demon King was waiting for them, so why are there 2 of them now? Looking at one and the other, Li Tiantian cried out and began to question why they looked the same, and how was such a thing even possible? Upon seeing the other Demon King, the Demon King realized that it wasn't the meteor shower that had turned the world upside down. In fact, the meteor shower had transported them to a parallel world, the exact opposite parallel world. That meant that that meteor shower wasn't an accident, and it was the meteor shower that opened the gate to the SSS rank dungeon. The Demon King even recalled Gu Yan's words that this dungeon was called World Reversion. The Demon King told them that whether they believed it or not, he was Bai Qingfeng from a parallel world, and he had come to find a fragment of the artifact for which he and his companions had entered the SSS rank dungeon, after which they had been teleported here. Hearing this, Li Tiantian got angry at the stranger with Bai Qingfeng's face because no one would believe such a thing and started threatening him. The local Bai Qingfeng accepted the version of himself from the parallel world and greeted him, then introduced himself as Bai Qingfeng, the president of this world's awakened association, whom people prefer to call the Light of Humanity. Bai Qingfeng admitted that he did not consider himself a hero, and that he simply had a sincere heart that was willing to dedicate himself to all of humanity. Li Tiantian shouted at the president that he was an idiot and asked if he couldn't at least try to defend himself instead of being a peon. Hearing people praising the president of the Awakened Association, Bai Qingfeng felt nauseous, and he could barely contain himself anymore. Just as suddenly, he threw up a rainbow straight into the face of his parallel self. The local Bai Qingfeng took out a napkin to wipe his face, immediately after which the Demon King approached the parallel self and ordered him to stop talking nonsense. What was wrong with his smirk anyway? After all, it looks too disgusting, and his face should not be able to adopt such an expression. The Demon King was sure that even in the parallel world, he couldn't be like this, unless he himself is a bigger devil than this. Suddenly, the local Bai Qingfeng grabbed his hands and said that his identity was not important because no matter what kind of person he was, they were compatriots as long as they were on the same front. The Demon King mentally apologized. After all, he wasn't even human. The local Bai Qingfeng offered to work hand in hand and, pointing to the portraits on the wall, said they needed to defeat their common enemy. It was the Demon King and his 7 generals, except why were the portraits showing the old president of the association and his elders? Why did they become demons? Shining a light on the humans, Bai Qingfeng announced that starting tomorrow, they, the humans, would officially move against the demon race for victory. This world was too strange for the Demon King. The Demon King said that in any case, he had come here for the artifact fragment and he was willing to help them if they handed it over to him. Besides, he had lost 3 comrades here. Suddenly shining even brighter, Bai Qingfeng asked his subordinates to help the other himself with the search, for the 3 of them were clearly having a hard time right now. Li Tiantian was against helping him, as she didn't trust the stranger, but Liu Shaoqi agreed with the boss and dragged Li Tiantian along. Ouyang Shan had finally read the 3 new chapters of the comic book, but she was clearly not satisfied. Suddenly she threw her phone down, screaming that this comic was insane, because it would all end in 3 chapters where the Demon King would die at the hands of that guy. This was too serious a turn of events, and if the main character of the piece dies, what's the point of the whole thing anyway? This ending was a total mess. Beating the phone with her foot, Ouyang Shan cursed the author and asked why did he put her in this manga in the first place. Just as suddenly lightning struck her. While she was being struck by lightning, Ouyang Shan began to apologize to the author and even admitted that she was wrong, after which she began to beg for mercy. Leaving Ouyang Shan barely alive, the author sent an alert. The comic is about interfering with the causal storyline of this world and preventing the Demon King from dying at the beginning of winter. He hopes that she can get the Demon King to change his fate so that he can live a few more chapters, after which he will allow her to return to Earth. The author bid her farewell and wished her not to die. Before Ouyang Shan could be surprised that so many comments flashed before her eyes, the author advised her to read the comments for inspiration. Ouyang Shan got angry about the last comment and asked the author, can't he just figure out how to keep the Demon King alive? He shouldn't leave all the work to innocent time travelers like her. Suddenly, a vortex opened up in the sky, spewing lightning bolts. When Ouyang Shan saw it, she apologized to the author and agreed to do whatever the author ordered. Sometime after the lightning incident, Li Tiantian found a strange, sparkling girl and asked if she was on that guy's team. A while later, Li Tiantian, along with Liu Shaoqi, finally found their guest comrades, after which she suggested that they head to the association to contribute to the future of humanity. Finally gathered together, Guyan revealed that he had visited several large families and found that the servants had become patriarchs while the patriarchs had become laborers. He suggested that this dungeon was a space tunnel leading to the opposite parallel world, after which Lengmandi added that not everything had changed in people, but only one trait. Guyan was born into a noble family but became a beggar. The cute girl Tian Tian suddenly became a violent punk, but the other traits remained the same. The Demon King recalled that before he left, the president of the association had said that there were clues about demons and gods here, and now he understood why. Since this world was the opposite of their world, if they learned something about gods and demons from this world, that information would come in handy in their world. Guyan suddenly asked, could it be that since this world is upside down and Bai Qingfeng is such a bright and good person in this world, then their Bai Qingfeng is truly a sinful person? Everything was exactly like the last chapters of the comic book, and even the characters' lines were exactly the same. Ouyangshan realized that she had to intervene somehow if she wanted to return home. Ouyangshan asked if he had forgotten that although the world was upside down, it worked differently with everyone. Li Tiantian and Liu Xiaoke have only changed their personalities, but still remain excellent awakened associations. This meant that Bai Qingfeng could only change his personality, as they could see from the sunny and kind Bai Qingfeng. Ouyangshan suddenly had a feeling that the description was getting darker and darker, as if she was scolding the Demon King himself. Which is why Ouyangshan decided to just drink tea. In the story, Gu Yan and the Demon King started fighting over a disagreement, but there were no lines from her in the comic, which means she can actually change where the plot is going. Noticing how oddly she was acting, Len Mandy wondered what was wrong with her. Gu Yan admitted that it still felt as if there was something wrong here. As they were suddenly interrupted by the local Bai Qingfeng, he suggested that they immediately start a demon extermination operation. After which, he said that he felt that they were very capable, and because of that, they would definitely contribute to the future of humanity. With a glow of righteousness, Bai Qingfeng suggested that they all hold hands together, for a bright future awaited them. The Demon King could barely contain himself because of this saintly man's luscious words. In the end, he once again threw up a rainbow right in the face of the local Bai Qingfeng, scaring his comrades. The Demon King apologized, as he really couldn't stand it when his face made such a righteous expression. Bai Qingfeng's group joined forces with an army of knights and headed towards the demon lair. The inhabitants of this world were even willing to give their lives for the future of all mankind. The local Bai Qingfeng offered another meal to himself, as they would soon arrive at the demon lair. The Demon King admitted that he wasn't used to the local dish and took out the cookies Li Tiantian had baked for him. The local Bai Qingfeng remarked that it looked like a handmade cookie and that it was made by someone who appreciated Bai Qingfeng very much. Instead of answering, the Demon King began to silently eat Li Tiantian's cookies. Then he reached for his new cell phone. He'd had a hard time learning how to use it, and once he'd gotten to the other world, he'd stopped getting a signal. That meant he'd have to get out of here first to communicate with the people in his world. The last messages he received came that night, just before the meteor shower. Liu Xiaoqi wished the captain to return safely. Li Tiantian wanted to know if her cookies tasted good. Li Ya wrote that they were waiting for his return, and Gao Hu wrote that it didn't matter to them whether he could accomplish his mission or not. The most important thing was that their captain was okay. The local Bai Qingfeng said that this was an operation that humanity had been planning for the past 10 years. During that time, they have gathered the best awakened from all over the world, and careful calculations have been made, making them confident that this time they will almost certainly be able to destroy the demon lair. It is rumored to give only a 10% chance of sealing the lair, but it is also located on the 100th floor, except that once they get the fragment, it will become useless, so they can give it as a reward. The Demon King assumed that the only artifact fragment from this world was a fragment from their world that had accidentally come here. He had already noticed that the humans in this world were much more powerful than the demons, which meant that they would have no problem destroying them, even though he had nothing to do with it. The Demon King asked why he said Demon Lair and not Demon Tower. The local Bai Qingfeng was surprised to hear about the tower and explained that demons were always in the demon lair, which extended 100 stories underground. He then asked them to remember that they only needed to capture the Demon King and not to kill him, because if he died, the lair would disappear and the rock would collapse on their people, burying them alive. Demons in an underground lair? This world really appeared to be the opposite. As the Demon King suddenly remembered something, if the risk of the operation was so great, why didn't they ask the gods for help? To which the local Bai Chingfeng replied that the god race had long since disappeared and asked, hadn't this been mentioned in the other world? The Demon King replied that unfortunately, there were very few mentions of gods, demons, and even humans left in their world. Another Bai Chingfeng said that there were countless documents and ruins of civilizations in this world that clearly said that the god race was merciful and that they protected all living things in this world, while demons are an evil race that can only devour all living things. Humans are wise and are the first creatures created by the gods, so they are forever loyal to them. After talking to the local Bai Chingfeng, the Demon King was lost in questions because, judging by what he said, this world is exactly the same as the parallel world, except that this world is opposite and everything must be different. So what is the true world? According to the local Bai Chingfeng, the history of this world has never been interrupted and that it is clearly recorded in countless historical sources, while the history of his world has been lost and civilization destroyed. Because of all these thoughts, the Demon King even began to experience a severe headache. Before entering the dungeon, Bai Qingfeng stopped everyone and said that they would leave some people here as a reserve in case something went wrong, and since the three comrades from the other world were so strong, they should also stay here. The captain of the knights reported to the president of the association that their entire force of 39,800 awakened had reached the lair and were ready to give their blood for the destruction of the demon race. After that, the rest of the warriors shouted the same thing, ready to fight. Bai Qingfeng shouted to the soldiers, "May their generation put an end to the disasters and use the flame of justice to ignite hope in the hearts of the next generation," before ordering the attack and jumping into the den. First floor of the demon lair. Having easily defeated the demons thanks to his light magic, Bai Qingfeng ordered some of the soldiers to stay here as reinforcements and ordered the vanguard to move with him. 31st floor of the demon lair. Using his light magic, Bai Qingfeng continued to destroy the demons, but there were already demons that could withstand his attacks. The Demon King offered the other himself a rest, as he is capable of handling himself here, while the light magic might come in handy to suppress the strange magic used by the demons. The 61st floor of the demon lair. Bai Qingfeng recognized that the other him was quite strong, to which the latter replied that they were both strong. After all, they were one person. Breaking through the floors, they killed all of the Demon King's generals in the process. The 99th floor of the demon lair. Lai Tiantian ordered her companions to stand behind her, for next, they would follow the president of the association to the 100th floor of the demon lair, where they should capture the king alive. The 100th floor of the demon lair. The Demon King was already waiting for the intruders who dared to reach his floor. Bai Qingfeng's group kicked open the door of the 100th floor and entered the hall. Seeing what the local Demon King looked like, Bai Qingfeng chuckled and took out his phone to take a picture of him. He decided to show it to the president of his world's association as a joke. The local Bai Qingfeng created a bow out of light magic and shouted that today humanity would gain the upper hand over the demon race. Immediately after which, he released the bowstring, releasing the strongest arrow. The Demon King was amazed at what had happened, for in the blink of an eye, his shoulder was shot through. Immediately after, Bai Qingfeng used the black chains to take control of the Demon King. The local Bai Qingfeng recognized that his doppelganger's strength was beyond his expectations, which meant that they would definitely win. Right now, he needed to deliver his final blow. Bai Qingfeng used a combined technique, yin-yang infinite universe. With the strongest attack, Bai Qingfeng dealt with the Demon King, releasing a huge amount of energy. The Demon King was defeated and exhausted. Unable to contain her happiness, Li Tiantian even jumped up and down in joy at her victory. After which, she praised the president of the association as they had finally won. Bai Qingfeng walked up to the Demon King and stepped on his face. Meanwhile, the Demon King who came to this world found what he came for, a fragment of an artifact. Liu Xiaoqi told the president that they stopped just in time because the Demon King is on his last breath, so they must not let him die, or the lair will collapse and all the people inside will die. Just as suddenly, ignoring Liu Xiaoqi's words, the local Bai Qingfeng finished off the Demon King with all his might. After which, he said that those people didn't need to leave, and that all 30,000 elite awakened ones should be buried here. Li Tiantian and Liu Xiaoqi asked the president of the association how could he do such a thing. After what happened, only a few of the strongest awakened ones like them would be able to escape, but most would die. But no sooner had they finished than a grimace of disbelief froze on their faces, for the president of the association had betrayed even them with a movement of his hand. Bai Qingfeng said that the world wouldn't be able to know about his deeds if they died here. Even the Demon King was confused. This was clearly the opposite world, and since in his world he is a demon committing horrible crimes, shouldn't the local him be holy and untainted? How could he suddenly act like this? In the Demon King's mind surfaced the scene of his friends saying goodbye to him, wishing him to return safely. Because of all this, the Demon King once again began to feel a severe headache, even though he knows that it's not Tian Tian and Xiaoke from his world, but even so, it's hard for him to see them die. It was very strange. He once again felt some emotion overwhelming his heart. This emotion wasn't like sadness. This time it's so strong that he can't control it. So what is this emotion? Because of this emotion, some memories began to resurface in the Demon King's mind again. There were many knights around, and they all watched him suffer. Crowds of people have organized a crusade to punish him. The hero grows demonic horns, and he becomes the greatest sinner of this world. This strange feeling makes him want to kill people. He wants to destroy everything. He even loses control of himself, and it's getting harder and harder for him to control his mind. If this is really an emotion that people feel, it is none other than hate. The local Bai Qingfeng said that he had reread the ancient books, so he already knew about the existence of a parallel world. But even so, he had never thought that he would meet his other self like this. Bai Qingfeng proposed to fight to see who was stronger. He then used his magic to create a mighty golden dragon of light. In response, the Demon King used magic to create an attack in the form of a mighty tiger of darkness. Both Bai Qingfeng believed that there was no way their other version should exist in this world. The Dragon of Light and the Tiger of Darkness collided, which generated the release of enormous destructive energy. Meanwhile, on the upper floors of the demon lair, the soldiers began to panic as the lair suddenly began to collapse. Seeing what was happening, the soldiers outside were stunned that someone had killed the Demon King. They were not doing well, as most of the squad was in the dungeon and would be crushed, but even so, they were willing to help whoever they could. Gu Yan and the girls were also shocked by what had happened, for below is still their Bai Qingfeng. And only Ouyang Shan realized that he was no longer inside the dungeon, for at this moment, he is at their backs, barely making it out alive after a fight with another Bai Qingfeng. Bai Qingfeng said that he was not dead. Lan Mandy took the hand of the injured Bai Qingfeng and asked what had happened to him. Bai Qingfeng told her that his other version was completely insane. He wished to destroy both demons and humans so that he could rule the world on his own. He fought him, and although he was victorious, he suffered greatly in the battle against such a powerful opponent. Bai Qingfeng said that fortunately, he had managed to get his hands on something, after which he raised his hand and revealed the fourth artifact fragment. After checking the artifact fragment, Gu Yan praised Bai Qingfeng, for he had indeed done it. Without letting Gu Yan touch the fragment, Bai Qingfeng hid it behind his sinus and said that they shouldn't stay here for long, because if the parallel Bai Qingfeng managed to survive, he would probably make things even harder for them. Gu Yan swept up that they were just in the desert right now, which meant that they would be in time for today's meteor shower, and if they took advantage of it, maybe they could return to their world. Only Ouyang Shan wasn't too happy about Bai Qingfeng's return. Everything was happening exactly like in the comic book, word for word. They were currently in the third of the chapters she had read recently, which meant that the Demon King would soon have to die. But what if the Demon King had already been killed? Ouyang Shan pulled out Gu Yan's blade. She wondered, how could the story continue after the Demon King's death? Before Gu Yan realized what was happening, Ouyang Shan ran past him. It was all about the story of a six-eared macaque substituting for Sun Wukong on a pilgrimage for scriptures. This meant that the demon in front of them was actually Bai Qingfeng from the parallel world. Realizing this, Ouyang Shan gave Bai Qingfeng a sudden stab in the back, for she had already realized that the real Demon King, without the support of the Demon Tower, had been defeated and was now on the top floor of the demon lair. Lang Mandy and Gu Yan were dumbfounded by what had happened because Ouyang Shan had suddenly taken Bai Qingfeng and killed him. Bai Qingfeng shrieked that it was simply impossible and asked, how did she know about it? The original 50 chapters of the comic is only the prologue. At this point, the protagonist of the parallel world takes on the identity of the original owner, then travels to the original world where he collects the remaining 9 fragments of the artifact. Since there is only one fragment in this world, in order to become the true ruler of the world, he needs to not only weaken humans and demons, but also strengthen himself. But in the end, the awakened of their world would identify him as the instigator and the culprit, then sentence him to death. No one would know that the true hero had been in another world all this time. After taking the fragment, Shan told the comrades that if they wanted to obtain the artifact fragment, they should first go with her to get the real Bai Qingfeng. Now Shan has decided to change the course of history, for the Demon King must survive. She hopes he can hold out a little longer. A short while later, the surviving knights spotted another man under the rubble. After taking it out, they realized that it was Bai Qingfeng. The knights immediately realized that it wasn't their Bai Qingfeng, because they were only similar in appearance, so it was a Bai Qingfeng from a parallel world. The knights began to wonder, why was only this Bai Qingfeng here if he was with the president of the association? In the end, they agreed that their master had defeated the Demon King, but Bai Qingfeng from the parallel world had deliberately dealt him the final blow, putting everyone at risk. The man lying beside them was a despicable criminal who had betrayed the human race and killed many awakened ones. If they only saw him here, then he could have killed their Bai Qingfeng as well. The knights decided to kill the barely breathing Bai Qingfeng to avenge. But no sooner had they accomplished what they had intended than someone's shout ordered them to stop, immediately after which their blades were reflected. After regaining consciousness, Bai Qingfeng wondered what had happened. Gu Yan shouted to the awakened people surrounding them that the killer was not their Bai Qingfeng, but the hero who had killed the Demon King. The true culprit is Bai Qingfeng of this world, the president of the Awakened Association, who deliberately killed the Demon King to bury them all alive. The Awakened refused to believe this nonsense and rebuked the outsiders for lying and pretending, and then attacked the group of aliens. Shan asked Gu Yan to hurry up and leave this place with them, as it was useless to change these people's minds. The Demon King at this moment was suffering from a severe headache. Gu Yan accepted Shan's words, and a second later they disappeared in a flash, much to the annoyance of the local awakened ones. A short while later, the announcers told the people the good news. Thanks to the efforts of their president Bai Qingfeng, the demon lair had been destroyed, and the Demon King had been killed. But there was also sad news. Many awakened people had been killed by the villains from the parallel world. Hearing such sad news, everyone who knew President Bai Qingfeng could not contain their words. The presenters suggested that President Bai Qingfeng be memorialized and the stranger from the parallel world be cursed, for he was none other than the greatest criminal. President Bai Qingfeng was the hero of this world, for he saved all of humanity by sacrificing his life. People had never met such a kind, just, and glorious man. In parallel to the statue of President Bai Qingfeng, a statue of a devil from another world was erected. Whenever possible, the people pelted the statue with anything they could and cursed the aliens and demanded that they return their relatives who had died due to the destruction of the lair. Because of the outsiders, the fighting power of their world had been set back 100 years, and now they could not defend themselves if they were attacked from the outside. All of this was secretly watched by Gu Yan's group. Gu Yan admitted that it hurt even him to watch this, because these people were turning the story too much. The real villain had been declared a hero, while the hero had become inglorious. If the real story is never cleared up, they will probably be cursed for 1,000 years, and what will be written down in history might be even worse. The scene with the wrong story reminded the Demon King of Liu Shisan. Not only Liu Shisan, but also his crowds of people have organized a crusade to punish him. The hero grows demonic horns, and he becomes the greatest sinner of this world. The Demon King's headaches began to happen more and more often, and he wondered what these waking memories meant. There was no point in them staying here anymore, so Shan suggested that the group prepare to leave, because tonight the meteor shower would repeat, which they needed to use to return to their world. Just as suddenly, Bai Qingfeng asked her to stop for a while and asked, what does she know, and why is she acting like she knows more than she should? What was she up to? To which Shan replied that it didn't matter, because the important thing was that she had saved them. After which she asked if that was true. They might not believe her, but she has known him for a long time and she has always liked him a lot. The author congratulated the Wanderer on completing the Life of the Demon King challenge, and then said that he would now take her back to her homeland, Earth. Shan was surprised for a second to realize that she would finally be able to return to Earth. but was immediately happy about it. There are thousands of time travelers, but not every one of them is able to return home. That means she is truly the lucky one among the other 10,000. Noticing Ouyang Shan looking at one point and talking to herself, Guyan waved his hand in front of her face and asked, "What's wrong with her?" Now, the Demon King was convinced that she was indeed a time traveler. The system alerted Ouyang Shan that a portal leading to Earth was opening in front of her. Ouyang Shan turned to Bai Qingfeng and admitted that she knew he hated the time travelers because they had invaded the bodies of the inhabitants of this world. So she asked him not to worry about it, because as soon as she left, the soul of the real Ouyang Shan would return to this body. After that, she told him that she was actually an ordinary person, an actor in a small theater in Binhai City on Earth. And Bai Qingfeng was her favorite character, and she was very happy that she was able to experience this adventure with him. She said that this was the last time they would see each other and said goodbye. The Demon King said goodbye to Ouyang Shan and wished her to return to her hometown, but Gu Yan was not as calm as his comrade at this moment. Gu Yan asked her to stop and asked Ouyang Shan, why did she suddenly say goodbye to them? Where did this strange light suddenly come from, and where would it send her? Guyan rushed towards Ouyang Shan, but Bai Qingfeng suddenly grabbed his arm. Guyan shouted to Bai Qingfeng to stop her now, but Bai Qingfeng asked him to calm down as she was returning to her world. Guyan realized that everyone had forgotten something and asked him to let go and listen. With all her might trying to get out, Gu Yan shouted out that the artifact shard they had gotten in the demon lair was now in her hands. Hearing such a thing, the Demon King was abruptly thrown into a shudder. Immediately after, he rushed after Ouyang Shan, trying to remind her of the artifact fragment. At this moment, Ouyang Shan received an alert that the portal to Earth had been opened and that two people were being teleported through it. The Demon King realized that something was wrong as he was about to be teleported to Earth, while Ouyang Shan was amazed at what was happening. After all, the Demon King is a comic book character, and he clearly shouldn't be able to get him into the real world. So which world is the real world in that case? When the Demon King woke up, the first thing he wondered was where he was now. An unknown man suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. The people of the town were amazed by this and tried to understand whether it was some supernatural phenomenon or an alien. After that, the people around them started filming the unknown man in case they could become popular with his help. The Demon King wondered what was wrong with these earthlings. After all, even with his teleportation, nothing much had happened. The Demon King assumed that these people have never seen awakened people who can move through time and space, or awakened people who can teleport. Or is it that there are no awakened ones in this world at all? More importantly, where is Ouyang Shan and the artifact fragment now? Stuck in a traffic jam, the firemen started shouting to people to make the road clear as soon as possible because they are in a hurry. But only people were almost not to this case, because they have already taken out phones and began to film the magician, who appeared out of nowhere. Everyone around him was talking about the wizard, and how he was sure to become a star. The Demon King thought about it, hearing about it. He wondered, could it be that people from Earth had never seen teleportation? And who were these wizards? At that moment, the Demon King realized that there was a profession in this world that did not exist in his world. A wizard. While he was standing in thought, a policeman drove up to the Demon King. The policeman asked the wizard why he was blocking the road. Moreover, he hadn't received any notice that there was a show to be held here today, so he asked the wizard to get out of the way as soon as possible. The Demon King greeted the policeman and said that he was looking for Ouyang Shan, then asked who he was, which infuriated the policeman. The policeman bluntly replied that he was a policeman and asked if it was possible that no one in this world knew about them. The policeman was angry that the current generation is just trying to piss people off, just like the people around them who take pictures of them and post them online, embarrassing them both. While the policeman was trying to deal with the problems on the road, the Demon King suggested that he wouldn't be able to find Ouyang Shan here so easily, which meant that he should become popular, after which Ouyang Shan would take the initiative to find him herself. The Demon King decided to become the wizard that everyone around him is talking about so that he could be put on the net. He put on a hood and used magic to create a purple glow around him. A little flew up, which has already amazed the people around him. The Demon King himself was surprised at how easy it is to amaze these earthlings. Because the traffic was not responding, the firefighter got out of the car and asked the wizard with a loud shout what was wrong with him. After all, because of him, the firefighting team was stuck in the middle of the road, and they had more urgent things to do than he could think of. He then pointed to the burning building and explained that it was on fire, which meant they needed to get closer to put out the flames. Worst of all, there's a little girl stuck on the burning floor, and if they don't get there now, the girl could die because of him. As the wizard continued to stand still, the fireman grabbed him and ordered him to clear the way now, because the child would die if he didn't put out the fire in time. The Demon King admitted that he didn't understand the point of being a fireman because people could just use the awakened one with the element of water. Well, as for saving people, Bai Qingfeng glanced at the burning building. Then he took off, which shocked the fireman. The fireman wondered if he was a real wizard. Except it can't be magic, and it all has to have a reasonable explanation. Bai Qingfeng flew to the burning floor in a flash, which again amazed others, and the fireman even called him the strongest magician in history. When an unknown person appeared in front of the girl, she immediately assumed it was a superhero. The Demon King wondered why there was another unknown profession here. Their number could only mean that the awakened ones of this world were divided into many different industries. The Demon King pulled the girl out of the burning building and was about to go downstairs as she suddenly cried out and said that the cat was at home and asked to save him. The Demon King flicked his hand, immediately after which a large dog appeared in his hand, whereupon he told the girl that there was no cat in the house, but a dog was found. But the girl explained that Cat was actually the name of her dog. Then he began to lick the surprised Demon King. Taking the captives out of the fire, the Demon King lowered them both to the ground. After seeing such a thing, those around him nicknamed him a hero and began to question whether it could have been a magic show. And could it be that the fire was also fake? In that case, this is the best performance ever seen. A rescued girl asked the hero how he managed to fly so high. The Demon King was confused by the words of those around him. Had he already become a hero? Pictures quickly began to spread all over the web of a wizard who came out of nowhere, flew up, and rescued a girl trapped in a burning building. Everyone saw him flying, but he didn't use any tools. Sometime later, after her adventures in the pages of the comic book, Shanshan suddenly woke up in her room. Shanshan was a bit confused. She was suddenly back in the theater dormitory. Besides, she was really back on Earth. Unexpectedly, but Shanshan felt her hand touched something very hot. Shanshan was stunned to realize that she had accidentally brought the artifact fragment after her back to Earth. But how could it have happened? After all, that world was only supposed to be in comic books, a fake world. So then how can something like this exist here? And since the artifact fragment is real, does that mean the characters in the comic book are also real? What the hell is going on here? And who is the author of the comic book? Suddenly, Shanshan's grandfather said to Shanshan, then frightened Shanshan, who was absorbed in thoughts. Shanshan told her grandfather that she had just woken up and that she would put on her makeup, choose a script, and then start work. But right after that, Grandpa said that he had decided to sell the theater. Shanshan was amazed by what she heard and asked if this theater was his life's work. Grandpa explained that in recent years, their audience had become smaller and smaller, and with him as the head, the theater had no future. But there was still a chance that the theater could be resurrected if a large company purchased it. Grandpa admitted that he had let Shanshan down. After listening to Grandpa, Shanshan silently walked away. She refused to allow the sale of the theater in which Grandpa had invested his entire life. Suddenly, Shanshan received a notification from a popular service. At first, Shanshan was surprised that she received a video about a wizard, but after watching it, she noticed that this wizard was the Demon King. At first, Shanshan was surprised that the Demon King had followed her to Earth. But after a second, she realized that he had come for the artifact fragment that she had forgotten to give back. Thanks to the Demon King, Shanshan had hoped that she could save her grandfather's theater. Looking down at the city from above, the Demon King pondered over all the events that had happened recently. When he calmed down and analyzed them, he came to the conclusion that all the clues lead to a strange conclusion. In their world, countless historical records, relics, and civilizations clearly describe compassionate gods protecting all living things in their world, evil demons devouring all living things in the world, the wise human race being the first creatures created by the gods, and they are always loyal to the gods. In a parallel world, he learned that even there the gods are righteous and the demons are evil. Liu Shisan then said that whether he would believe him or not would all depend on his judgment. According to him, the gods are their cruelest enemy. It was in the eyes of Liu Shisan, who had come from the future, that the gods were their worst enemies. As for the two artifact fragments he had awakened during those two events, a human hero killed a god as the snow fell in flakes, and blood stained them scarlet. Suddenly the Demon King wondered why he considered him a human hero. After all, if a man who killed a god was a hero, then a god must be evil? Since gods are bad, what about demons? In the second flashback, he sees crowds of people on a crusade to punish him. The hero grows demonic horns and becomes the world's greatest sinner. Because of all this thinking, the Demon King's headaches are once again severe, and the clues he's gathered have suddenly turned into a terrifying fact. Except that if the gods are evil and the demons are oppressed, then who is he? And what are the artifact fragments really? While the Demon King was absorbed in contemplation, someone approached him and placed a hand on his back. Shan Shan told the Demon King that it was dangerous to sit on the edge of the roof like that, and the Demon King reminded him that he could fly. Shan Shan explained that she wasn't worried about him at all, but that the police might show up. The Demon King stretched out his hand and demanded that Shan Shan return the artifact fragment to him, but Shan Shan refused, saying that she would give him the fragment if he would help her bring her grandfather's small theater back to life. The Demon King agreed to help her without a second thought. Shan Shan was surprised at how easily the one agreed and recognized that it didn't look like a Demon King at all. Afterwards, she said that she expected him to at least grab her by the neck and prepare to take her life, saying something like, "How dare you threaten me? You signed your own death warrant with that." Based on what he heard, the Demon King assumed that she was a very novel-reading person. Then he reminded her that she had saved him in the parallel world, so he must fulfill her wish. Once he helped her, she would hand over the artifact fragment and they would part ways. Shanshan said that he was not like the Demon King at all, as the latter was too emotional and even knew how to repay kindness. After hearing about emotions, the Demon King revealed that after the ancient city and the parallel world, two emotions awakened in him, sadness and anger. Shan Shan admitted that she didn't think so. After all, his emotions now went far beyond 2 of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. It was more like greed and anger related to the 3 poisons, namely desire to possess and anger at not being satisfied with desire. What is left is the last one, and that is lust, a confusion in which it is impossible to know what it is that you desire. Hearing about lust, the Demon King reminded that he can't have lust. In addition, he realizes his desire is to destroy all of humanity. From the Demon King's words, Shan Shan felt a chill. Shan Shan put her hand on the Demon King's back and said that she didn't believe it so much. After all, for 50 chapters, all he had done was kill villains and do good deeds. Suddenly, the Demon King remembered something and abruptly lifted Shan Shan up, then asked, how did she know that he was the Demon King? Also, where did all those strange sayings and foresight abilities of hers come from? Trying to put on a smile, Shan Shan promised to tell him about it as soon as he helped her. She was worried about the Demon King needing time to come to terms with being a comic book character. A short while later, an ill-wisher threw Shang Shan's grandfather aside. After which, He Feng came forward and said that giving 100,000 for this theater was already too much, and if it wasn't for the demand of the head office, he wouldn't have agreed to part with even 1 penny for the sake of this wretched thing. Grandpa said that his little theater has been around for 30 years, and although it is now in decline, it still has a good reputation. So why is it only worth 100,000 yuan? You can't even buy a tiny piece of land for that amount of money. Heifeng said that they were willing to buy this junk for at least 100,000 and kicked the old man. He then reminded him that if it wasn't for the head office, he wouldn't have gotten a penny. Before Heifeng could land another blow on the old man, he was suddenly kicked in the face, from which he flew off, flying past the shocked guards. Shan Shan, who had arrived immediately, tried to help her grandfather. Meanwhile, the Demon King had already started receiving death threats. Just as the Demon King was about to deal with the 3, Shan Shan asked him not to go too far because violence was not allowed in this world, and the police might arrest him. The Demon King asked, is the police something like the Awakened Association? To which Shan Shan replied that he was almost right, because the police is the equivalent of the protector of order in this world. Standing up, Heifeng asked the stranger, how dare he insult the Lingdian group? After which, he promised that he would no longer tolerate this shabby theater and that they wouldn't be able to sell any more tickets after such a thing. Heifeng asked them to wait, and then they would see where this was going, and they themselves would be sobbing and begging Lingdian group to buy their lives. Heifeng and his subordinates withdrew, after which Grandpa asked, what should they do now? After all, after insulting these people, they would no longer be able to get anything from the theater. The Demon King asked the old man not to worry about it because his granddaughter had hired him to bring this theater back to life. The Demon King asked him to leave everything to him. Hearing the name of the company Lingdian Group, Shan Shan had an unusual sense of deja vu. Whereupon she pulled out her phone and opening the app, she lost her former calm. After all, the comic book I'm the Strongest Boss was published by this very company. As it turns out, the comic has now started updating at the same time as what's happening in reality, which means that once she returns to Earth, she can no longer use the comic to view future events. Except since the comic takes place in real time, how did the author know what was going on? And even if that's the case, is it possible that the author knew all along that the Demon King had come to Earth? Could it be that all this is the author's plan and they are going step by step to the ending he has planned? Grandpa Shan Shan came into her dressing room and reminded her that the performance was about to start, and then he praised the friend she had brought because thanks to his publicity, they were able to sell a lot of tickets. Here, just to save their theater, they still need to find out how well the performance will go this evening. Shan Shan realized that now was not the best time. After all, the most important thing now to save Grandpa's theater. Notices were posted on the street, enticing people to come to a small theater where an internet celebrity wizard would be performing tonight. The old people were surprised to hear about a certain internet celebrity. They didn't know what an internet celebrity was, but still, they hadn't visited a theater in a long time. Even though that theater was very old, it still had a good reputation, so they decided to go to the show. Before the show began, Shan Shan took the stage to welcome today's audience. She then announced that tonight the internet celebrity wizard will give them all a magic show. Also, some may be lucky enough to be called on stage to personally take part in the show. Heifeng admitted that he couldn't wait to see how they would try to resurrect their theater, and afterwards, he would personally deal with them. Shan Shan then said that filming is allowed in their theater today, and anyone can broadcast the show live. Shan Shan said that they were very confident about today's show and that no matter how many times people watched it, they would never be able to find the solution. The audience was surprised at the permission to shoot, but still lazily took out their phones. Many of them were already tired of the same type stunts and were sure that it would not be so interesting. Shan Shan invited the audience to enjoy sawing a man, after which a dressed-up Demon King came on stage. Hearing the trick they were about to be shown, Heifeng started laughing out loud at the fact that someone was seriously willing to show such an old-fashioned trick. He was bored and thought that he could at least have some fun. The Demon King said that they would randomly choose a person from the hall, after which he pointed at that lucky person. Heifeng was surprised that he had been chosen for the trick, but still took off his coat to go on stage and see what they had come up with. He thought it was an outdated trick that could hardly bring anything new to the table. When Heifeng got up, the audience began to discuss amongst themselves that they had chosen a fake spectator for the trick. A classic trick is sawing the girl. A girl is placed in a long box from which her head and legs are visible, after which a magician with a saw cuts the box in half. After sawing, the box is reassembled and the person appears to be intact, but the trick is actually that there are two people in the box. Heifeng turned to the brat in charge of the trick and asked him not to even think about playing along. Just as suddenly, the Demon King prematurely began to display a trick, splitting Heifeng in two. Heifeng cried out in pain and asked, how was this possible? After which, the Demon King loudly said that he was done with sawing. Grandpa was astonished that this guy just took and sawed Heifeng because it was too cruel. The audience, however, was trembling with terror and had already begun to leave the theater screaming that the killer was here. The Demon King said that this person was not dead yet and that he could still be saved, then applied supreme healing magic. Unexpectedly, Heifeng was once again unharmed, causing him to think that he was already dead as there wasn't even a scratch on the recent cut. Having seen such a thing, none of the spectators dared to doubt today's performance because it was the most amazing trick that could be seen. Everyone wanted to know how he did it. The Demon King asked the audience to let him perform for them a few more times. Immediately after which, he vertically chopped the panicking Heifeng in two. And after a second, he used the healing magic again to make him whole again. Heifeng screamed in pain. He realized that it was all real and mentally asked him to stop it. But the Demon King continued to saw him and heal him time after time, filling the theater with even all too realistic pleas for mercy. The audience continued to marvel at how cool that performance was because no matter how many times that guy died, he kept coming back to life. Everyone was sure that a video like this would go viral all over the internet. This was the most powerful wizard they had ever seen. After which, the Demon King reminded that he was the strongest wizard. Soon, Heifeng could no longer tell whether he was alive or dead, and all he felt were echoes of that pain. Meanwhile, the audience was in awe as they filmed it, because they had never seen such a performance before. And besides, the acting skills of this fake audience member were just on top of their game. The audience rushed to publish the performance he had filmed in the hope that this theater would become much more popular. One of the bodyguards helped Heifeng up, after which he shouted to the most powerful magician that he would sue him for such strange magic, and afterward he would kill him. As for the theater, Heifeng promised to trash it. Suddenly, a woman who identified herself as an inspector from the Lingdian group headquarters appeared and told them that Heifeng had already been fired because according to their investigation, he had deliberately engaged in money manipulation and bullied the small theater to save up money to forcibly purchase the theater. In addition, their company decided to actively support this small theater without interfering in its management in order to make it a key object of their business. From the shock Heifeng experienced, he fell to the floor, then asked the inspector how could he be fired because of some small theater. Grandpa was very excited about what he had just heard because it meant they could save the theater. After dealing with Heifeng, the woman greeted the wizard and said that she was the assistant to the president of the Lingdian Group Company and that their president would like to meet with him tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning to offer to join their company. The Demon King ignored her, saying he wasn't interested in it, but the company's assistant to the president said he should come to them. A short while later, in Shanshan's room, the Demon King recalled that he had already saved the theater and asked for a fragment of the artifact. But before doing so, Shanshan recognized that there was something she had always wanted to tell him, namely the reason why she knows his true identity. The Demon King had saved her, and therefore she was willing to tell him everything. Shanshan revealed that he is actually a comic book character. The world they are in now is not a parallel world, but the world in which he was invented. In addition, the company that produces his comics is Lingdian Group, whose members have just arrived for the sake of acquiring the theater. The Lingdian Group is the largest entertainment company in the country. Ignoring Shanshan's words, the Demon King asked, "Where are the artifact fragments now?" Shanshan asked, "Isn't he surprised that he's a comic book character? And did he even know what she was talking about?" The Demon King wondered, what did this change for him? Besides, he already knew that he was a comic book character, because how else would Lin Feng be a time traveler who knew everything about the past? All because he had read the story with Li He as the main character. He had always wondered why in his world the main character is him, but in some comics, it's Li He. Maybe there are even novels they don't know about where Ouyang Shan or Liu Shisan are the main characters. Does that mean his world is real, but another author in her world is recording the story of another person in his world as the main character? In any case, none of this mattered to him anymore. The Demon King once again asked for the artifact fragment to be given to him, because his friends are still waiting for him to come home. What difference does it make whether the world is real or not? Shan Shan said that everything in this world is flesh and blood, and if the senses are real, then the world is real too. After which she agreed to give him the fragment and reached under her pillow. Shan Shan asked how he was going to get home after he got the fragment. It had nothing to do with her anyway. Shan Shan wished the Demon King good luck. To her surprise, Shan Shan noticed that something wasn't right here, and the Demon King suddenly turned gloomy. Not finding anything under the pillow, Shan Shan picked it up and cried out that the artifact fragment had disappeared and someone had left a note under the pillow. The note was meant for the Demon King to remind him to come to the Lingdian Group at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Shan Shan noticed that this was the time when the president of the company wanted to schedule a meeting with him. The Demon King said that in that case, it was time for him to go, after which he agreed with Shan Shan's words, for he really needed to find a way to get home. The next morning, the president of the company told the Demon King that he could give him the artifact fragment, and could even tell him that the artifact fragments were passageways connecting different time and space through which he would be able to return to his home. However, since he has already arrived in this world, why doesn't he explore something interesting before returning? The president of the company threw the artifact fragment to the Demon King, after which the latter admitted that it was quite interesting because the president must have the information he needed. The president replied that he had all the information he wanted to hear. The author of the comic book is a man from his company, and if the Demon King does him a favor, he will tell him the story with all the details so that the Demon King can find out who he is. The Demon King asked, "Who is he? If he wasn't Bai Ching Feng, the Demon King, or a comic book character, then what other identity could he have?" The Demon King felt a severe headache again, and he began to feel as if the last memory was waking up. The Demon King trembled. He could feel the emptiness inside him and what it felt like to be lost. The Demon King seriously wondered who he was. The president of the association laughed, then suggested that the Demon King had a headache again. The Demon King's memory was blocked while he had everything he needed. The president of the association told the Demon King that they have on Earth a planet with a very thin aura. Most people do not have the abilities of the awakened ones. However, they have a few people who have had a gift awakened. They were born to record what happens in other parallel worlds, and every flash of light in their minds is due to the illumination of what happens in other parallel worlds, so they are able to record everything that happens there. Then they record it all and polish it with fancy tricks to tell the public. On their planet, this profession is called author. If it would be easier for the Demon King, he can consider it a mixture of historian, prophet, and summoner. And if it will do him a favor, he will allow the author of their world to tell everyone the truth. The Demon King was interested in the truth, and so he asked what the man wanted from him. The choking mermaid tried to get out of the water, but couldn't because of the glass cage. There was silence in the hall. The audience was very intrigued to see how the crime would go on. Would the woman be able to escape from the water cage? Some of the spectators were afraid to watch it further. The mermaid has gone down. A man told viewers that tonight they are seeing the world's #1 magician known as Alice the Mermaid, and now she is about to perform an escape trick. She has been trapped in the aquarium for over 3 minutes. Will she be able to get out? The mermaid had seemingly already lost all her strength and was on her last breath. The audience began to panic as the girl trapped in the aquarium lost consciousness. Could this be a mistake in the performance? If so, she must be rescued now or she will drown. As suddenly, a man standing on the stage pointed his hand behind the back of the audience and asked the audience to look at it in awe. The audience felt a sense of relief as the girl was alive, but hadn't she just been trapped in the water tank? Why did she suddenly appear at the other end of the auditorium? Anyway, the water tank was empty and the performance amazed the audience. Everyone was trying to figure out if she could teleport or if she could fly. After finishing with the performance, Alice started giving air kisses to the audience, and they agreed that she deserved the title of the #1 magician in the world because it was so entertaining. The Demon King asked the president of the company, does he really want him to compete or even beat Alice? To which the latter replied that their company only pretends to be entertaining, but in fact, they are an organization that gathers travelers from all over the world. They suspect that Alice is not just a wizard, but a traveler from another world, because her magic is very strong. The Demon King assumed that the president of the company wanted him and find out what she was really like, and if he easily defeats her, it would mean that she is an ordinary person. But if she can do anything at all, she will turn out to be a powerful traveler from another world. The president of the company agreed and said that if she was a good-hearted traveler, they would invite her to join their company. But if she has evil intentions, then for the sake of peace on Earth, he will return her to his world or simply get rid of her. Of course, the Demon King does not have to think much about it because he should just bring her to him if she is a traveler. He is also thinking about telling the world travelers about the Demon King on TV, so he asks him to come back later. The Demon King asked the president of the company what he thought of himself. Is he a good man with a noble heart, or a bad man with a rotten heart? And when they finalize the deal, will Earth just get rid of him and send him back, or will they recruit him? The company president thought about the Demon King's words, then said that the answer to this question would appear once he knew his true identity. A while later, TV talked about the famous wizard Bai Ching Feng, that he had recently signed a contract with the Lingdian group, officially challenged Alice, the world's #1 wizard. Alice accepted Bai Qingfeng's challenge and even set up a test location on a pyramid, which she broadcast live. During the broadcast, the pyramid would disappear. Pyramid. The audience arrived at the performance venue and couldn't wait for the show from Alice anymore. Fans chanted in honor of Alice, as she is the best wizard in the world. Alice thanked the audience for their support and promised that tonight's performance would definitely be a special one. After all, the theme of their show tonight is the magic of disappearance. She will have to make the pyramid disappear and reappear in front of the world's audience. Alice asked Mr. Bai Qingfeng if he was ready, to which he replied that it was trivial. The Demon King could directly see how confident Alice was, and if she really made the pyramid suddenly disappear, it wouldn't be a trick, but real magic. Would it be a spatial force, or some kind of force that he doesn't know about yet? Alice pointed at the pyramid and said that now she would make it disappear. A few moments later, the spectators suddenly began to scream in shock because in just one instant, the pyramid dissolved right before their eyes. The presenter shouted out to Alice that she was simply amazing and that this was already real magic and not some trick. Then he asked the audience if they saw what just happened. Well, now it's time to see if Alice can put the pyramid back in place. The Demon King was fried. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. The Demon King asked the audience, could it be that they suddenly became blind? After all, the pyramid was still standing right in front of them, and it never disappeared for a moment. After which he asked if she knew any tricks or illusions. Alice was surprised at Bai Qingfeng's displeasure and asked, aren't all magicians like that, and doesn't he himself need to do the same? The director of this show praised the cast for how well they just performed and promised to give them half the amount up front. As soon as Alice says, bring back the pyramid, they have to say the recorded phrases and act shocked, after which they have to shout about how incredible she is. The Demon King was even speechless because of what he had seen. The director approached the rest of the group and asked if they had inserted the pre-processed video with special effects, to which they replied that the pyramid had already disappeared and in 10 minutes they would send everything to the TV channel live. The Demon King simply had no words, as all of these people turned out to be confidants. Alice asked Bai Qingfeng, how does he think magic can be portrayed differently in this world? He himself can't just make the pyramid disappear, can he? The Demon King grinned and offered to let Alice see what real magic was like. The Demon King took the opportunity to tell all the travelers in the world that he was the same and that they could come to meet him. Alice laughed at Bai Qingfeng and asked, is he really the one with such a sense of humor? She booked this place, and all the people here are her front men, so she doesn't understand how he's going to overpower her. Besides, the pyramid really can't be removed. The Demon King recognized that it was small things, after which he snapped his fingers. And at the same moment, the pyramid completely disappeared from their sight. Seeing this, Alice and her men froze without realizing. Had the pyramid really disappeared? And how was such a thing even possible? After realizing that the pyramid was really gone, there were shouts from behind. People were trying to figure out if maybe the pyramid had become transparent. The Demon King said that it was just small things and the pyramid could still be brought back, whereupon it clicked again. And at the same moment, the pyramid returned to its recent location. The Demon King explained that it was just a spatial force and nothing more. Alice turned to Bai Qingfeng and asked who he really was. The people hired by Alice had barely moved away from the fear and were trying to realize, could it really have been magic? Suddenly, the cameraman realized that he had pressed the wrong button due to nerves, and together the recording he turned on the live broadcast being broadcast around the world. The Demon King was surprised at how far things had gotten and explained that he could move not only inanimate things, but living beings as well. Alice could be taken as an example. As soon as the Demon King snapped his fingers, Alice was transported to the top of the pyramid, where she immediately wept at the fact that she had teleported and was now so high up. The Demon King asked, did everything that just happened go live? Which was immediately confirmed by the cameraman. The operator gave a thumbs up and told the strongest wizard that he would definitely win their battle. The famous internet magician emerged victorious while Alice suffered a tragic defeat. The presenters called this moment the magician competition that shook the world, which ended with Bai Qingfeng's victory. This magic show shocked the whole world in a flash and made Mr. Bai famous. Online users all over were already amazed because what was happening was like real magic. A short while later, the disappointed Demon King walked to his plane. He thought that this was just outrageous. Obviously, he can just teleport, so why does he have to fly on an airplane and act like an ordinary mortal who doesn't know magic? What's more, he'd have to watch out for fans anyway. Fortunately, the matter was already solved. Alice probably never even saw spatial magic, which means she's just a mortal. Just as suddenly, a familiar voice ordered Bai Qingfeng to stop now. Alice assumed that he wasn't really a wizard, but a traveler from another world. The Demon King was surprised to see her again. From what she said, she might be a traveler, but why didn't she know about magic? The Demon King couldn't help but wonder if there was magic in her world as such. Alice revealed that she has been traveling the earth for many years now, and in that time she has not seen a single person with magic. The reason why she wishes to become a magician, however, is because there might be people like her who can find someone like her because of her magical performance. And if he really is like her, they could exchange information. The Demon King told Alice, since she had indeed turned out to be a traveler, his job was simply to deliver her to the Lingdian group to exchange information. Seeing his magic again, Alice was convinced that Bai Qingfeng was a traveler. Alice summoned water magic and said that she didn't know what world he was from, so she offered to find out what he was. At least she is the main character in Daughter of the Sea. Upon hearing this, the Demon King realized that Alice came from a fairy tale, and therefore it was not surprising that she had not seen any spatial magic. After that, the Demon King assumed that she had only seen attacks manipulating seawater. Alice revealed that her sisters had secretly made a deal with a sea witch to take her soul, after which she turned into bubbles, but unbeknownst to her, she was in this world. The problem is that Anderson has been dead for a long time, and so she's never been able to find her way back to her world. Mermaid Alice shouted to Bai Qingfeng that she would definitely defeat him, after which he would tell her everything and attacked him with her water blade. But no sooner had Alice's attack caught up with the Demon King than he released a dark sphere that absorbed the water blade and rushed towards Alice. A moment later, Alice found herself in midair due to Bai Qingfeng's attack, but she couldn't understand how such a thing was even possible. The Demon King explained that her powers might be enough to make her a Poseidon in his world, but in his world, she would only be able to become a B-rank hunter. Still, her abilities are pretty amazing compared to mortals on Earth. Mermaid Alice refused to accept defeat and used her strongest attack, except that for the Demon King, this attack was so weak that he could shower her with it. Alice was embarrassed at what he did at her attack and covered her eyes and said it was insulting. The Demon King asked if she had had enough fun fighting him. After all, it was time to go home. A dark net flew out of his finger and enveloped the mermaid Alice. Alice asked him what he was going to do with a nice girl like her and threatened to sue him for human trafficking. But the Demon King asked, why shouldn't she sue him for illegal fishing? Whereupon he lifted the net and dragged the mermaid Alice into his airplane. Sometime later, in the office of the president of the Lingdian group, the president of the company was amazed that the mermaid Alice turned out to be the heroine of Hans Christian Andersen's famous work, Daughter of the Sea. Meanwhile, the Demon King sprinkled the mermaid Alice with spices, wondering what mermaids taste like, but Alice was clearly against it and therefore demanded that he stop mocking. The president of the company asked if they were listening to him. Trying to ignore the pepper pot beside her, Alice admitted that she was indeed Ariel, the main character of Daughters of the Sea, and even though over 100 years had passed, she still wished to return home, after which she once again asked Bai Qingfeng to stop showering her with spices. The Demon King left Ariel alone, after which the president of the company said that her problem would be easy to deal with. If she wished to stay in their world, he would check if she was good or evil, but if she wished to return to her world, he would help her. After that, he took out a fragment of an artifact and explained that this fragment had different names in different worlds. Somewhere they call it an artifact fragment or a spiritual stone, but he calls it a spatial transmitter. Using it, Ariel can return to her world, except her story is long over. The prince has married the princess, and her sisters have lost their long hair. When she returns to her world, things will be different, so is she sure she wants to go back? The Demon King was surprised at the words of the president of the company that before the artifact fragment and wondered if they are also on Earth. Besides, everything indicates that fragments are not uncommon here. The company president admitted that he knew what the Demon King was thinking right now and revealed that Earth was very different from their blue star. Earth's focus is not on developing superpowers, but at the same time, Earth has areas that it is very good at, such as technology. Only a few organizations have the spatial transmitter. It is very easy to manufacture and can transport people to any world they want. A little embarrassed, Ariel said she wanted to go home. After all, this was her home world, and she had been on Earth for too long. Since Ariel wants to go home so badly, the president of the company has agreed to help her get back. After that, the artifact fragment affected Ariel, and she finally returned to her world. When she returned, she became the next Poseidon and began ruling her underwater world. Her reign was remarkable. After living on Earth, she had many innovative ideas, so the ocean dwellers began to think of her as the hero who saved the ocean. Holding the sequel to Daughters of the Sea in his hands, the company director said that their company could now take on the task of publishing a new book. Since the matter with Alice had been resolved and she had returned to her world, the director turned to the Demon King and asked him to tell him about himself. The Demon King said that he had accomplished his mission and asked if he could tell him the truth. He will return to his world with the truth and the fragments of the artifact, after which, the president of the company asked if he was still thinking about going back to his world and destroying humanity. He then tossed the Demon King the outline of the story, I Am the Strongest Boss, and offered on what happened thousands of years ago. He also advised him not to return to his world and instead stay on Earth. The Demon King picked up the outline of the story, pondering that this was the beginning of all stories. The Demon King's home planet is called the Blue Star. Thousands of years ago, an alien civilization landed on this planet and then began a bloodbath in an attempt to exterminate all humans on the planet. At that time, the civilization on the Blue Star was not so advanced and was at the tribal stage. That was why they knew nothing about the alien civilization and nicknamed them the Tribe of Demons. In order to resist the demonic tribes, the people led by their leader began to unite, and the leader who led all mankind was hailed by the people as a hero. The hero raised his stone blade and ordered his troops to fight the demon tribes for the fate of all mankind. Time gives birth to heroes, and heroes advance time. Under the hero's leadership, though insignificant compared to the enemies, the humans fought against the powerful demons. Countless people stepped forward, staining the earth with scarlet blood just to prevent the fall of this world. Under the hero's leadership, the humans gradually stabilized the battlefield, fighting off the demon tribes, but the humans also suffered countless casualties. Finally, in the season when the snowflakes began to fall, the blood colored the ground scarlet. Even the snowflakes were colored scarlet. Finally, the hero killed the leader of the demonic tribes. At the time of the demon's leader's death, a great feast was organized, and the horn of humanity's victory, like a tsunami, swept across the planet. Except that the humans had underestimated the strength of their demon enemies too much. The one they dubbed the leader of the demons was actually the little leader. The demons were so strong that they were capable of taking revenge on the entire Blue Star, a low-level planet. To avoid further casualties, the demons retreated, after which they placed a curse on the planet. Because of the curse that fell on the planet, all human warriors fighting against the demons were infected and gradually began to turn into demon-like monsters. Turning into monsters, they became bloodthirsty, violent, and emotionless creatures who had lost all their memories. What's most ironic is that the former heroes have become the scapegoat and bear the eternal stigma of shame. In particular, the human leader who took the lead and was the light of humanity, the true hero, was infected and became the Demon King. According to the plan of the alien civilization, a demon tower rose from the ground, imprisoning the former heroes as demons. Thousands of years of life have warped the remnants of former heroes' memories, causing them to actually believe they are demons. The real purpose of the demons who cursed the heroes was to get people to kill each other. The heroes of the past became enemies of mankind and killed one by one for thousands of years. The real demons are just waiting for the demons and humans to kill each other. Once one side is finally dead, the other side will inevitably suffer serious damage, and then the alien demons will return to devour the rest. That's what they left the artifact fragments on the Blue Star for, all to teleport to them, and also to make the war more intense. And so came their main tool, falsifying history. Now, the alien civilization that was the invader thousands of years ago became known as gods, and human heroes became known as demons imprisoned in a demonic tower. The truth has been completely tampered with. Sinners have become gods, and heroes have become sinners. Compatriots have fought each other for millennia, and step by step have carried out a conspiracy to bring future humanity to ruin. The Demon King asked, Is this really the truth about everything? The company president reminded the Demon King that he knew about the association president's ability to make all supernatural things disappear, but he never gave importance to one fact: why his demonic form never manifested in those moments. It's because he's a human being, not a demon. Thousands of years later, his infected comrades have become almost true demons, while he himself is humanity's strongest hero, the light of humanity. This is why he is the only one who still barely retains the prototype of a human being, and is the only demon in human form. The Demon King said that it was simply impossible. It simply couldn't be true. The Demon King's head began to ache again, and the last memory finally awoke in his mind. Thousands of years ago, he really was a human. He was a hero. The Demon King felt an incredible pain due to the returning emotions that made him clutch his heart. Greed, anger, obsession, confusion, and uncertainty swept over him. If he is indeed human, what he did thousands of years ago, who is he now, the Demon King or the hero of humanity? Knowing what he was thinking, the company president said that the answer to that question has been in the first chapter of his comic book for a long time. Who is really the protagonist, and who is the real hero? Prophets don't have the answers to that, but historians do. The Demon King said that the last winner is the protagonist the hero. But is the protagonist always the hero, and what happens if he returns to his world? The president of the company replied that the ending of the story was already a foregone conclusion. The thousand-year dispute between humans and the Demon Tower, not something the Demon King will be able to stop. No one would believe his words, and therefore the world would soon be destroyed. The president of the company once again advised against returning to the Blue Star, as it would be a dead end. Instead, he suggested staying on Earth and serving the new planet, perhaps even becoming its hero. The Demon King grabbed the head of the company by the collar and said that whoever he was, he would find a way to change the outcome of the story. He demanded that the president of the company tell him how to change the ending, or he would bury it with him. Losing his calm, the president of the company admitted that he doesn't know how it will end, but if he wishes, he can talk to the author of the comic to find a solution together. The Demon King asked, didn't he say that the author was just a professional recording what was happening in other worlds, so he is a historian who cannot change the reality of another world? Trying to remove the Demon King's hand, the president of the company explained that this is not quite true and explained it as, when you look into the abyss also looks at you. But to be more precise, you realize the existence of the abyss, it will affect you, just like a butterfly can cause a tornado with a flap of its wing. This is how an author can change the plot of a story a bit, then lead it to a different ending, if that ending is logical. After talking to the president of the company, the Demon King headed to the author of his comic book. Upon hearing the knock, the author immediately realized that it was the Demon King and invited him inside. Seeing the author's reaction, the Demon King assumed that he was not surprised at his arrival here. At the same time, the Demon King tried to pinch his nose to avoid smelling the surrounding odor. The author explained that the thing is that he's almost done with writing this chapter, except for the ending, which is on hold for now. So he doesn't know what will happen next. Suddenly, the Demon King punched the author in the face, then asked him if he had expected him to do that. To which the author replied that of course he expected it, which is why he bought bandages and plasters, after which he rewound himself. The Demon King asked how they could change the ending. After all, he wishes to preserve his planet. The author said it's as hard to answer as it is easy. Just as many things in the world affect the whole body. There was a lot of foreshadowing early on in the story, so it's not a complete dead end. He just needs to tweak the plot a bit, and maybe he can change the ending of the story after all. However, violent and subjective changes in the development and direction of history, even very slight ones, take away his talent. Therefore, the author wondered how he would repay him. The Demon King asked him what he wanted from him. The author replied that he should stay on Earth and serve it. It was selfish of him to force him to stay here, but even so, he could not return, because if he wants a perfect ending, he should not return. The Demon King was horrified by what he heard and asked why he could never go back. After all, that's where his home is. Correcting his glasses, the author explained that although he is not a Blue Star author, he understands the story well. Lin Feng has spent his whole life doing nothing, becoming a useless slacker, but he decided to die with a time traveler, thus dying as a hero. Li Hai got the system and started to think he was the main character, but at the end of his journey, he discovered that the main boss had been standing over him all along and was killed himself. To prevent the gods from coming, Lucian risked his life to destroy the portal. He is a true hero, but in the end, he was burdened with eternal disgrace and began to be considered an enemy of humanity. He may even have altered the timeline so that he will never be born. Ouyang Wufeng was the hero who first collected the 10 artifact fragments 1,000 years ago. Also, in the last 1,000 years, he was the person who had come the strongest close to destroying demons. He was incomparable. In the end, he fell in the demon tower at the hand of the demon king. And also Gu Yan, who was supposed to be a great character, but he would never get a chance to prove himself because the story would never be told. The author asked the demon king if he really didn't notice it. Fate is not up to anyone. All these people want to be heroes, but end up becoming a laughingstock, and some people even consider them sinners. There is no perfect ending in any world, which doesn't fit the logic of the creator or the logic of the world. The Demon King was stunned by what he heard and asked if this meant that for a perfect ending for his planet, he would have to sacrifice himself to achieve a logical causal balance. The author explained that if you want something, you have to think about what you are willing to give up. People never get what they want from the beginning, but as long as he lives, he will always see new scenery along the way. The author admitted that he misses the Demon King from the beginning of the work, when he was still uncontrollable and wanted to destroy the world. But now, he is not bad either, and maybe he won't believe it, but as a child, he didn't even think about the fact that one day he would become a writer. As a child, he dreamed of becoming an astronaut. The author asked the hero what would be his choice. After that, the author returned to his computer and told him that if he wished to return to his world and tell the truth, he would act as a hero, but afterwards, he would have to watch his planet being destroyed. But if he stayed on Earth, the blue star would survive. But as the Demon King, he would bear a lifetime of shame in this world. He will never be able to see his friends again, and no one on the blue star will know of his choice and sacrifice. What's sadder is that no one will even recognize his name. It won't matter if he's a demon king or a hero, he has no name. The author asked his main character what answer he would give him. After that, he will start working on the ending of this story. In the vast universe, there's a planet called Blue Star. And at the end of the story, people learned of the conspiracy of the gods and their misunderstanding of the demons. The president of the Awakened Association was stunned to learn of the true truth of thousands of years ago. The elder of absolute order said that in recent years, he had gathered all the information from all of humanity, and based on the collection and calculation of a huge accumulation of data, he had come to this albeit shocking but correct conclusion. Demons are the heroes of thousands of years ago, while the gods, real demons who lived thousands of years ago. Therefore, mankind should be reconciled with the demons to fight together against the invasion of alien civilization. But the president of the association could not help but wonder if the Demon King would agree to this. The gears of fate began to turn, and humanity was reconciled with the demons. The top of the Demon Tower. The Demon King was surprised to learn who exactly had arrived at his door. The president of the Awakened Association said that he had come here alone today to discuss an important matter with the demons on behalf of all mankind. They are not real demons, but heroes from thousands of years ago. The future Demon King was surprised at what he heard and assumed that it was all a consequence of the great accomplishments of another of his. After which they shook hands as a sign of reconciliation. This news shocked the whole world. Demons are the true heroes of mankind thousands of years ago. The president made a pact with the demons to fight against the gods together. People all over the world rejoiced at the peace that had come, and when they learned the truth, they wanted to stand together against the invasion of the gods. Beginning a peaceful coexistence, humans and demons finally destroyed the Demon Tower. Moreover, demons have become very popular among humans. The heroes of the past also got their well-deserved finale. Upon returning to life, Ling Xiao's companions met their hero who had become human again. Ling Xiao tried to understand what was going on, as he had been turned into a throne and his companions into crystals. Ling Xiao became human again, after which he took over as the head of the Lin family. Lin Feng became a hero, and the story of his exploits, along with the time traveler, touched everyone's. The truth about Lucian was also revealed. He sacrificed himself to destroy the God portal, becoming a true hero. When the shopkeeper was visited by children, he recommended the new comic book, The Story of Li Hai, to them. Lehi was also written into the story. He probably headed to another world and began his new adventure. Ouyang Wufeng also turned from crystal to human, after which he returned 1,000 years back. Ouyang Wufeng's companions were surprised, for their hero had just disappeared, and now he was already at their backs. They asked him, wasn't he busy collecting artifact fragments? Then let him seal the Tower of Demons. He is the first person to collect all 10 fragments, and he is the only one capable of doing so. But to their surprise, Ouyang Wufeng said that he would seal all 10 artifact fragments to prevent future generations from obtaining them, and that he would no longer seal the tower and would simply return home. Knowing the truth about the fragments, Ouyang Wufeng placed them in hard-to-reach places to prevent future generations from obtaining them. As for Gu Yan and Ouyang Shan, they finally got married, but they are not the only companions in love. Li Ya and Gao Hu were pleasantly surprised to suddenly learn that Li Tiantian was pregnant and congratulated her. Liu Xiaoke pressed against Li Tiantian's belly and said that he would name him Liu Qiyue. His child was very lucky as he would be born in a peaceful era. Bai Qingfeng appeared nearby and asked them to prepare for the journey. Everyone was happy that their captain had finally returned. The comrades admitted that it was unexpected to find out that their captain was the Demon King, after which they laughed from that and admitted that it was pretty cool. Gao Hu said that he had indeed tried to fight the Demon King, and that was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. While Tian Tian was tearfully reaching for the Demon King, Li Ya reminded her that the captain was not the Demon King, but the hero of 1,000 years ago. But no matter who he was, he would always be their captain. Li Tiantian said that he had saved them countless times, and so they would always follow him. The Demon King agreed with them and told them to pack up, as they still had to find the remaining fragments of the artifact and completely destroy them so that there would be no more teleportation paths and they could stop the coming of the alien civilization forever. Li Tiantian admitted that for some unknown reason, the captain seemed different to her. He was even a bit weirder than he was before. Liu Xiaoke assumed that it was because she was thinking too much, but in fact it was because of the way he had disappeared recently, after which he seemed unfamiliar to them. The important thing is that after a while, they will get to know each other again. The Demon King said that winter was approaching and it was getting cold. Looking up at the sky, the Demon King wondered where the other him was now, and what price had he had to pay to keep this planet. Li Tiantian asked her friends to look up because the first snow had started to fall. Holding out his hand, the Demon King thought about the fact that this was the first snow in this winter. For 1,000 years, on the day he killed the leader of the gods, the same kind of snow had fallen from the sky. The comrades laughed as they recalled the words of the great prophet that with the first flakes of snow, a hero would appear to kill the Demon King. And apparently, his prediction did not come true, because the Demon King is still with them. The Demon King has become their hero. Except it wasn't the great prophet's prediction that turned out to be wrong. It's all about the meaning of the hero killed the Demon King, or the other self killed himself. He will never appear in this world again, and there will be only him alone in the future. In that case, he would take care of their mutual friends and their planet on his behalf. A new journey has begun, but no one will ever know that the real hero will never return. After reading the comic, the children were surprised at how emotionally the author managed to tell the end of the Blue Star story, and they wondered if the Demon King had really come to their Earth. The boy in the headphones asked his friend, "Is he really that stupid?" After all comic book stories are fiction, while they live on Earth, not on the Blue Star. There is no Blue Star in their world at all. Suddenly, his friend notices someone suspicious. The uncle passing nearby was just like the Demon King from the comic book. The boy in the headphones asked his uncle what the man's name was, but the man just looked up at the sky. After which he turned around and walking away replied that he didn't have a name.